Oh, for fuck's sake. No. Is there anybody out there? Hey, Calf, how you doing? I'm just getting some stuff set up right now. Just need to get the chat out. Send out the link. Okay. Now I'm in business. So how's your day been? Oh God. So we'll call that not great. Sure. The link is up there. So it's easy for you to say.
Uh-uh. Everything all right? What's new, Muck?
Not a thing.
Nothing.
Nothing happened today whatsoever.
Nothing.
Very, very uneventful.
Okay.
I was hoping Izzy's going to come over. It'd be a lot easier to explain the whole 1A thing this way instead of in text.
I think once she connected the dots, that's what Josh was talking about the other day. I think she figured it out. Cap. Hey, Cap.
Ja.
I like the avatar. Oh,
If you guys can hear me on this thing.
yeah.
Yep. Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a griffin, but all I could find.
It's supposed to be grifting.
Griffin.
The Griffin,
Griffin.
oh yeah, that's right. It should have an eagle's head, shouldn't it?
Oh.
Well, it's better than looking at me, so.
What kind of microphones you get?
I bought myself a Father's Day present because everyone is in the hospital, so a Moano Broadcaster Light thingy.
Yep. You sound good and clear.
I wasn't sure if I was going to do lives or anything later on.
Yeah.
So that CFW lady, she's okay.
She's getting better day by day.
Hey, Izzy.
I saw the mugshot Muckster shared earlier. I'm guessing she's conscious and sitting up at least.
Well, they took her to jail. And I would think if somebody had a head injury and was unconscious for any period of time, the hospital would have insisted on at least be watching her overnight.
Yeah. Any updates from that lawyer you shared earlier?
No, just that she was jail and can have her hearing tomorrow morning.
Right.
So Izzy isn't sure what a 1A auditor does, Cap. So I'm going to try to explain it somewhat. In the common parlance, this was just this morning. What people do, and they do various things with it, but they'll go out with their cameras, and it really started off as people doing cop watching. They'd go out where the cops were doing anything, and they'd film them. And it's broadened out. They started next thing, I think a big thing was going to places like post offices and to government buildings. Now they'll do it just like out on the street. And some people do it well, and some go out and they try to instigate trouble. And the reason I said about Josh is he seems to only focus on the people that are doing it badly. But that's not all of them. Some people even called Sarge a 1A auditor, although he doesn't like that term. He likes to say he's doing a social experiment to see how people react to his camera. But it's under the First Amendment. When you are in public, you are allowed to film anything you see, and people who are in public don't really have any right to privacy. You can't tell them they're not allowed to take your picture. And the point of it is it depends on who you ask. If you ask a 1A auditor, they'll say that they are making sure that the government respects their rights. If you ask people like Josh, he'll say that they're looking for clicks and views on YouTube so they can make money. The thing is, people on YouTube don't make a whole lot of money unless they become really big. Yeah, and that's really the basic thing. Is a lot of them, it's an educational thing. They go out and they do it, and when people approach them, they try to talk to them and say, well, we are allowed to do this, and people have a big misconception about it. But that's the basic thing now. Yeah. And, is there really anything wrong with that? I mean, hey, NBC News, it wants people to tune into them too, right? So why should it be any different for somebody with a camera that's going on YouTube? But this lady this morning, if you watched the video, you saw the cop just totally overreacted. He
Oh, that was really
arrested her.
violent.
Yeah, he arrested her for no reason. She just said, "Well, could you tell me why first? You're under arrest." Okay, that was wrong, just arresting her, but to grab her and throw her down and pretend she's resisting, she was unconscious, and that mugshot, oh my God, her face was all beat to crap. So that's what's going on now. I've never personally, I never had watched this lady's channel, but apparently she's very popular. Well, actually, we do. I just showed the clip leading right up to the incident. There's another several minutes on that video of her just basically walking down the street. And there was another video before that. I think it's like 20 minutes long that just shows her. So she wasn't, you know, that didn't just start being filmed after she was out there throwing rocks at cops or something like that. Because, I know what you mean. Sometimes you don't see what leads up to things, but this time there really wasn't anything leading up to it except for the fact that this cop that did this has a history of violence and shouldn't even be a cop anymore. They tried to throw him off the force once before, and he sued them, so they just moved him to another precinct. What's that, Cap?
Oh, I didn't notice that part, but I keep saying don't you think there should be a national registry instead of a state registry for certified LEOs, so they can't just bounce around from one jurisdiction to another?
Well, they do have that Brady list, but these guys seem to. I think a lot of cities and police departments are afraid of lawsuits with these guys, and all they want to do is get them, send them away somewhere so they're not our problem. Send them. So it kind of reminds me of, go back a couple of decades in the Catholic Church. A priest would be doing some nasty things to children. Oh, we'll just move them to another church. Make them somebody else's problem. But yeah, I agree with you. It should be a national registry, and they should never be allowed to have any job that has them carrying a gun. Not just not be a cop, but not armed security or anything when they prove that they don't have the mindset for it.
Yeah, I watched that the video you had up earlier, and that was just incredibly over the top violent for how he put her down. From what I saw, I just couldn't believe it. And I guess that isn't the first incident. So why the hell is he still a cop?
I don't know. Wonder how much dithering the city's going to do with releasing the body cams.
Well, they turned off her camera. She was unconscious. She couldn't turn it off.
That's true.
Yeah, you heard the stress breathing?
Yeah, the breathing started before his second stop resisting. He said stop resisting twice, once while she was still standing up, the second time after she started gurgling.
Unreal.
Hey, Hot Mess, how you doing? Um,
Well, I'll get off here and let you guys yak. I just wanted to see if this thing worked.
I just heard
Sure.
Muckster was going live, so I thought I'd check in. I'm actually going to turn in early. Only 9 in the audience. Maybe I wants to come up and chit chat.
If Summer wants to come up and talk to you, I'll go backstage so I don't bother her.
I bet she's coming to talk to you because I'm going to bed.
I thought you'd be hanging around for a few minutes.
I was looking at U.S. and world headlines. It apparently is hot all over the place. See, I thought it was all about Northern Virginia. It's hot everywhere.
I actually was feeling sick most of the day today, and I think it was probably from the heat.
Oh. Your AC holding out?
Yeah,
I remember last winter, you're like, I hope my AC lasts through the summer.
I actually got a new one the other day.
Oh, okay.
Somebody gave me a loaner until I can get a fresh one.
Mm-hmm.
It's blowing pretty good.
Yeah.
Still got to watch your hydration. It sneaks up on you when the weather changes.
Yeah, that's what I started sucking down liquids, and I started feeling better then later.
Yeah. All right. Have a good stream, guys. I'm going to bed. It's hot everywhere. Yep, it's pretty bad out here. Are you still in? Did you went to Texas, or are you back home now?
You talking to Izzy?
Yeah.
Oh.
I guess it doesn't matter if you're Texas or where. St. Louis. Yeah, I think it was St. Louis. Yeah.
I thought maybe Cap was out somewhere.
No, I'm in the Northwest. It's not too bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Izzy was obviously broadcasting from a hotel room earlier.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Donna.
Yep, still out of town. Not in Texas though. Okay. Oh, she's on the way to Texas. Okay. Oh, she's from Fort Worth. Oh, okay. Is it local news? What's her name? Carolina. I
think she goes by Carolina in Fort Worth.
Carolina and Fort Worth, yeah.
He used to work in Saginaw down in Fort Worth. Missed the place.
Oh, Saginaw. That's in that Simon Garfunkel song about they all come to look for
America. Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah. Why can't I think of the name of that song? Kathy, I'm lost.
I don't know.
Oh,
Donna's coming up here to yell at Muckster.
On the bus, playing games with the faces. She said,
I said, watch out, be careful. His bow tie is really a camera. Speaking of cameras, I'm sorry.
I believe the Saginaw they were talking about was probably Michigan, though.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah. Me tired. You go to bed. You all have a good night.
Okay, get lost.
Cheerio. I know you're going to talk. As soon as I click leave, you're going to say, I thought he'd never leave.
I wouldn't do a thing like that.
Yeah, you would.
How you doing, Donna?
I'm doing well considering what's going on in my town.
Yeah. So I hope is the news covering it.
That I don't know. I don't watch local news. Probably not. They don't tend to cover anything controversial. They prefer to keep their head in the sand.
Yeah. Well, I think they might have a hard time ignoring this one.
Well, I think that's Fort Worth government that's going to have a hard time ignoring it. because
Hey,
I'm
Bill.
afraid.
Yeah.
I'm afraid they kind of unleashed the Kraken on this one,
Bill
so
M
to
says
speak.
they won't cover it until a cop is hurt.
Yeah,
What's
that's
going
right.
on? What's been going on? I'm sorry, I haven't watched news for a week or so.
What we were just talking about, Caroline Fort Worth, the lady the cops beat up.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah,
The older lady, the
yeah.
cops
Yeah.
threw into the concrete sidewalk.
Did you see the mugshot?
Yes, I did. I'm kind of friends with her lawyer, and
Oh yeah.
I'm friends with several of the auditors that cover Texas. And we have an auditor here in Fort Worth called Cody High Roller. And Caroline is the one that brought Cody into the auditing world. Cody is considered to be the voice of calm and reason in Fort Worth when it comes to auditing. And he's flabbergasted. I'm not saying
I
I am not a friend of Caroline's. I do not follow her channel. I consider her not my kind of people, so to speak. But what happened to her was totally horrific.
Did
I,
anyone
I
else get video of it?
She got video of it, and I'm sure there's police body cams of it. She put
yeah.
the video that she did has been put out on her channel.
Yeah, it needs. You need an external view of what happened to show the whole thing before, after, during, kind of thing. I mean that cop really needs to get nailed.
Well, I understand. According to her lawyer, that cop has such a bad employment history in law enforcement that even the prosecution can't get a copy of his personnel records.
I mean, he should lose personal immunity and get charged. I think it was that bad.
It was that bad. From her booking photo, it appears that she's got a broken arm. Her lawyer did an update not too long ago in live, and he was explaining why her face looks like it does, and it's because of the head injury that she got.
I'm just sitting here shaking my head. Sorry. I just find that whole situation unreal.
Oh, it's totally unreal. She had spoke to him to acknowledge him, but that's all she did. She was talking to two female officers who were just standing around.
Well, she had the nerve to ask him why she had to go to the other side of the street.
Yeah, and all they were doing, from what I was able to gather, they were doing a standby because a tow truck was there to haul off people who were illegally parked. Now, you tell me
Oh.
that's an investigation?
Hey, Lucy, welcome in. Oh, I missed that. Izzy had asked why they didn't keep her in the hospital. That's what I want to know. She,
Because she was in police custody.
I know, but a doctor should have insisted on keeping her at least overnight for observation.
Well, they're not going to do that in that hospital. That John Peter Smith hospital where she was is known as the county hospital, and they just get them in and out as quick as they can. Now, I understand they did keep her overnight for observation, but other than that, they did what they usually do.
I agree, Izzy. She should have been. She had a head injury and was unconscious for a while. She should have been kept in the hospital for at least the night.
Well, they kept her overnight.
Well, not really. Didn't it just happen early Sunday morning?
I'm not sure exactly what time it happened.
Yeah, it was
I know
early
it was-
Sunday morning. She was unconscious for a long time.
Yeah,
I mean, and this is just still Sunday night. She should be
yeah,
still in the
Yeah,
hospital right now, hooked up to machines, watching her
Yes.
heart and stuff.
she should be, but she's not.
CT scan for brain swelling and a few other things.
Yeah, she's got a long road to recovery if she will ever recover from this.
I'm just sharing the video around a little bit. Let's see.
Well, luckily she's got one of the best lawyers the state of Texas has in CJ
Yeah.
Bishop.
I know he seemed pretty fired up on that earlier video.
Yeah, he's shook. But CJ doesn't get shook.
Yeah, that's the thing where I mean, generally, I'm not an auditor fan because the ones I see that, like Josh does, is the clicks and views kind of thing, and I tend to go after Chili and whatever because of that, because they're so doing more damage than they do good. But there's times like this where people doing the right thing, this could make a difference, and it should. You know, it's.
Did you ever watch Jeff Gray, Honor Your Oath?
I'm not familiar.
Oh, he's awesome.
He will go and he'll stand out in front of places. And let me tell you my favorite place. He's done it plenty of times, but he was out in front of the Mississippi Civil Rights Museum. Public property, he's on a public sidewalk, and all he does is stand there with a sign that says, "Please pray for our homeless vets." And people will come along and tell him he can't be doing that. You got to get out of here. The phone calls, because he'll get the 911 calls afterwards, and people call in and say he's out there bothering everybody, and he's begging for money, and he doesn't do any of that. And the cops will come along, and sometimes they will threaten him with trespass. And once they say, if you don't leave, you will be arrested for trespass, he leaves, because then he's got them on camera threatening to violate his civil rights. And sometimes they actually arrest him for standing there with a sign that says, "Please pray for our homeless vets." Yeah, that's the kind of First Amendment auditors I follow.
Yeah, at least he's trying to do something worthwhile.
Well, and most of the others will tell you they are also. It's just that you may not necessarily agree with their tactics. I don't agree with the way a lot of them act.
Yeah, I think the ones I'm referring to are the younger, they're just
Well,
looking, yeah.
I don't know if you can necessarily. I'm getting the mugshot. I don't know if you can necessarily. What's the word I want? Stereotype them all that way. You know. I mean, I've seen some that I don't like the way they operate, and they're not necessarily just kids looking for views, but I mean,
Well, I've done a couple of video. I mean, I'm talking about like Chile. I did one up here where the guy audited a fish farm of all things, got himself arrested. That was just unbelievable. And then you got like Glenn Cheerio, another one. And there's a couple along that ilk that are just holy cow.
if there's the mugshot again.
I'm not seeing it.
Black eye, scraped
Yeah.
nose.
Yeah.
And like somebody else said, it looks like somebody might be propping her up there. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. There does seem to be a sling around her shoulder.
Yeah.
Dislocated shoulder or broken arm?
Let me. I love the charges. False alarm or report. And that's because when those cops wouldn't talk to her, she went, "Hey, fire, rape." Now they're going to try to claim that she was making a false alarm. Interfere with public duties? She wasn't interfering with anything. She didn't get in anybody's way. Resist arrest? I think we all know that's a bunch of bull. And evading arrest.
She passed
They
out.
just throw
so she
that
was
stuff
evaded.
out there.
She passed out, so she was evading them, huh?
Yeah.
Her lawyer said that that is a typical charge for that officer, the evading thing, because that makes that one a felony.
Yeah.
Well, is there interfering with public duties? Is that the local equivalent of obstruction?
That's what it seems like. It's one of those things they
Possibly.
throw out there because it's so, hard to define. Any decent judge would just throw it out. But hey, it's Texas. Hey, Wings.
Hello, Wings.
Surprised they didn't charge her with destruction of property for throwing her head on the concrete. Yeah. Hey, Toker. Yeah, it is the Carolina thing. I know it's what everybody's talking about.
I hope they keep talking about it for a long time.
Yeah.
Fort Worth has got a bad reputation with their police department.
I hope there's going to be people spilling out the door of the council meeting on Tuesday.
I hope so too. I wish I could attend.
Has anyone gone to the media or anything?
I don't watch the local news because it's crap.
Wing said,
That's
Miss
all.
Donna, I just asked about you.
Yes, I heard that you did in a different chat. Thank you. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. Hope you're doing well too.
Bill, I would say from what I saw on the video, that one cop, definitely, he should have been fired before. He shouldn't have a job tomorrow. The two women, I think, should be disciplined, not necessarily fired.
Well, it happened so fast.
Yeah, but they were too, just the fact how they were ignoring her. She was a member of the public. She has a right to ask a question.
Yes.
I'm sure they've got some. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, when they're disciplined and suspended for a while, it's usually with pay.
Yeah, I always like that. They get 3 days off with pay.
Yeah, you get a paid vacation.
I'm sure they have some kind of training or whatever, retraining for how to deal with auditors and public like that. So there's no call for doing what they did or
I think
how
it depends. I think it depends on where they are. Hello, George. I think most police departments, they train them on how to write tickets and how to shoot people that look like they might possibly maybe consider in the future at some time pulling a rubber knife on a cop. Do you know in European countries where they have armed police, they train them to shoot to disable, like shoot for a leg, stuff like that. Whereas here it's all shoot for center mass, just like they train the military.
Well, that goes back to what my father taught me when I was a kid. If you're going to point a
Hey,
gun at
Tiff.
somebody, be prepared to use it and aim for the center, because dead men tell no tales.
Yeah, well, that's not the way the police department should work.
Well, unfortunately, that's the way it is anymore.
In this country. And yeah, like Izzy says, I can tell you many of us never heard of auditors, so I wouldn't say every police station knows about it, but they should. I mean, you'd think they would talk about this kind of stuff, even if it's not official. Guys would say, have you seen the videos from this place? But yeah, if your life is threatened, yes, you shoot for center mass, because for one thing, it's easier to hit. But we're talking about people who are supposed to be protecting the public. Hey, Chris.
Hello,
it's the mag
Chris.
dumping.
Hello, Tiffany.
And yeah, there's more and more training going on, but I just don't know how people can defend this sort of thing. Yeah. Ronnie says there's no excuse for them not to know what auditors are doing. I tend to agree. It shouldn't. It should certainly have gone around. I can see where many members of the public haven't heard of this. I hadn't heard of it not all that long ago either. I would come to YouTube to watch music videos and stuff like that. And one day a headline caught my eye, and I watched that. And pretty soon I started watching a lot of these guys. But yeah, I don't know if if that was even more than a year ago. This is, especially since this is kind of a YouTube thing. How many people don't go on social media at all? But um, as far as police departments, it's been going on long enough now that they should be aware. And Wings, I already played it earlier. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Hey, Michael.
I'm going to have a little bit of a hard time talking about this without getting flared, but
GMK. Go ahead. I will keep interrupting to say hi to people, but keep going.
Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. Might help keep me calm. So I will verify that I can guarantee you that there's not a police agency in the United States that has not been informed and in training for First Amendment auditors. But that doesn't even have relevancy to what that pig did to Carolina. There is no excuse for a cop to slam a woman to the pavement over telling her to cross the street when she's questioning them towing a vehicle. There's no excuse for that. I don't care if it's an auditor, if it's his ex-wife, if it's his sister, if it's the judge. There's no excuse for a pig to ever slam a woman on her face in that circumstance at all. At all. We've dealt with the police in Tarrant County in general, like both the county. Donna and I were talking about this earlier. We've dealt with police from the county agency. We've dealt with police from the city police department. They're out of control. And it's noticeable across the nation that they are out of control right there where Donna is, right there where Carolina is, right there where Harvey is. These cops we are able to look on a platform on social media and see that those particular officers, and I've had my personal dealings with Kruger, the cop that did this. I've literally spoken on the phone with him not even a year ago and had an argument with him because he was dipping his nose into business that wasn't none of his. He thought he would call me and retaliate for putting in a complaint. These are bad cops.
Yes, they are. Luckily, I live in a part of Fort Worth that we get better police officers, but not much better. They have a real good habit of, okay, well, I'll take your report and then do nothing. They pat us on the head out here.
It wasn't but a couple of weeks ago, and it's still a hot topic, where one of the corrections officers murdered one of the inmates by putting his knee in his throat and not letting him breathe.
Exactly.
Not even 2 weeks ago. I mean, the incident happened over a month ago, but it was publicized. A response from Sheriff Wayborn was publicized, apologizing to the people of the county for that incident not even 2 weeks ago. And I'm not blaming the sheriff for the actions of a police department officer, of a PD, but I will say that law enforcement in general is out of control in that area in Fort Worth.
It was early Sunday morning, Ms. Constitution. To go back to the whole idea of auditing at all, something I often think about that's kind of relevant. You know how cops are so upset about people wanting to film them. But remember back a few years ago when they first started putting like surveillance cameras all over the place?
Yeah.
What did the cops used to say? If you're not doing anything wrong, you don't care if you're being filmed. Yep.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And it still applies today, and it applies to them. And okay, so I'm a heavy supporter of the First Amendment community. Very heavy. I would even consider myself active in the First Amendment community. And I am talking about First Amendment auditors. Okay. That being set aside, with my understanding from the Switzerland position that I put myself in on a regular basis to be able to communicate with cops, I fully understand how they see most auditors, most First Amendment auditors, as some kind of a nuisance to their, like an annoying thing happening on their job.
So Chris, I know I've heard this, but I don't remember what it is. Do you know what Turner v. Driver is? Which case that was?
You there,
Did
Mo?
we lose you? Yeah.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah, wasn't the Turner case in Fort Worth?
Yeah, that's why somebody said that's where it's from. I thought maybe, can you tell people what that was?
Yes, the right to film police was decided by the courts in Fort Worth jurisdiction. It was a constitutional case in which Turner v. Driver was decided to be, it is constitutional, in fact, to film the police in the line of their duties. So you got case law backing it up. You got, obviously, it's not illegal in any state. If it's constitutional, it can't be a state law against it. I mean, this community, the First Amendment community, couldn't exist if it was illegal. I mean, could you imagine people publishing, like as a community, say, breaking into houses? They'd get caught and they'd be in jail. It's not illegal. It's not illegal to film police. Now, annoying, maybe. I can see that. I can see how it's annoying for the cops. Oh man, we got that yappy Caroline over here. She's gonna, keep yelling from across the room for us to answer, or across the way for us to answer whether or not we're supposed to be towing this truck. How annoying. Whoop-de fucking do. Whoop-de do that that's all you got to be mad about at work, is that somebody's talking to you and it's annoying you. Because the other aspect is the camera. And if they want to say that that's a problem, well, I'm going to bring Muck's argument to the table. What are you doing wrong if the camera's the problem?
Mm-hmm.
So if they're going to say that they got a problem, if they're going to insist that they got a problem with Carolina going, hey, are you supposed to pull this car out of here? Hey, can you prove that this car hasn't paid? If they think that's the issue, if they don't think that's the issue, the only other issue they could have had is their camera. So I'm going to give them benefit of doubt and saying that their problem is just that Carolina bothers their feelings, right? Even though it's case law, even though she has every right, even though she was doing nothing illegal, I'll give them that they may have been angry about her being annoying to them. And I know specifically Kruger, the cop that did this, I know he's annoyed by it. He retaliates to members of the community, of the First Amendment community. He did it with me. I've got a recording of it. And I wasn't even in Fort Worth. I was on the phone. But to physically grab a woman by her head and slam her into the pavement, I mean, just think about that response. What is this man doing? How is he wearing a uniform? I'm so sick of our government employing these types of idiots. And then
Is
there's
that what
nothing. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, go. I was just gonna. Is that what he actually did? Is he actually grabbed her by the head and pushed her into the curb?
There is no curb. It's just pavement. It was a parking lot. He slammed her head first into the pavement and split her skull.
Wow.
I don't know where he grabbed. I don't think that matters because the man grabbed her and slammed her into the pavement. That's bottom line. If we get lost in the details.
Yeah, she's a little bitty thing. Except she's she's a little bitty thing like Miss Tiffany.
And I've heard she's like 55, 60 years old, somewhere in there.
Yes, that is correct.
So she was definitely, a danger to that cop.
Oh, very definitely. Definitely.
Major threat.
And as I said, measure the response to the action. And then you'll come to the conclusion, if you have, any sense to you at all, you'll come to the conclusion that was beyond excessive force. Because excessive force is measured by the appropriate amount of force that's being used given the circumstances.
Yep.
And I think we all know that it's impossible, unless she was using a weapon or something to that nature, it's impossible for a 5'5", 120-pound woman over 50 years old to have put up such a fight that she needed to be slammed to the concrete with her head.
Yeah, and while she's on the ground unconscious and gurgling, the cop says, "Stop resisting."
It's ironic that I recently did that video about Kaiser seizure because I actually learned about that. It's called a death rattle. And what that means when someone does that death rattle, it means that they're unconscious. Their brain is not connected to their central nervous system at that point. Like, they are unconscious all the way. That's as close as you get to death. And it can happen from different reasons. It just means a person is really close to death. At least by the research that I did, that's what that means. She was unconscious. So he's yelling, "Stop resisting," to an unconscious woman.
Yep.
How's she resisting? She's unconscious. He's going to pay for this. Kruger's going to pay for this, mark my words, through the legal system.
Ronnie says they won't let her talk to her lawyer or her husband.
That is correct.
And the worst part is they still effected charges on her.
I know. Ridiculous charges.
Does anyone know what all four of them are?
Yep, they're on the screen.
Thank you. I'm going to screenshot that.
False alarm or report because of her going, "Fire, rape, rape," joking because those two women cops were ignoring her. Interfere with public duties. Resist arrest, search, or transport. And evading arrest, detention.
Evading means running. How can she run?
Well, her lawyer said that this cop loves to put that on any arrest report because it's a felony charge.
Yeah, he's trying to cover his ass. Well, guess what, Kruger? It ain't going to work.
No, Izzy, he doesn't live there, but he has talked to the guy on the phone.
No,
Donna
Kruger's
lives
the name
in
of the
that
cop.
area.
Kruger's the name of the cop. I was just, if he ever listens to this, he's going to hear me tell him it's not going to work. I'm used to my channel where they actually eventually end up watching it to see themselves acting like fools.
Well, he's not going to have a hard time finding himself on YouTube today because it's all over the place, and not only in this country, it's in other countries.
Good. And I'm going to help that. I'm going to do my boost of that tomorrow on my channel. We are going to have direct communications with supervisors of Kruger tomorrow. Mark my words.
I plan on restreaming the council meeting on Tuesday.
Good idea. I hope that there's several public speakers about this incident. That county, that agency has been under scrutiny and reform for over 2 years now that I've been watching them. 2 years that I know of. And I think it goes back a lot further than that. They've been forced to have, public council oversight. They've had a bunch of lawsuits. They've had, You know, believe it or not, the council there has a few members who have been expressing their concern over the excessive force and uses of force. Am I right, Donna?
Yes.
So it ain't just the public, it's people in the government are telling their own, hey, we got a problem here. And they're still not listening.
By the way, here's an interesting side note. I was semi-surprised. I hope I actually heard it correctly. Someone claims that even our old friend GS came out against the cop.
Yeah, take it for a grain of salt, because whatever GS says, he'll be flipping on that stance by tomorrow. He goes along with whatever he thinks is going to get him a view.
Yeah, see, it does look like somebody's just propping her up or something there. Maybe holding her straight flat against the wall. Something that's not a natural stance in that picture.
Well, my battery is dying. I'm all worked up. I'm working on a video for Carolina for tomorrow. I'm going to utilize my platform to make a big voice. I hope to see all of you there. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it, and it'll be, hopefully I can stay calm enough, because I'm worried about what I might say to these pigs that are responsible for this. That's the only reason I didn't go live already today. I was just too upset. I thought, if I go live, I'm going to end up saying something that I normally wouldn't say, and that's the only reason I didn't go live about it.
So I got to ask Miss Constitution, how the hell do you make this a left-right thing? What the hell is wrong with some people?
Joe Biden don't have nothing to do with it. What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense, Miss Constitutional. No. Look, there are a lot of problems with politics. I'm not going to discredit the statement all alone, but it doesn't apply to this.
And I mean, if we're going to look at policing in America, it's not the left who has always been back the blue for no good reason.
Well, I'll give you Buck knows politics. He can back this up, and whoever doesn't believe Muck and me, you can look this up on your own. Donald Trump, in his campaign platform for this election, is trying to give all of police officers full immunity so that they can get away with exactly what they did to Carolina in this case and never be punished for it. That's what Donald Trump is trying to do for his reelection. So if you think it's a left or a right thing, sorry, you're wrong.
And I'm trying to be polite, but this is idiotic. Marxist. God. Go back to your hole.
It just doesn't apply. I mean, this, I can appreciate anyone trying to get involved and try to learn it, what we're going through here. You got to think about this, Mutt. People are floored by the proof of these types of things happening, and they're trying to understand it.
This is the first person today, though, that I've seen bring politics into it. I've never even considered looking at it as a political issue. So I guess I'm overreacting a little bit when we're here looking at this picture and stuff. And this lady's trying to make it, the next thing she's going to post is Trump 2024 or something. It's just stupid.
Yeah, please understand, and yes, Muck, your feelings are probably worked up like mine are. But please understand, audience, that, this is definitely not a party platform thing. This is absolutely police officers being out of control all across the nation. And if you question the percentage of cops that are out of control versus cops that are in there to do the right thing, I can show you the math in my personal interactions on my channel, on videos, all day, every day. And I don't even cop watch. I've only cop watched once in my whole life that I can think of. But it's a bad number. It's a scary number for America. It's definitely not party.
Yeah.
You know, party politics do play a role in the funding. They do play a role in the decisions and stuff. But if you're shooting that far out of the range of the target, you're never going to get anywhere near resolving the issue. You know, the issue needs to be directed. Like right now, what I'm saying to you guys is the officer that is 100% on the ball. There's no question about it. The man who works as a police officer and he puts on a uniform every day and he has a family, the man by the name of Kruger is 100%. There may be more people responsible, but
I'm hoping that with this attack on Miss Caroline and the unfortunate death of that inmate a few weeks ago, will get DOJ's attention on the Fort Worth Police Department.
Okay. So help me understand, how can Trump wanting to give that effect all these attacks now? Well, obviously it's not going to affect anything that's already happened, but how much worse would this stuff be if we say cops are immune no matter what?
yeah, that's part of the problem is immunities. I mean, they get away with way too much. They're not responsible for enough. Think about this. What if you worked as, say, a manager at a restaurant? Pretty important job. It's a job where people are depending on you to deliver. Now, I know it's not the same comparison to a police officer, but I am utilizing the proper parts of it to be in comparison. If you told this particular, just the managers of all, say, McDonald's, and you said all managers of McDonald's, it doesn't matter what they do wrong, we're not going to punish them unless we can prove that it was a very specific thing that they did wrong, and we're still going to protect them through this policy to not have to be sufferable to any consequences. In other words, we can't fire them, we can't lower their pay, we can't demote them, we can't lateral move them to another McDonald's. We can't do anything unless we can 100% absolutely prove that they violated a very specific policy, like spitting on a hamburger. Okay, that would be the only one. There's just a handful of things that manager would have to do. That's the rule that is being applied to police through qualified immunity. You have to prove that they did a very specific violation, and you have to prove it. You can't just, if it happens, you can't just say it happened to me and get past qualified immunity. You have to prove that it happened. And those were the things that they exactly did. And then you have to go through a whole 2-year, 3-year long process for any accountability to be met. That's the deal. That's qualified immunity. It's trash. It is absolutely unnecessary because the manager at McDonald's would need to be responsible for not violating the policies, regardless if they had immunity or not. Like it's not like that managers are gonna, get demoted and fired and lateraled and pay decreases just because they're managers. They have to break the rules in the first place for those things to happen. They're responsible for their job. They're responsible for their actions. That's what the same system police need to be on. And it used to be there before qualified immunity.
CJ Grisham did a live on his channel a few months back about qualified immunity. And it's well worth the watch. I highly recommend it because qualified immunity is not in the law anywhere.
The only way he could change qualified immunity would be by executive order, and then the courts would strike it down anyway.
Well, no, there are some states that are implementing removing qualified immunity. It's already happening, and it needs to happen all across the country yesterday.
Yeah, I know
It's-
Colorado did it a while back.
I think
Mhm.
Arizona did too.
Yeah. Yeah, it needs to continue to happen across every court throughout the nation.
I mean,
I
they
mean,
do need some protection for when they're doing their job properly.
They already have
Oh.
that.
When they're doing this egregious, way over the top, no, it's gone. Should be just gone.
No, that's not what qualified immunity covers. That's what policies cover. They have unions, they have rules, they have regulations, they have lawyers, they have insurance policies, they have all kinds of protections. Qualified immunity is a completely extra additional court rule that is giving them even more protection to commit crimes. You know, they're allowed already to commit crimes under circumstances verified by courts. Qualified immunity is completely unnecessary. And the argument that they are producing to the public is the one that you just cited because, you know, hey, they love it, man. It means they can get away with anything and never have to be held accountable. The only thing they can't get away with is when they actually break a very specific group of policies. It's called constitutional law. And those can be proven, like video. That's one of the reasons I hate videos. You know,
I have to comment on this here. They have more training than that. A lot went to Iran or over there somewhere to train. Do you want to handle that one, Chris, or shall I?
I didn't. Sorry, my phone's trying to die, so it's cutting in and out a little bit. What was the question?
They have more training than that. A lot went to Iran or over there somewhere to train.
I'm not sure that I fully understand that question because, I mean,
Well, the problem is what she's saying is they've gotten lots of training using guns and stuff like that. We don't want a military state. That is not. Yes, they have to learn those things, how to use a gun and so forth. But we do not want soldiers patrolling our streets.
especially soldiers that are being trained to think that they're constantly at war with the public.
Right.
And, you know, we see this every day. You know, like I worked with the Hubbard family with the murder of their family member by police. And I'm going to be doing an update soon because I've got a video where the chief, after that incident occurred, with nothing but warning that his training was too was too militant for his officers. He's training them to be scared of the public and to respond with force. We just brought that to his attention, and right afterwards, they end up killing somebody. Like right after that, and his response, the chief's response, which I'll do an update, was to go to the council and ask for more training for officer safety. Not training to be more predictable, not training to be more accepting of the public, not training to de-escalate. He asked for more training to become more militant, and they approved it. And this is going on at agency after agency after agency after agency across the entire nation. And we are militarizing our police force. And that is not necessary. We have a military. They have the resource of the military and the National Guard available at their discretion when it's needed. They don't need to be the military themselves. That is extremely dangerous. They're going to turn this country into being at war just for going to the grocery store. And we probably got a couple people in this chat that have experienced wartime, and they know what it's like. 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 And And I'm sure that they'll verify it's not a life to live. I've never been there. I can't speak from experience, but I'm sure that there are people who have experienced that type of lifestyle. And I'll guarantee you that they will tell you all day, every day that it's not a pleasurable lifestyle.
Well, Miss Izzy's in the chat. She's lived it.
Is Izzy still in the chat?
Yeah, Izzy's here.
Okay. Yeah, Izzy's been through wartime, you know. I'm sure she'll
sure.
let you know that, you know, being under the scrutiny of militant officers is probably, she says, I don't recommend it. Well, there you go. Person who's lived through that. So, you know, and I mean, the point is that these are supposed to be what we used to call peace officers, public safety officers. The public is us. The public is Carolina Fort Worth. She's the public. We're the public, not the police, not the chiefs, not the judges. They're not the public. They're the government. These officers are paid for by us to ensure our safety. I'm going to have a hard time doing my video tomorrow because I guarantee you I'm still going to be hot over this.
Well, I think her lawyer, CJ Gresham, is going to put out an update tomorrow afternoon.
All right.
He's
And
already
I'll talk
put
to
out.
CJ. I've been in touch with a couple people that are there, you know, checking on her. And she is all the way hurt, guys. Like,
Oh,
I mean,
that's obvious from her booking photo.
all she was doing was asking them how they knew if the truck needed to be towed or not. That's it.
Yeah, and then when he said to move across the street, she just said, well, can you tell me why? You're under arrest. Boom.
Bam. Yep. Yeah, that is. Oh,
Yes, that's an ugly picture, but I decided to leave it there.
This incident kind of brings back the Meade County incident for me. Very upsetting.
yeah, I'm sick of these cops putting their hands on these women and using this brutal amount of force. Like, what is wrong with these people? What is wrong with these people? What kind of man? You know, I'm sitting here getting blasted by Kaiser, who's calling me a woman beater. But I'm telling you right now that these people are woman beaters.
Let me just interrupt with something here. I know, like the way Ronnie is stating this, it kind of looks like she's arguing or blaming Izzy, but she's not. She's just making a metaphor. I think Izzy's not in any way trying to represent the cop side of this. Just wanted to make sure, because, you know, sometimes text is misunderstood.
There will be a group on the internet coming from a certain group of channels that incite this type of violence, particularly from their police. I call them terrorists. They call themselves anti-frauditors. But, I mean, they're part of the problem, too. Anyone who sees what happened to Carolina and says, go cops, that is a disgusting human being. And they're part of the problem, too. And I doubt you'll see a whole lot of that in this case. I think you're only going to see that coming from very particular sources. And you're going to see the number, how far outnumbered that group is in comparison to the rest of society. And as a person who's been the victim of harassment from them groups, every time I've ever looked into who was actually attacking me from that side, from that group, they got a lifelong history of being nothing but piece of shit criminals and drug addicts. So no wonder they promote that behavior. They want a life where they can live completely in the world of crime. They want mayhem. They're not supporting police. They're supporting mayhem. I told you I'm worked up. I'm trying to stay calm. I'm doing the breathing technique.
Let me just mention this because Izzy, unfortunately for you, you've fallen in to a circle of a lot of people who are already involved with this or support it. It's kind of like, with Josh and those guys, it's a circle of veterans. So they talk about veteran things that a lot of other people wouldn't understand. So, yeah, it's not real surprising that this is all new to you. And it's kind of a lot to throw at you. But, yeah, asking questions is the right thing.
That's right. And, you keep expanding, Izzy, and you'll see like what my channel's about. It is these types of things. What happened to Caroline is precisely the type of things that I utilize my platform to stand against. That's exactly what my channel's about. And there's like a whole community of Americans that utilize their platforms and their rights to free speech and what legal understanding each one of them have, and they try to put a stop to what happened to Caroline. I mean, it's the internet, so it's not just cut and dry. There's going to be all kinds of different opinions and channels and discretions and what should people do, what shouldn't people do. We're going to argue over everything under the sun, but at the end of the day, there's an entire community who is dedicated to stopping the behavior that caused Caroline's injury. And I am absolutely one of those people. And that's not just directed at Izzy, but I think Izzy might be the only one in here that doesn't already know me for that, for what I do. And that came after my girlfriend's back was broken by a cop. So, this isn't like a random thing. Cops are out of control.
I've got to take this down now. The screen's getting a little crowded.
Okay, I have to clarify that by the way, just because I belong to a group or something, I am on my own. I am my own person.
No, I was just saying, like, I was making the analogy. If somebody went in over there, they wouldn't understand a lot of what they're talking about if they weren't a veteran. And it's kind of like, see over here, we are all pretty much all already exposed to this 1A thing. So I was just saying, yeah.
We knew that you would be new to the 1A community subjects, and just like you would learn, what's going on in the veteran community online, we knew that this would be a new subject for you.
Yeah.
And we're happy to have you here. Thank you for being here.
Oh, absolutely. And please don't, I hate to ask questions while everyone is heated, but I am only seeking to understand, obviously.
It's hard to wrap your brain around these things because Nobody wants to believe that we have people that we're supposed to trust, people that we are paying that are being trained to do these types of things to people. Nobody wants to be able to believe that. Nobody wants to wrap their brain around that. Nobody, not even the victims of it. You know, Tiffany's back was broken by a cop at my own house, at our house. It was a botched police raid. And I was beaten while in handcuffs by people with guns. Then they destroyed our whole house. And 5 hours later, they said, oops, and left. No EMT, no cleanup, no, let me tell you where I put all your stuff. Just left. And I still don't want to hate cops. Neither does Tiffany. You know, we don't hate cops. We just realize that, oh my God, that happened in front of 22 police officers. 22 men were involved in that. And you go,
what's happening?
Where's the good one that they keep talking about? Where's the hero that's wearing the uniform that holds the person back from knocking a guy in the cranium with an AR butt for no reason? Where is that cop? Out of the 22 that were here, they don't exist. You know, for Carolina, Fort Worth, not one person on that police department has an ounce of loyalty to their oath to the Constitution, because they charged her and they're all in on it. Where's the heroes? Where are the people that we're paying? You know, that's something that is hard to conceive for any person, average or not, involved or not. And I get it. We don't want to see it. We don't want to focus on it. We don't want it to be the heart of our attention, because it's sad. It's scary. And it's got a lot of moving parts to fix. A lot of those parts, we the people are not in control of.
Anybody.
My phone cut out, Izzy. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I think it's either your internet or my internet. Something is off.
Might actually be both.
My battery's almost dead on my phone. I barely saved it in time with the charging cord, so it might be mine.
It was like every
Yeah, you just roboted, Izzy.
Yep. Same on my end. Am I roboting to you, Muck?
Not at the moment.
Was I when I had my little spiel?
There was one part in there where you cut out a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, Izzy, if you can still hear us, like nobody was mad at you or anything. I think we're all just running a little hot right now. I thought I got over it until I sat there looking at the picture again.
Not only that, but Muck got excited to see you, and he talked about you a lot.
Izzy has fast become one of my favorite people.
She is a very cool woman, no doubt.
So, you know, it's interesting. I've been talking to the other guys about I'd love to do a 1A debate, you know, pro, anti. Yeah, you're back now.
Did you kick me out?
No, I think your internet went down for a second.
He would never kick you out, is he?
He actually would.
I think you got your new #1 fan with Muckster.
Oh, that's funny.
I think.
Yeah, he probably kicked me out.
Yeah, just because he's so fanatical over you.
Just to get a reaction out of people.
Yeah, that's right.
For clicks and views.
I was just gonna say that, get the clicks and views. Did you see what that crazy guy did? No, he even kicked Izzy out. He was yelling at her. Called her a goddamn Southerner or something.
Oh,
Me-
what a GS
a
move.
Mexican.
This has all been so crazy with Todd. Like, what the fuck? I knew it was coming though. Like when I met the guy, I knew it was coming eventually. Like right off the bat, Tiffany even said to me, she goes, "Something bad's gonna come out of this dude." I was just
Wait,
like,
you
well,
actually met the guy?
yeah, he rode my coattails to become anyone knowing him in this realm.
What?
I don't,
Like in person?
yeah, he's only like 40 minutes away from me, 45 minutes. And he was tagging along with me and Tiffany doing what we have to do for our, which we publish on our channel, but it's for our life. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
I got a weird channel. It's kind of like the saga of our life. And some crazy stuff has happened after we started, doing what we do in retaliation. And we've been videoing it all along, like all the way and publishing each thing that's happened. And long story short, we were recording because I had a court case coming up. We were recording for the channel. The recording was for the channel, but the visit that we were doing was because I had court the next day and I needed a copy of my record to bring to court. And we got attacked by a police officer in Meade County, Kentucky. I mean, he, a lot like Muck was saying, it's a lot like what this cop did to Carolina, but he did it to my girlfriend. He grabbed her, he slammed her into a wall, he bruised her from head to toe. He was screaming, something about, do you want to get tased or something like that? He whips out his taser, shoves it in her sternum. He pressed the taser so hard that it left a softball sized bruise. Actually, the bruise on her sternum was smaller than that, like maybe baseball sized bruise on her sternum. And he was trying to pull the trigger and it didn't work. The battery got dislodged. So that happened one county over from where Todd lives. So after that incident got published, I started getting reached out to by Todd, emails, things like that. I'm a resident. I can't believe what they're doing. I just want to help. I've got a YouTube channel. Can I be there? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, dude, this is America. If you're upset about this, like, why are you asking me? Just go, be there. Yes. I mean, of course. Then he started trying to come only with us. Like he never did do it on his own. He waited and kept asking, are you going to get your records? Are you going to file a complaint? Are you going, you know what I mean? And I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm going. I appreciate the support. If you want to come, thank you. And I meant that. Like, it was nice of someone to say, hey, I got a problem with what happened to you. I'm going to stand up for my community and I want to be there to witness what you're going through, at least, if not vocalize my own issues with it. So like, I appreciated Todd. But it turned out that he is the guy that you all are dealing with now. So it didn't take long for us to start recognizing his telltale traits of what the fuck ever you want to call him. But ultimately, where I really drew a line in the sand, he had been given a document that was intended to frame me for a felony for threatening a child. They made a fake document saying that the document was a threat to a child.
Oh,
And I mean, yeah, right. And this is a jailer, JJ Scarborough. So they were proud of the fake document that they made that was to frame me. And that group sent a small group out of emails with their new forged death threat fake document that's supposed to frame me. Well, Todd was one of the people that received it by a concerned person who was flipping on Kaiser and JJ and wanted me to see it. So this person reached out to Todd thinking, well, this guy is always with him. This guy supports him. This guy will give it to him. Right.
Yeah.
So that person gave the email to Todd. Todd gets it, opens it up. He's lying saying he didn't see it. I can see when he opened it. He opens it up and he reads it and he keeps it and doesn't even tell me about it.
Oh boy.
So when I got arrested for it, for the incident that they were framing me for, he's calling my girlfriend and talking to her on the phone while I'm facing extradition and fighting, going to JJ's jail where they're threatening to kill me. And he knows about the document and he didn't even give it to her. He didn't tell her about it. I didn't find out about the document that he had in his email for weeks until the day I was at my preliminary for the court hearing, when it was read on the stand by Scarborough. That's when I learned about it. And then immediately everyone else started sending me the document. You know what I mean? Once it was read out loud in court.
Yeah.
But yeah, Todd, the supposed supporter, this motherfucker's got a document that I could have used to give to the police to say I was being framed. Instead, he waits until they frame me and then never did give it to me. You know what I mean? He's thinking, and his response is, well, I wanted to know the truth. I was going to, go on my channel and talk about this. Motherfucker, how does your channel come before?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's someone's safety. I'm sorry, channel or that would be the last thought in my brain over
Right.
someone's safety.
Yep.
But that's just me.
Yeah, you're not Todd, that's for sure.
No, I'm not. Not even close. But yeah, that is insane.
Oh, and by the way, you're a much cleaner and better gardener than Todd will ever be. I saw your garden, and it is miles above Miles's.
That's because
funny.
Izzy has big feet.
That's probably why. Size 8.5. But I honestly, I'm so worried. I'm out of town, and I'm like, probably by the time I get back, most of it will be gone.
The heat.
Well, the heat and the animals.
Yeah, I about forgot what it's like to run a garden, but
Plus she left a man in charge, and you know how unreliable they are.
what that means is he'll check on it every once in a while.
He did check on it today. I did see on the camera. He did, and
Yeah, there you go.
that was good. I know.
We're dependable, Muck. What are you talking about?
What's that? I wasn't listening.
I said we're dependable, Muck. Like Izzy's husband, he is
I
dependable.
know.
Don't worry about it.
I was making a man joke there.
Yeah, but I mean, he was attending the stuff on the deck. I'm talking about the stuff outside. We'll see.
No, I got faith and it'll be there when you get back. I'm a little bit worried about the drought stuff because this heat's been crazy lately. They cut hay across the street from my house last week, and it was supposed to rain today, so it missed us. But the hay was already like way dried out, and it should have taken a little bit longer to cure. You know what I mean? Like it was already discolored within
I
just a few
agree.
days.
We need rain so bad, so bad.
Yeah, we had a rainstorm come through and just happened to miss
It's
like right
awful. And
real
so
close,
I'm
but
out of
didn't get us.
town for work. Then I go home on, was it Tuesday or I don't even know, Wednesday for literally 12 hours, and then I'll have to fly to Houston. It's so crazy.
Is K-Dav in here too? There you are. What's up, K-Dav?
By the way,
How
Izzy,
many
that's
people-
a great picture.
How many people we got
Say
in
that
chat,
again,
Mark?
Mucky?
I said that's a great picture.
Oh, thank you. That was
He
from
said-
graduation.
He said he's your number one fan.
Actually, that's a long line to get in.
What, being her number one fan? You
Yep.
can do it, Mark. You
It's
can
what?
do it.
First, it's a long line of people to fight to be your fan. People start falling in love with her that first day that she appeared over there.
He's blowing smoke up your butt, is he?
No, ask
Me no hablo
many of other
español.
people here right now.
Hey, where did Donna go? Did she drop out?
Yeah, I don't know if she just left or if she got dropped.
Donna knows she's
Who
supposed to
is
say goodbye.
Cap?
I'm
Is
here.
that-
I'm just listening to everybody.
Oh,
Who is that? Oh,
Usually
I
it's
thought that was just the
Caphaelic on there.
logo. I'm sorry.
Actually, I'll drop off here if you guys need more room.
No.
No.
We
I
don't
thought
need
that
room.
was just something that Muck put up, just above
Oh,
his
oh,
picture. I'm so sorry. I
thought it
didn't.
was just a decoration. No, we got room for 10 up here.
Yes.
Yeah, the more the merrier. You hope. Okay, so Miss Constitutional Rights got a good comment here. I hope CJ sues the crap out of them. Me too, Miss Constitutional Rights, and that was a well put comment, appropriate to the stream. The problem with lawsuits is that it's not enough. It doesn't fix what happened. It doesn't teach the individual officer a lesson. Not really. It doesn't change the outcome of the officer's discretion or position. It doesn't remedy the problem. What it does is it pays you back as the victim for the damage, and that's it. I'm one of those people. I'm at the end of my lawsuit now. So you're absolutely right to cheer that on. And everyone needs to say, I hope that Carolina Fort Worth sues the living crap out of that agency and Kruger. And I guarantee you she will, and CJ will. I just want you to know at the end of the day, don't get your hopes up on thinking that alone is the answer. It's not. It's unfortunate because that is the remedy that's available to us when they won't allow us to press for criminal charges because of qualified immunity. Now, if we can get rid of qualified immunity, then these cops that do such a thing as they did to Carolina will be punished, if not charged and convicted of crime, and you'll get your lawsuit. That's where we should be, because we all know this line. Police are held to a higher standard of law, right? We all know that line. The government is held to a higher standard. What that means is that they're held to all the same criminal laws, all the same civil laws as us. And the higher standard is they're held to an extra one, constitutional. That's what they mean. That's what that line means in law. And the problem is that when we allowed qualified immunity, we made it where they're not responsible for criminal law, for violating criminal law. And that needs to be done to even have them on an equal standard. We need to get rid of qualified immunity, folks. And I'm not saying that because I have no hatred to police officers. I expect police officers to be covered in their line of duty to be able to effect their job properly. I completely concur with that. And they are without qualified immunity. They already have that. It's called policy. They have the protection of their agency's policies. As long as those policies are in compliance with what they're allowed through the states, they're covered. They're covered to effect arrest. They can touch people when normally a person can't be touched. They can yell at someone when normally it would be considered a disorderly. They're allowed to do that without qualified immunity due to their policies. The rules of engagement, if you will. They're allowed to do all those things without qualified immunity. What qualified immunity is doing is making them immune to the criminal procedure, committing crimes. So, yes to the lawsuit. That absolutely is one of the remedies that's left, that's available. I hope CJ sues the living pants off of Kruger and the agency that he's working for, Fort Worth PD. I hope that they're sued so bad by this that they can't afford to buy cars for the next 5 years. They deserve it. But I would also like to see Kruger criminally charged on both the levels of federal law, which is excessive force under the Fourth Amendment with the DOJ. I'd like to see the feds come put bracelets on him and put him in prison for violating her constitutional rights, the standard of law that they're supposed to be held to above ours. And I would also like to see the state of Texas come in, grab him up, slam him to the ground, put him in handcuffs, and put him in the jail for battery. Just like he did to her.
Oh, Michael. Did you even watch the videos, Michael? She instigated this? How can you be so cross-eyed?
Oh, God, is it Michael fucking Wyatt? Dude, go back to playing in traffic with your GoFundMes, you broke bitch. Michael, I still got an extra car since you're mooching. You want a car? Michael Wyatt says ass mooch.
I didn't even notice Izzy disappeared again.
So did she?
I've been hitting all the chats and
Yeah, she said she was going to throw her phone out the window.
What's that in the backstage chat? No. Who the hell
I didn't even see
running his cocklicker? You got one of them, don't you, Wyatt? You're running yours. That's what I see. There is no argument to this. There is no excuses that can be made in this circumstance. Just like people attack Tiffany for getting her back broken. How are you going to do that? There's only one way. You want mayhem, Michael Wyatt. You want anarchy, Michael Wyatt. You want the worst for society, Michael Wyatt, because then people will be down on your level. A groveling little theft mooch who ain't got 2 pennies to rub together.
I think Simone said it best.
Where's Simone's?
It's on the screen. What has this got to do with Chris? We were having an important discussion and you people came in here and started sniping about stuff that has nothing to do with it.
Oh, I can't go anywhere and talk about the subject that I'm actually experienced in understanding without Kaiser's little simp bitches harassing me and following me around and causing problem. You love mayhem, you people. You love mayhem. You're the problem in society. You're the problem. This is proof. So keep doing it. Let them do it. I don't care. Let them come in here and let them come in here and make fools of themselves. They're not going to be able to twist this. That's the same thing I told Tiffany. You know, after her injury, and when we decided to go public with it, she said people are going to attack us and blame us. And I said, that's okay. The truth is on our side. We're going to deal with them. They're going to make fools of themselves. And guess what? They have. Oh, God, Michael Wyatt, if you knew anything about law, you would be in jail. Mooch. He said she's looking at 2 years. She's looking at 2 hours. She's looking at 2 hours. Watch and see and learn. And then come back and say, oh, Chris, you were right. I'm stupid. No, he won't do that. He won't do that. But I'm telling you right now, she's looking at 2 hours in that jail. She'll be booked on about $400 bond within 2 hours. And they're going to press those charges over her head because as long as they have those charges, then they have an excuse to keep their pig, who was absolutely guilty of multiple serious crimes. As long as they keep those charges, they can keep him in a uniform. So you're damn right about that one, Kaiser Simps. They're going to keep those charges pressed on her as hard as they can, as long as they can. But if you think that they're going to punish her further after what they did to that woman, you're absolutely wrong and you don't know shit about what you're talking about. She will be, mark my words, out of that jail within hours. And they will do everything in their power to pretend that she doesn't exist while they do everything they can behind the scenes to protect themselves from the massive lawsuit that the world is going to push onto their agency for their behavior. Watch.
I gotta say, before somebody disappears, him won't be me, but I can feel it coming. You know, normally, Michael, if you just come in here to talk, I wouldn't let people talk to you the way they're doing. But you started off with insulting people. So, you know, I told you you're welcome here. We're welcoming everybody as long as they come in here and talk respectfully. You're the one who started it.
Well,
So whatever happens is on you.
And he flaps at the gums just like his King Kaiser. There is no bond set yet. She's not even out of the hospital yet.
Yes, she is.
Why
She's
do
in
you
jail.
think-
She's in jail.
Oh, is she? Okay, so
Yes.
she just got moved to the jail.
She has a hearing in the morning, then bond will be set.
There you go. Typical process right there. She will be out on bond within an hour after her bond set in the morning. That is normal, Wyatt. That's normal. You don't get a bond until you have a bond hearing. Now, they actually might expedite that bond process overnight. That's a typical process too. They have people that are there available, bondsmen 24 hours at some times, probably not on a Sunday night, but a lot of times they got people working around the clock so that they can clear the court dockets because they're so overwhelmed with traffic tickets and other minor crimes where they actually do the preset bonds before the bond hearing. It'll be agreed upon over the phone. She might get out tonight, Michael Wyatt, but I guarantee you that there will be a reasonable bond. A reasonable bond will be set the minute this piece of paper gets put in front of the judge. So this bullshit fake world of law that you idiots think you understand, just do a little bit. Just carry your broke ass to the courthouse for like a week and go watch how it works. Stop coming to YouTube and running your mouth instead of going in person and learning how it works. After you've done that, come back to YouTube and maybe you'll be able to talk to everybody about it that knows. That's how it works. God, why are Kaiser people so fucking stupid, Muck?
Yeah, look what they listen to.
I don't understand. How can you listen? Like, how do you even believe what he said? Like, anything. How do you believe anything comes out of his mouth, especially about law? This is the dude, listen to who they're listening to. I got a recording of Kaiser talking about law. He says, calling a non-emergency number because you want to put in a complaint is the same as when a bartender overserves somebody and they go out and hit a van full of kids. That's the legal processing in the brain of the moron. How is that the same? How is it the same to call a non-emergency number to make a complaint? How is that the same as getting sideways drunk and killing a van load of kids? How do they compute that? That is literally what Michael Kaiser told his audience. He's fucking
Izzy,
stupid.
that's Kaiser. He's the one who claimed he went to University of Houston, I think, and studied law. He's also the same guy that claimed to be an E8, even though he failed basic training twice. That's the guy.
And the list goes on and on. He's a 16-time felon. He was indicted for capital murder in 2009. For a crime that occurred in 2009, it was 11 for him. Then, right after, there was a a clerical error in his case in which they had to release him for constitutional reasons without prejudice, meaning they want to bring the case back to the table for capital murder. And we're talking about, they at the end of the day, they want to take his life. Alabama wants to take his life. While he was under that scrutiny, just 2 years after he got out of prison for that, he committed 9 more felonies. They let him plea it down to just taking responsibility for 2 of them. He served a little bit more jail time. And then 3 years later, he robs the first person that tries to help him out and give him a job. So he's currently facing 5 felonies for that. Yes, Michael's audience who is watching, your hero is currently awaiting court for 5 habitual felonies: burglary, fraud, breaking and entering, the exact same shit he's done his whole life.
I really want to know what outright lies and slander you're talking about, Michael.
The outright lies and slander are what you and Michael Kaiser are putting onto everyone that you put onto that channel. That's the outright lies and slander. Michael, you're listening to the truth right now. All you got to do is just punch in his name, stupid fuck. Google it. How about this? How many people are in chat, Mug?
25.
Would you guys one by one Google the name Michael William Kaiser and just put one line from each thing into the chat for Wyatt to see that you find? Just Googling, just simply Googling.
Con, Theo.
Yeah. Just simply Google the name Michael William Kaiser, and you'll hear everything that I'm saying is 100% fact. But if you go over to his stupid ass YouTube channel that shouldn't exist, you can't verify a fucking thing that he says, because none of it's true. The women that he's attacking are not prostitutes. The men that he's saying are beating women don't beat women. The drugs that people are on, they are not. The dumpsters that these people are working, they have jobs, and it's not at dumpsters. He is a liar.
Michael. Oh, poor Michael. Yeah. That one's 24 hours. You're lucky I didn't do it from this side of the table.
What do you say?
I'm gonna go take a nap. He decided to go after me. Yeah,
Oh,
you can
handle
affect.
the heat.
You can attack Chris all you want. Don't come after me. I'm sensitive.
He couldn't handle the heat directly with me. Hell, I mean, I don't care where he wants to have the argument. Let him have it with me. I guarantee you, I'll put him to shame. The guy is a mooch anyway. That Michael Wyatt has got like GoFundMe's all over the place.
Except we're not here to argue with Michael Wyatt.
Right. Is there other?
What are we supposed to Google for you, Izzy?
I think I've got the PDFs from oh god, brain fart, can't think of her name.
Yes, the fact that Michael Kaiser has any followers is absolutely mind-boggling. Just like it's mind-boggling that any people would want to protect Officer Kruger from taking accountability for what he's done to Carolina. It's that obvious. Yeah, I was talking about Googling Michael Kaiser is what she's talking about. And people were doing it. You've already got Okeechobee man commits a murder. Ohatchee man charged with capital murder in 2009. Right there you go. That's a person that Googled.
Yeah, I don't care. This isn't the Let's Go Fuck Michael Kaiser channel.
I think what I was doing was responding to, because here's
Yeah, you
here's
were
where
responding to 5 idiots. And again, it's not all about Michael Kaiser.
I understood. Listen, here's what I was going to say. Now, when you're in the world of the issues that occurred to CFW, the attackers are going to be that group. They
And
are
you're
going.
not going to change their mind no matter how many news stories you show them.
You are absolutely correct. So there are different ways to respond, and I can respect yours for your platform. But I'm the kind of guy, I'm saying we need to stand up to those idiots and put them in check too. Just like we're trying to force our government to take accountability for their bad officers. I'm saying I'm done allowing the existence of these terroristic pricks being in our community. Period. So I'm ready to start handling them too, even though they're not government. And I know
I'm
that
with
not
you. I'm
everybody's
with
ready
you,
for that.
Marty. I'm with you, Marty. That's not what we're supposed to be talking about. Izzy asked you a question about the guy, and you just started off repeating everything you've been saying for the last 27 years. And I would rather just ignore the Kaiser people and chat and talk about important things.
And that's what we're going to do for the respect of your platform. And to me, the issue that is at hand, I don't want to get far off from this anyway, is that Officer Kruger from Fort Worth, Texas, who has a record that is not very exemplary with another agency, laid hands on Carolina and hurt her. And it is absolutely not acceptable. That's what we're here for, to support Caroline. And then I am going to do it again tomorrow on my channel. And I'm going to try to be as loud as I can make my voice on my channel. I'm going to use my platform as best as I can. And I'm going to bring as much attention to this case as possible. And it does very much. Donna said it reminds her of what happened to Tiffany with Whited, but it actually reminds me of what happened to Tiffany during our raid, where her back was broken. And it is very much of a heavy impact on me. And I'm trying to keep it together. I came in here madder than I am now. So thank you, Muck, for helping me go through my exercises to calm the fuck down. But it's just unreal. It's just unreal that with all these people screaming at the top of their lungs from every mountaintop at every agency, stop. Just stop hurting us. Stop hurting people. Unless you absolutely have to, stop hurting people. And yet here they are. Women. They don't care. They don't care because of qualified immunity. They don't care because their supervisors are training them to be combative with the public. They don't care because our tax money has been resourced to militarize them. They may not want this, but they're definitely making it happen. Police chiefs may not want their officers to do what Kruger did, but there's not a police chief on this earth, in this country, who doesn't bear some sort of responsibility for not saying enough is enough. Enough is enough in this training. Enough is enough in the amount of weaponry that we're putting on these boys. Enough is enough in the way we're telling them to be scared of the public. Shut it down some. Chill out. Practice de-escalation. Be a peace officer. Become trustworthy to the public. Interact. Have fun. Meet people. See them as humans.
Oh, wait, who's Ben? Con, who's Ben? Who did I scare that much? I gotta know. What did I do? Tell me how to do it again. I need to scare more people. Ben's afraid to make a video of me.
Make a video of you. Who's making videos of you, Muck?
Con said Ben is afraid. I don't know who Ben is. Oh, are you talking about Miss Fippy's perfect soulmate, Ben? That Ben. Yeah, he should be afraid.
The trolls are in and out, huh? Hey, Mirrors, what's up? He said Ben needs to harden up.
Oh, Ben Buttercup. Oh, he's hilarious.
I wish I'd seen what Ben come in and said.
Oh, I didn't see him. Oh, I'd love to see the video he does about me. He's hilarious.
I mean, with the exception of what Kaiser does, I've seen lots of videos from my channel that involve me, and I usually get kind of a kick out of it. You know what I mean? Like, unless they're just straight lying or defaming me, I get a kick out of it. I actually think, cool, man. Thanks for making it, a little bit more popular for me.
I'm liking this. I want to be the YouTube Chuck Norris. How they'd always make those stupid Chuck Norris things, the sun's afraid to come out when Chuck Norris is there or whatever.
Yeah.
That's what I want to be, yeah.
You're too damn scary, Muck.
I can make that happen, Muck. You do realize that I'm capable of those edits. You better be careful what you wish for.
Oh, Todd has mentioned me before. But Todd has learned to mind his manners when he's in Muckster's house, though, also.
Oh, were you breaking Todd a little bit to learn how to pee outside the house?
I just bounced him out the one time.
Yeah, right, son. That mugshot kind of shows how bad a shape she was in there. It was, what happened to her was extremely bad. I would go out on a limb to call it a near-death experience based on the trauma response that her body went through. She was completely unconscious while the officer was yelling, "Stop resisting." Caroline was 100% unconscious while Kruger was yelling, "Stop resisting."
By the way, the links are pinned if anybody else wants to come up.
I'm glad to hear that she recovered to the point where she's released from the hospital, though.
Yeah, but I don't think she should have been.
Yeah, I think they pushed that a little too quick. Well, a lot too quick. And it's probably to fit their stupid ass narrative of, let's pray that the people don't get too angry with us for what we're doing. They're trying to cover it up. Sorry.
Wings, is he talking about? Oh, he's talking about Carolina? Okay. By the way, folks, little personal business. A little favor while you're all here. If anybody, computer's going nuts. Yeah, I'm getting there, Wings. I'm getting there. If anybody can do us a favor and sub to these people, we're trying to get them all up to where they can do lives if they need to.
Right, son. I guess you didn't see it. I'm going to be posting something on it tomorrow, and I'll include, you can see it on Carolina's channel, but the cop came up. She was asking the police officer how they knew whether or not the truck that they were towing was paid. And the cop Kruger come running up to her. His name's Kruger. He comes running up to her. He says, "You need to go across the street." She said, "Will you tell me why?" And by the time she could get that out, he said she was under arrest in the process of slamming her skull into the pavement, knocking her, rendering her unconscious, and then screams, "Not stop resisting."
How did I lose that link? Oh, there it is.
She was in emergency medical, like critical at first, and then just now released too early. But she is absolutely hurt bad, like really bad for nothing.
Speed up. Yeah. Okay, I have to play this before Wings hurts me.
Should have wore a freaking belt. How you doing?
Is
Pretty
this
good.
is this the right one,
You
Wings?
just get out of jail? Oh, okay. I was gonna see if you needed a ride. All right.
That's Harvey. Is he live right now?
No.
We are at the Tarrant County Jail looking for Carolina. Marty, you want to ask him what's going on? Mm-hmm. Hello.
Yeah, I'm trying to see how much the bond is for Carolina Rodriguez. Rodriguez with the
Okay, you'll need to remain in custody until, unless you can, make response or until your case has been disposed of. If you've got more questions about it, you've got more questions about that.
This is people seeing the magistrate right here. What's up, two people? We're at the bond office trying to get Carolina bonded out. Yeah, I'm on Facebook.
Muck, is this where you learned that her bond wasn't set yet?
I'm trying
No, her lawyer had said earlier that there'd be a hearing in the morning, so
Yeah. They could at least left her at the hospital until that was taken care of.
God, the way they treat these guys, man, after they get arrested is just horrible.
I agree, Harvey.
Hey, Doris, what's up? We're at the Tarrant County Jail. We're trying to see if Carolina has a bond, and if she does, we're going to go bond her out. Hey, I'm going to go use the restroom. Chuck. I'll be right back.
Is there a timestamp to anything significant in this?
hey, I'm just following orders. Plus, Facebook videos a lot of times don't have any kind of timestamp or anything.
No, is this from there? Okay. All right, Manuel, tell us what you got, buddy. What happened? I hope it tells the camera.
It's 4,400 to get her out.
400. There you go. 400.
What's the name stayed in there? Patrick.
400. What did I say, Michael White?
It was 4,000 and
I got it in
400.
here somewhere.
Oh,
I
okay.
think
Okay,
400.
400 is the 10%. I got it. Yeah.
Correct. Right. There it is, Michael White. Who knows anything about law? Not you.
Find out if Michael's still listening since I gave him a 24-hour timeout.
That's okay. Everybody else can go back and tell him he's stupid.
Harvey went to the hospital. Yeah.
The ladies.
Would that be a set bond there, or do they do the proposed bond?
The other guys go.
They're right here.
It's.
So we're done here, as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, they're going to set a bond, but then you get to pay a percentage. So, what happens in the legal system with those things is they
All right, we're off
usually.
to a bondsman. Why'd they put handcuffs? Is this what Ashley showed you pictures of? Jesus, man. She didn't show you that the door's right next to him. She is such a drama queen, man. All right, my 4 Facebook followers. Thanks for joining me.
I forgot. I went live on Monty.
We're going to go get a bondsman now. See y'all later.
Good
Yeah,
boys.
See you later, Doris. Appreciate you always watching, Doris.
Yeah, it's a $4,000 bond, but the bond, what do you call them? The bond brokers or whatever. You give them 10% and they put up, you give them the 400, they put up the 4,000.
That's
And the
10%.
Well, I said you give them 10%. And I was going to say they keep that. Now, if you pay the bond yourself, 4,000, you get the money back after you show up for court and everything. You
Right.
give the bondsman 400, he keeps that, and that's his fee for putting the money up for you. And of course, if you skip town and stuff, that's when they send those what's that guy's name that used to have a show running around?
I'm brain farting this late at
Dog.
night too, but the bounty hunters.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. They send the bounty hunter to come get you. But yeah, 400 is exactly what the judge intended. That's expected for the charges that are on her sheet. They set those bonds to the normalcy of their courts and systems. So, like, in Kentucky, for example, the charges that they have on Carolina, given that incident, there ain't no judge in the state that would set her bond at 4,000 for that, because you pay full bond. So it would have been like 800. You know what I mean, in Kentucky, and then you'd get your money, every dime of it, back when you went to court. But I mean, that was what I expect. Isn't that what I said before I knew 400? The
I don't
problem
remember.
is,
That was a long time ago.
yeah, whole 20 minutes. The problem is that they still, I mean, like, I know why, we all know why they still push the charges, especially the felony. We all know why they did that. They did that to cover for the cop. That's the sad part. That's the part that I'm trying to change. That's the part that I'm trying to change. I'm trying to change that there's these agencies just full of these men and women. And all of them know they're doing the wrong thing with that aspect of it. And they go to get up, they look in the mirror, they brush their teeth, they kiss their family goodbye, and they go to work and they do it again the next day. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of those people doing that. Don't just repeat. Tell them you got a problem with it. I'm talking about the people in the government, the people that work for the government, the cops. Go to your employer and say, if this happens at this agency, I am not going to just simply wash, rinse, and repeat. I'm not doing it. We got a problem here. Putting charges on that woman after what my coworker did to that woman? No, I won't stand for it. That's what we need done. We need for all of the collective good cops out there to stop wash, rinsing, and repeating. Whenever they know that they got a coworker who royally screwed up, they need to see that from the exact same perspective as they see of the people that they make arrests on every single day. And they need to go, no, yep, they need bracelets on. They need to be held accountable. They need to do that to their own, too. I hope that our voice collectively is loud enough for them to hear us.
Yeah, Ronnie, that's exactly why they do that. They put those charges on. It's all a way to delay any kind of civil action and stuff. And you know how you can tell Izzy wasn't born here? She's willing to learn. That's so un-American.
Good point.
The charges were false alarm or report, interfering with public duties, resist arrest, search or transport, and evading arrest or detention.
And the evading, I would think, would be the felony, correct?
Yeah.
They needed that felony because the misdemeanors ain't enough to justify, which even that felony is nowhere near enough to justify the use of force, but that's the excuse one that he put on there.
Mhm.
She couldn't have ran. She was unconscious. He was screaming, stop resisting while she, I mean, Muck, have you played her video or are you afraid to play it on here?
And we played it already.
Yeah. Stop resisting, he said. And you can hear her being unconscious, snoring, trying to, her brain was disconnected to her. Like she was snoring because she was gone. She was out. He slammed her head into the pavement and then said, stop resisting when she was out snoring.
Yeah, there are some people out there who are back to blue no matter what. And I have come to like the phrase back to blue till it happens to you, because, you know, it might not happen to you, but might happen to your daughter or your grandson. And then you'll be going, how could they do that to them? And of course, I'm not talking about anybody in particular. I'm talking about the general you of idiots who are like that.
Muck, do you mind playing that part of the video of Carolina at the very end of it again? Because, you know, Mears pays close attention from a non-biased perspective, and he didn't hear the snoring. I'd like to make, I mean, it's very clear in the video. Can we play it?
No, I no, because I don't like mirrors.
No.
Mirrors talks about me behind my back.
Mears, go.
I have no evidence of it, but I know it's true. He keeps telling people I'm paranoid.
Well, I'm not getting mixed up into that, but Mears, if you would go
I'm
watch
kidding around. I'm looking for the damn video.
Oh, I was gonna say
Jesus.
I don't want to get mixed up. I thought you were trying to keep it clean of that shit. Yeah, we're gonna play it again there, Mears. It's very much obvious. You can hear.
Oh God, that's loud. I just yelled at my own ears over here.
This StreamYard really eats up some battery, man.
Yes, she's a very popular YouTuber. And today she was arrested.
That's what I want to know. How do they know if they paid or not? How do you know if they paid or not? How do you guys know if they paid or not? Oh, they're going to ignore me too. Help, rape, fire, 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 fire.
There's the supposed false report.
That's great community relations too.
Look how concerned those cops are about her false report.
Well, you know, the problem is they wouldn't pay attention to her while she did that. She was
How
asking
do you
them
know
a
if they
legitimate
paid or
question.
not?
I know.
Ladies?
I know.
Hey, ladies, hey, ladies, hey, ladies. Hey, Kruger. No, I'm not going to before. There's no investigation. There's no nothing.
You can go to the other side of the street. You're going to get arrested. I'm not warning you
What are
again.
you talking about?
Go to the other side of the street right
Why?
now.
Wait, tell me why first.
You're under arrest. You're not.
No, I'm not under it. Okay, you
Stop resisting. Stop resisting.
There you go.
she's bleeding.
There you go.
So she tried to ask a question of those cops. They ignored her. Then this male cop came over to insert himself and throw his ego around. Told her to go to the other side of the street. She asked why. He put her under arrest, grabbed her arm, threw her to the ground. She was knocked out. You heard the one cop say she's bleeding, and you hear that gurgling noise? That was her. That was her making that noise. While this pig of a cop is saying stop resisting. And you know she was not resisting. This is a lady, I'm not quite sure, I've heard she's around 55 to 60 years old and weighs around 100 pounds. And she's on the ground, unconscious, and the cop is saying stop resisting. And you know the reason he's saying stop resisting is because he wanted on his body cam for later. So she could say he gave her. Anyway, that guy's pretty smart.
So the officer that you just witnessed doing that, his name is Kruger, but it's not Kruger. It's Kruge. Let's see, Krueger. There are two Officer Krugers in Fort Worth. One of them has the extra E. That's the one that did this. It's not the other one. It's the one with Krueger. And he is a city police officer in Fort Worth, Texas. And he has an extensive history of being a complete douche flute to the group of people that are including Caroline, and well, the people that are complaining about the police officers there. you know, you got a group of people who identified the issue, particularly Kruger, Bengal. Like I know them. I'm from Indiana, and I know who these cops are. That's how bad they are. I know the problems at the Fort Worth City Police Department. I can identify their bad officers from here in Indiana. That's how bad they are. And Kruger is one of the biggest jerk-offs that agency has. And it has been exploited over and over and over and over and over by these people, by the group that you just watched on camera. Harvey, Manuel, Caroline, Donna, I can't remember the other guy's name if she's still in here. Damn it, brain farting. Cody, you know, Like this group has been pointing directly at these officers, the very specific ones at the agency, and they have no problem promoting the other ones that are doing things right. That whole group gladly gives commendations to the police at the same agency that do a good job. So it ain't like these people are just out there trying to, get a rise out of the cops and they hate them all. That's not what's happening with this group. They're saying Kruger is a problem. Bengal is a problem. They can identify these officers as a problem. And there are several women on that police department that they've proven that they're a problem as well. So this group has been trying desperately to have the problems within the agency recognized and get the chief to get off his ass and start reprimanding these people before a guy like Kruger, who they're pointing at saying is a problem, grabs a woman by the head and slams her into the concrete and almost kills her. They wanted to stop it before that happened. Caroline herself has been desperately trying to get Kruger's chief to recognize that he is a danger. And then look what happens. It's Krueger, Kruger. And he's in some of their former videos. If you go watch their channels, like Carolina Fort Worth's channel, you can find other stuff on Kruger. He's a douche.
Her lawyer kept calling him Freddy Krueger.
Yeah. Well, I intend on taking a very serious approach with a big ass voice using my platform tomorrow. And I've had communications with that agency and their supervision multiple times in the past. Matter of fact, listen to this, guys. They put my name, a dude from Indiana with a YouTube channel, they put my name on a list for their officers to shut me down when I called because I did one internal affairs report on one of their cops. That's how non-transparent they are. And the cop that I filed DIA on, I did it because it needed to be filed. I don't know. Watching that video got me to where I wanted to start slamming my hand into the wood again. I need a cigarette. My battery's dying.
You have battery operated cigarettes?
No, I sure don't. I tried that for a while. The what do they call them? The vapes.
Yeah.
I tried that for a while. No, my phone is battery operated, and if I disconnect it from the wall here, I'm probably gonna lose you. I just watched today. I watched a short video from a quote unquote auditors channel where he was shining light on good behavior of officers. And I was thinking, cool, man, I'm glad to see that. Like we're getting to a point where we can say, look at what the good cop's doing, and then right afterwards, I see what happened to her. Like are these cops just running in the wheel? And what are y'all doing? What are the police doing?
Yep, they talk about, well, they're not all bad, but if they let it happen, they're not good either. You can't call yourself a good cop if you ignore the cops are doing this kind of stuff.
The chief, the mayor, all the top brass should be held accountable for this. They literally hired him after what happened in Irving, Texas. And they let him loose onto the public like an animal. Good one, Ronnie. You've been studying. You know who you're talking about.
So, speaking of which, let's talking about good cops. Anybody who watches The Civil Rights Lawyer, he did one the other day. A cop, but I'm trying to remember a couple of teenagers went by a cop car, and I forget if they flipped them the finger, or I think they said fuck the police. And then they ran. And the cop runs down this 14-year-old boy and tackles him and cuffs him and drags him by the hair to the car. Now, this is because the kid said fuck the police and ran away. Okay. Saying the fuck the police is not a crime. It's a First Amendment protected activity. Therefore, he was not running away from the police because they had no reason to chase him. Now, the point of this story is back at the station, the guy's sergeant reviews the body cam. He looks at it. He takes it to another sergeant. And he says, what do you think about this? And then they took it to their supervisor. And the supervisor said, fire his ass now. No YouTube videos. No, WCAT news report, nothing. Two sergeants and the supervisor agreed that that cop was wrong, and they got rid of him right there on the spot. That's the way it should work.
If they would do that in those circumstances on the same regular basis that every other industry that employs people does, if they would just hold themselves to the same standards of every company across the nation, then they would not be getting the backlash that they're receiving. They would not be getting this outcry. They would just do it. Their job, supervisor's job, part of any supervisor's job is to assess the actions of the employees and determine whether or not they need to be terminated for whatever they do. That's part of the job. It sucks. I mean, I've been a boss. It sucks to have to determine to fire somebody for something they do. I hate it. Like, I hated it when I got put in that. And I would avoid it, of course. I would try to never be put in that position, but I never did it by pretending that the incident didn't occur. I would try to avoid it by trying to avoid. I want my crew to know, if you do this, it will absolutely result in your termination. I don't want that to happen. That's how I avoided it. But like, if I got an employee who is on a roof and decides that they're going to throw their hammer at some kids going down the street, I'm firing them. I'm firing them. It's that simple. I don't care who it is to me. I don't care how great of an employee they've been. I don't care how long they've been working for me. I don't care how good they are at swinging. I don't care. You throw your hammer, if it gets anywhere near hitting someone, no, you throw your hammer off the roof, I'm firing you. If you drop it, I'm going to go, what can we do to keep that from ever happening again? Because that could have hurt somebody. But if you throw it, I'm firing you. And I don't understand why police, it should be just that obvious to them. Just like the one that you just talked about, Muck. those were sensible supervisors. Because chasing children and tackling them is very much similar to doing something egregious that could hurt someone in any other line of work. Because you can hurt a kid by running after them and tackling them. You can hurt a child doing that. I'm sure the parents of that child don't make habit of chasing their kid and tackling them to the ground and dragging them back. You know, maybe the kid needs some reprimand or something. I don't know. That, sure. You know, put them in the corner, make them hold some books for a while.
Nope.
You know,
That'd
whatever.
be an illegal detention because the kid didn't do anything wrong.
No, I'm
Now,
talking
if
about
you-
the parents. I was talking about the parent.
Oh, I was going to say, if you want to talk to the parents and say, do you know what your kid did? And the parents think it's wrong. That's another thing. But
yeah.
Okay. I thought you meant the cop putting them in the car. Yeah.
No. I meant the parents. Like if you know, if you want to teach your kid a reprimand about something like that, I think the parents, in comparison to what the cop did, parents are not going to put their children in that kind of jeopardy or danger. They're not going to chase their kid and tackle them.
I think in this case, the parents would have had a lot to say to the kid because the kid was black, and the father would probably say, "Are you fucking stupid? They would have shot you." You know, I mean, it's part of the truth of growing up black in America. I used to support the police a lot more because I used to get away with a lot of shit because I grew up white middle class.
Well, I actually, in my position with what we're doing for YouTube and what we've been doing proactive with our local governments, we've become very close with a lot of different police officers in the area. And, you know, we're accomplishing our original mission, which was to break the communication barrier to the best of our ability. And I think Tiffany and I have come a long way in that, you know, and you learn a lot more from that position. So like, I feel like we've came a long way since the day we started. But what we're learning that we were worried about, those issues, we were not wrong. We were not wrong about what we were scared of. We were not wrong about what we were mad about. And they knew that all along. And that's what we're learning in communication with them. And there are good cops. There really are. There really are good cops that not only acknowledge what we're all angry about, what we're all scared of, what we're all screaming from the top of our lungs to resolve. But there are some in there who are actually trying to resolve them for us and for themselves. It's just the number of them that are doing that is extremely small, unfortunately. Now, there's a much larger number inside of those forces that I'm only talking from personal experience, but I'd say it's like this across the nation. There are a far greater number internally inside of each agency of officers. Say you got 22 of them, okay? There's probably 2 who are trying to change things in there. And then there's probably 4 that are complete pieces of shit that don't need their job, or cops that don't care about how they behave and act, and they're depending on their nepotism situation or their length of employment or something to they know they're not getting fired, right? So there's probably 3 or 4 on that realm, and then the rest are guys that are, or women who are somewhat neutral because they want to see both sides, but they don't disagree. that's a problem. And those are your ones who are mathematically going to be standing next to the cop when he does something like Kruger did to Caroline. That's what you saw. You saw two women cops standing right there. And the best that either one of those bitches could do is say, she's bleeding.
Well, I'm not going to blame them for not stopping it because I think it happened way too fast
Right.
for them to stop it. But I blame them for being bad public servants just by ignoring her in the first place.
I agree. And not only that, but they showed clear disdain. They showed their disdain.
Yep.
They didn't like her. They didn't like some pesky fucking public civilian asking questions about what you guys are doing to this truck. They didn't like it. They were annoyed by it. That's a problem. Why? You know why? Like I get it. Okay, I get it. Say I'm on a roof. Put me back on the roof again. I'm on the roof, and I got some person, even the homeowner, coming out and talking about the color of the shingles and the weather and about how they went on vacation last year. And I'm trying to get some shingles on the damn roof, get my job over with, right? It's annoying. I get it. It's annoying. But am I ever going to think of that person that's trying to talk to me as a threat? No. That is the extent. That is the comparison. It's annoying. I get it. But don't treat them with disdain. Don't treat them with disrespect. Don't treat them as an enemy just for simply being there and asking questions. It can't take that much away from you to turn and say politely, hey, I'll chit chat with you here in just a minute. Let me get this thing done with real quick. The answer to your main question that might matter to you the most is XYZ. Like in their case, maybe this truck was reported. They did not pay. Because if they had told Caroline that, I know her, she probably would have walked away and went, yep, they didn't pay, guys. They didn't pay, but, still these cops are just assholes. Maybe. I mean, I know her, but she would walk away saying that. It would have been over for them. That's all they had to do. And they didn't even have to do that. But what they absolutely did not have to do was slam her face and head into the pavement.
Yeah, see, they all knew her. They know that she does this. She's had interactions with the Kruger guy before. You notice when he came walking over, she said, "Hi, Kruger." So yeah, it was a personal thing.
Oh yeah, it's always personal with that group. Like the cops on that PD, they are internally, they're teaching each other to hate the group that's been keeping them transparent. They like Caroline, Harvey, Donna's friend. Shit, I did it again. Help me out, Muck. What's his name? Cody High Roller. That group is it's being taught to each other. The police at Fort Worth are teaching each other. They're pointing like ogres. That person bad. That person bad. Treat that person bad. That's how they're treating these people. Like they're teaching each other inside. They even did it to me, and it was over an internal affairs complaint that I did on one officer, and I did it extremely professionally, by the way. With the proof, I followed all the rules. I didn't publish it. It was just an internal affairs. And then, you know what they did? They called me and were prank calling me. That's how these cops are. So they treat this group, who's not alone anyway. By the way, the Fort Worth group that is doing this stuff, like auditing or whatever you want to call it, they are nowhere near the only group of citizens who are trying to take action against the excessive force, the misuses of. I mean, it goes deep. Like, yeah, Fort Worth has got some major issues. I'm talking financial, but mostly it's within the uses of force. But they got a deep, deep, deep problem, and there are literally boards that have been created, citizen boards that have been created. Now we're not talking about on YouTube. We're talking about like government assisted groups that are getting funding and grants. They're being not elected but selected to have civilian reviews over internal affairs complaints. We're talking about boards that were created to like civilian watchdog groups that are delegated by the agencies to combat these issues that are in place, that are in now, that are the problem. And you're talking about some big agencies because and Donna's in here, she's from the area, she can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that these agencies comprise of a lot, like a high number of, I'm pretty sure they got like just the city PD's probably got 60 to 80 employees. Am I right, Donna? Or more? It's a big, Fort Worth is a big area. It's big like Louisville, Kentucky. I think they got a lot of officers, but yeah, there's all kinds of different avenues that are being taken, including, this is work that's coming from their own councils, like their the city council is trying to assist in combating this issue. So it is not just this handful of auditors that you all watch on YouTube. The problem is being addressed by a large collection of government and civilians in Fort Worth. But like I said, these particular officers are teaching each other to absolutely hate on the individuals that are on YouTube that, confront them with cameras. And
Hey,
Caroline
KY.
is, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just welcoming KY, and KY wants to know what's up. What's up is we've just been discussing how it is how some men seem to marry so far above themselves, and we were just finishing up with Chris and about to move on to you.
You asshole, Buck. KY, he's full of shit. It's not what we were talking about. Oh, but Tiffany loves you, buddy. I'm trying to catch up on chat. I'm having a hard time seeing when I get tired, like after midnight, I turn into a pumpkin and my eyes start getting blurry. Did Donna answer that question about the size of their agency?
Yes, she said, "Shut up, Chris."
Did she? Just cancel it.
I don't know. I was looking at a different page.
Oh, she heard that.
I was looking at a different page, and I was trying to remember what it was I went to look for, and I never did remember.
Yeah, I wish I need to study the statistics on like the numbers on the amount of employees they have there, the city PD. I did a lot of work to understand what was going on at the Fort Worth Sheriff Department. Like that whole area, the government has a systemic issue. Like they just a couple of weeks ago, there was a murder from one of the COs, corrections officer, big dude, decided to violate all the policies and stick his knee just like a George Floyd into this dude's neck and absolutely suffocated him to death. And that just happened in Fort Worth. It's like,
Yeah.
what are they doing? Like, what are they teaching these idiots?
You know, when I first started watching a lot of these, what do they call these guys? These 1A guys. Um, and I would watch, you know, Florida is obviously a cesspool. Everybody knows that.
Hmm.
And I'd watch, you know, you'd see some of those other states like, you know, Indiana. Um, you know, like you watch Texas or whatever. And I'd sit here all smug, you know, watching some Georgia cop make a fool out of himself or whatever. And then I came across a couple of Pennsylvania State Police videos and I was like, motherfucker. I didn't like seeing that. Totally
Worse?
ruined my smugness.
Was it worse?
Well, they were, well, not really, but just the fact that they didn't understand that people have a right to turn on their cameras.
You're pointing out the systemic issue with the fact that police are not being trained to recognize constitutional freedoms. Am I right?
Yep. It's the
What a,
whole us versus them thing.
what a
We are
huge
the
problem.
enemy.
What a huge problem that is, considering that this nation was founded, our entire legal system is founded on that concept. What a scary issue to recognize. I remember when I first figured it out, but I had to study the Constitution, laws, and make sense of it all. And it took me like, you know, I don't know, a month or two to like really understand what I was learning. And I went, oh, fuck. Like, this is bad. That's what I did. When it occurred to me, when it dawned on me, what I was seeing was, holy shit. None of them know. All across the nation. None of them know. They don't know the Constitution.
Yeah, unfortunately, neither do most Americans.
I didn't.
I can guarantee you right now that Izzy knows more about our government than 80% of people who went through 12 years of public schooling.
Yeah, because they don't teach them to you in public schooling, you know.
Well, when I went, they did, and still 80% of the people I graduated with didn't pay any attention to it.
Well, I remember civics, and like, yeah, you could rack them off, you know. First Amendment free speech, Second Amendment gun rights, Third Amendment we don't use no more, Fourth Amendment freedom to move, you know. We had that, but I think it was just like learning other stuff that you're never going to use again. You know what I mean? Like algebra. And
I hated that guy.
and unless you went into a mathematical career just like that, unless you went into a legal career, you know, it was forgotten immediately. And then where's the press? Where's the pressure other than here? You know, you're listening to the pressure to learn your constitutional rights right now on YouTube. But in your regular lifestyle, when you're not on YouTube paying attention to looking for it, like, where is it for our kids? Where is that push? They don't even do civics in school anymore, by the way.
You do. The school district here does. I've checked on it.
Oh, that's great. They're not doing
and you
it
do
here.
you do realize you're talking to the wrong guy when you say about forgetting it as soon as you leave. As I say, I have been I would say First Amendment, but Bill of Rights guy before it was cool.
Right.
I didn't need a camera to go out there and argue with people about it, huh? What was what? I didn't hear what you said.
I said, well, you took an interest in it, and so
Yeah.
you kept it on the forefront of your mind. But I think in general, normal society. Now, I mean, when I say normal, I mean people who are not looking to learn it. Okay, people who are not actively seeking to understand the Constitution by ways of social media platforms, interest in the topic and studying it, researching it. The people that are not doing that, which is the majority of society, they're not doing that. Where is any pressure around them and putting them in any position to understand their constitutional rights? It's definitely not with law enforcement. It's definitely not in most school systems. It's definitely not at the grocery store. It's definitely not at Target, Walmart. Where is it? You're actually being taught that you're wrong about what you thought about your constitutional rights when you're right. There was more to learn.
I swear I think I like Izzy's 14-year-old daughter more than I like Izzy. Every time I learn something new about her. So KY, where the hell's Mrs. KY? I thought we talked about this.
What's up, everybody?
What's up, KY?
Laying down. She says hello. What's up, Chris? You doing all right, buddy?
Yeah, I'm pissed off, man, about what happened to Carolina.
I am too, man. I was furious when crazy, man. How y'all doing?
Unfortunately, it's kind of what we expect to find, in our I don't know, YouTube career, if you will. It's what we expect to find, but when it happens every time, it's a new, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I know it.
Every video I do, I'm just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot of new auditors, man. They'll go out and they don't have any preparation. They don't have any planning. They think they're going to go out and hold the camera and maybe post the video when it's done. And this can happen any time to anyone. CFW, and it's crazy, man. And she is up. I think she got legs. I know y'all Muckster.
You're roboting real bad, KY.
I was getting ready to ask you, Muck, if it was on my end, because I'm getting robot.
Yeah.
KY,
I'm sorry, I got terrible service.
There you go. Hold your teeth just like that.
Okay.
Repeat.
I got
we didn't hear you. You were.
I got my broke leg held in the air and my left arm up. Am I getting better signal?
Yeah, that cast on your certain position with your cast is working perfect right there.
I don't know what you heard, but what I was. Go ahead.
Tiffany said, "Put aluminum foil hat on your head. That'll help."
Hell yeah, that'll work on it.
Oh wait, that's for conspiracies. Never mind. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Todd's got all the aluminum foil.
Yeah, he does.
No, what I was saying was, let me know if I go robot, so I'll quit talking. But what I was saying, new auditors go out and they think they're just going to get a quick video of a public official or an officer, and they don't do any preparation or planning before they go out. They don't think about bond or what if they get beat up real bad and their rights violated. They don't think about the worst, and then the worst outcome being, what happened to CFW. Her face beat up, her arm possibly broken, and I just don't see how a piece of shit dude can beat an elderly woman up like that. It just don't make sense.
Right.
Like, some morality has to kick in, and say, hey, this isn't right. It just don't make sense to me. I don't know.
Well, and then to make matters even more unbelievable, he's a cop.
Correct.
On welfare. That's us paying his salary. Not like we the people are paying for that service. Where's the peacekeepers? Where are the public servants? Right. And by servant, I don't mean anything rude. I mean people who are paid to serve the public, to do a service for the public. Where are they? Like where are they with this type of situation is my question. I don't mean where are they in general. I mean, Where is their morals? Where is their mindset? How do they feel about this? You know, they should be speaking up. And in that particular video of the incident with Caroline, there were multiple officers on the scene, a tow truck driver. You know, what did you see them doing? What kind of action did they take other than saying her head's bleeding? That ain't enough. Those are supposed to be cops. When a person is battering a woman, they're supposed to take immediate physical action. If anybody deserved force, it was Kruger.
Muckster. I don't think he can hear you.
I can hear now. I didn't hear anything there for a minute.
Danielle was saying hi to Muckster. I don't think he heard her.
No, I wasn't sure what she said.
I said hello, Muckster.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm
Why-
good. How are you?
Okay, why does the wrong KY always come up on panel?
Service.
Yeah, we got terrible service.
So you're still wrapped up in your casts, KY?
No, so the cast off, and I'm in the air boot for about 6 weeks.
Does it make you jump
Yeah,
higher
so
than you did before?
Dude, I can't even walk yet. Like
Shit.
my ankle is good. Like I could put weight on it, but as far as the top of my foot, like the bridge, the top of my foot, I cannot stand the pain, dude. Like if I put my weight on it, which I'm about 220 myself, as soon as I stand on it, try to lift my other leg up to put all the pressure on my right foot, it's unbearable, man. So I don't know what's going on.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that JJ's original law enforcement investigation he did on you was inaccurate? You actually did get hurt?
Yeah, he's an idiot.
I thought he said it didn't happen.
Yeah, he investigated so many accidents and still couldn't get the correct information out there.
How do you like his recent exposure?
Yeah, it's awesome, man. I was hoping it was more than what it was because I know there's more to it than what's going on, but I'll take it a little bit at a time. I mean, it's progress.
Yeah, buddy. The legal system operates very slow and it's tedious and it's one rung at a time. And every rung is needed before the next step can be taken. I've got a video coming out soon that's going to help boost your faith.
Good deal.
By the way,
Yeah,
folks, for folks that don't know, KY was in a bad traffic accident. How long's it been now?
I had the accident March 16th.
I was going to say a couple months ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember I just happened to
Yeah,
tune into Chris's channel that night, and he said, "Hey, our friend KY," and he had just learned about it.
Yeah, it was Saturday morning, and I was going to work, and super foggy. It was the first foggy day we had here in Kentucky of the year, and I was in a 3/4 ton truck, F-250, so it's a big truck, and the whole back of it was loaded down with weight. I'm on a 2-lane country road, and it's pretty foggy. I can only see like a couple car lengths ahead of me, and a lady traveling the other direction. She was the only one in the car, thankfully. She was traveling the other direction and in a huge hurry. Nobody knows why she was in a hurry. And she tried to pass like 3 or 4 cars in one stretch. And the police estimated her from the camera because they had it all on dash cam, they said that she was probably going 75 to 80 miles per hour. And then the dash cam has me driving at 55, speed limit's 55, and she tried to pass, and at the last minute she got over in her lane, and then that's when she overcorrected and lost control. I seen her go back to her lane. I was like, I'm going to miss this one. Thank goodness. And about that time here, she come right back in my lane again, and we hit. And honestly, I didn't think I was going to get that instant thought right there when the accident, everything happened so fast, but I had that instant thought, And my instant thought was like, this is it, it's over with. And I mean, just a few minutes later, it felt like forever away, but it was only like about 30-40 seconds. I kind of came to, and I tasted blood in my mouth, and I was like, thank you, Lord, I made it through this. And I had a lot of adrenaline rolling, so I tried to force the door open to get out, because the smoke from the dust from the airbags, I thought the truck was fire, and the whole front of it was caved up. I couldn't see nothing. So I wanted to get out of the truck, and as soon as I got out of the truck, I was able to look over in her car, and I knew if anybody's ever looked at somebody and seen if they were lifeless, you know what I'm talking about. And she just had that, had her head down, and she was lifeless. So as soon as I get out and I try to stand up on both feet, that's when I stood there for a minute, and the adrenaline wore off, and I realized my whole leg was, mangled up. So there was a lady standing there, and I was like, is there any help me to the ground, because I'm about to pass out? And she was like, yeah. And then some other guy came over and helped her, and they helped me to the ground, and I went unconscious probably like 45 seconds or something is what they said. And then when I woke up, we're almost there. So yeah, we have it all on camera. It's crazy. Chris, I sent you the video, didn't I? I didn't air it because I didn't want, out of the respect of the family, and just I wouldn't want somebody to put my mom's complete accident if she passed away, for the world to see. So, but I think it's a killing time. And I sent it to Chris. I think it's the only two I sent it to. I might have sent it to Nikki too. I think Nikki's got it.
And I think the general consensus is that, out of respect for the family, and, our thoughts and prayers go to the family. I mean, that, what it was a tragic accident. At the end of the day, that's what it was. There were some people on, YouTube that treated it disrespectfully, and we're trying to put pressure on Chris and his friends to try to make a mockery of it. But at the end of the day, we decided that we're not going to respond to that shit, that the video was of a tragedy that did not need to be publicized. So, at the end of the day, I think collectively kind of made that decision, and, let the rumors fly.
The crazy thing, I haven't told nobody this yet. So when I had the accident, my wife, she wanted to do GoFundMe. We didn't have a vehicle. Insurance was taking all this time to had to investigate. There's a death involved. So it was a big drawn out process. And a lot of people was like, well, if you had insurance, you get a rental, this, that, and the other. The thing was the insurance company we had, they were like, go ahead and get you a rental and keep it however long you need it. And then when you're done, just give us a copy of the receipt and we'll pay you back. So we wasn't in the financial position to be able to rent a car for 2-3 weeks, or it's been almost 3 months now. So we definitely couldn't afford it that long. So anyways, we did the GoFundMe. Chris helped me out as far as airing it out to the public. That's all I had involved. And JJ and Kaiser tried to say that Chris was getting a percentage. He talked me into it. All this bullshit made up. So anyways, we put the GoFundMe out. Yeah, they said it didn't even happen. Blah blah blah. So we raised, I think it's $700 or $800, and I appreciate everybody that donated. And we used that money. I had to buy like a walking scooter so I can get around. I couldn't get to my doctor's appointments because I couldn't walk. And then my ribs were broke, so I couldn't use crutches. So insurance wasn't cover the scooter for me to, to get around. So I had to pay for that out of pocket. So I used that money to do that. So anyways, little did JJ know is this town that this happened in was the town that I'm raised in. I went to high school. I was born and raised in this town. Everybody in this town knows everybody. It's kind of like a small country town here in Kentucky. So JJ took the state company, or not company, the state provided vehicle, his truck, the jailer truck, and he drove 2.5 hours to the sheriff department and the place where this truck was housed at, where it was on the tow yard, just to get information and pictures of the vehicles. At first, mind you, he didn't think none of this happened. He thought it was all made up and I was a grifter. He thought I was just trying to get money. So he gets to the tow yard and he's trying to look at the truck, And as soon as he leaves, like he talks all this trash about me. As soon as he leaves, the owner of the tow company, his name's Scott, he calls me. He says, "So this guy in this truck," and sends me a picture of JJ. He said, "Do you know this guy?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Yeah, he was here just talking all kinds of garbage about you and this, that, and the other." And I was like, "Really?" And then apparently JJ tried to reach out to the sheriff's department. Had no luck there because they contacted and said that he tried to contact them. So little did JJ know that, this small town, and they do know me. They do know my family. So they try to reach out and let me know what he was saying, Then I have a cousin that worked jail, and supposedly he contacted the jail to, try to get more information. So,
And that, my
yeah.
friends and viewers, the perfect example of a government employee who is out of control, abusing their authority. What that's called is an unlawful investigation. And I'm sure a lot of you are wondering, is JJ going to face that? And the answer is a big fat yes.
Yep. So I did my work. I filed the complaints, and it's a slow process. And one other step I went, there's a board in Kentucky called the Kentucky Jailers Commission.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy that runs this commission, this group of committee, his county, I think it touches Meade County. So it's one of JJ's buddies. So I don't know how far that complaint will go, but that's where I've been directed by another guy that he's a jailer here in Kentucky. So he told me to do that. But that committee's ran by one of JJ's buddies, is what I'm hearing. But I still filed the complaint. It's still got to go through the right chain. So
yes,
I'm curious to see what
I want
the outcome of
everybody
that
to
is.
take this as an example. Let me step in here on top of you right here. The paper is the point. What goes on those records and gets put in that file cabinet, that's what is needed. So don't lose your faith in knowing that there's going to be a nepotism situation, a buddy system, a good old boy network. Like, you're right, it's a problem, but please don't think that you don't put it on paper and follow the process. So good job, Chris, for following through with that regardless, because that is going to work. You'll see.
Yeah, we're not going to give up. There's no justice for that, man. He get it a totally, completely different accident where somebody passed away. And imagine the family that him and Kaiser drug through the mud, aired us out for the world to see, and they didn't have anything to do with the accident I was involved in. I couldn't imagine being that family,
You're roboting.
That's crazy.
Put your cast leg in a certain position, you're roboting.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, service goes in and out. My bad.
But yeah, that's, I'm glad you followed through with that process, because that can be utilized by an agency that isn't involved. And just like the former jailer put in the ethics complaint, which, it cracks me up that they're freaking out thinking I had something to do with that. I'm loving the fact that I had nothing to do with that, because it verifies what we're saying about JJ. I didn't have nothing to do with Troy Seeley's complaint, but it went through the process. Now, at the end of the day, the board, who is dirty as shit, mind you, for covering up the problems in Meade County, they determined no reprimand and no financial consequences, which the maximum that they had the ability to do was only $1,000 fine anyway, right? They didn't do any of that, but they did follow through with the hearing that was very much scrutinized by the public. They knew they couldn't cheat, and they found him guilty of a large portion, a very important portion of the complaints that were put in by the former jailer. The former jailer was a whistleblower, guys. That's what happened. He knew what was going on. He pressed through them fighting him on keeping up with the records. Like, every time he would do a records request, I guarantee you they fought him. They probably tried not to give him shit, but they knew they were dealing with a person who understood the records process and knew what he was looking at on that paper and able to compare it to the actual agency, because he was the former jailer. So he knew it wasn't right. that JJ and Amber had this thing going on. He knew he needed to make sure that JJ wasn't giving her too much money. He knew to make sure that she was actually an adequate nurse at that jail and continuing to advance in her line of work to be valued at a higher pay rate. He knew that they were fighting and violating records processes. He knew all those things that he put them complaints in on. They were dealing with a man who knew. I don't know Troy Seeley. I don't have to know Troy Seeley. I know the process, and I know the actors, and I know the outcome of that hearing. And at the end of the day, they found JJ and Amber both guilty. You ready for this word? They didn't say this word in the hearing, but this is the word of corruption by the legal definition, which is using the tax-paid resources to a personal advantage. That's the definition of the word corruption. When someone uses the county resources or the state's resources, like the paychecks for sure, duh, or a credit card, or you're looking at it with Jamie Knoll case that we aired out. That is corruption when they get a personal profit off of something that they do in their capacity. That is corruption. So at the end of the day, JJ got hit with being guilty of, they said, Amber being paid. I think they doubled her pay in 1 year. JJ admitted that he has not been doing his job when it comes to doing annual assessments for pay raises. He admitted to it on the stand. And he was giving his girlfriend double the amount of pay that she was supposed to be getting without any advancements in her position. She was an LPN the whole time. That is a butt wiper more. I mean, no offense to the LPNs out there. I love what nurses do for the for the people. All right. I love what nurses do. And there's nothing wrong with being an LPN, but I think every LPN out there besides JJ's girlfriend is an LPN right now, and they are advancing their career. Whereas JJ's girlfriend decided that she was going to start porking her boss instead of advancing past LPN. She was an LPN for 11 years. No advance, didn't have any initiative to go any further with it. And the board found that to be an ethical violation. So JJ was found guilty of an ethics violation, a serious one that goes by the term corruption. And it doesn't end at the ethics complaint. That's verification that there's a problem on record. Did I say stay tuned? KY, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's Muck doing? Writing a book?
Yeah, we're having a whole other conversation.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if he was asleep or writing or typing.
Sometimes you got to follow him in chats.
Yeah.
Me and Mrs. KY were making plans over here.
Oh, okay. I can't see the chat, so I didn't know.
Did
I like
you
that
see old
backdrop.
Sergeant? Did you see old Sergeant's video last week? Something about, what was it, Mutt? Hooking up with everybody's wife or something like that?
Yeah, that started over in F3. Oh, I know what started it. Sarge made a comment, a joke about toddler, as Izzy likes to call him, fun-sized Todd, because of toddler making all these comments, derogatory comments about women. So Sarge did a quick video saying that something along the lines is basically that he slept with Mrs. Toddler, but then she screamed out the name Josh, and he was disappointed. So they were talking about that then over there in F3, and it became a running joke about Sarge sleeping with everybody's wives. It was like going through the chat. You know, Sarge slept with my wife while I was taking a shower. Sarge slept with my wife this, and that Ben, what's his name, even did a short video on it. So yeah, that's what that's all about.
Harvey just went live. That's probably going to be an update on Caroline. You want to?
Maybe they're posting her bond.
That's what I'm thinking. She probably
Is he
just
live on YouTube or Facebook?
It was my YouTube notification. Yeah, YouTube.
It's Firebird, right? Or is it Freebird?
Freebird. Harvey Freebird. Did you see what happened to her, KY? Did you watch the video?
Yeah, I seen.
$4,000. So with the bondsman, it was 480. Yeah,
Then
480.
when I've seen them,
Charged her with felony of 80. Shouldn't say they. It was Kruger. Piece of shit, Kruger, man. It's Sunday night, and this is we're down
CFW
here.
is one of my favorite too, man. I just like how she approaches
I don't know.
everything.
I think we just saw him.
She's really intelligent.
You want to tell him what
she
just
knows her
happened?
stuff. You know what I mean? So I respect her a lot, and I watch a lot
He
of her
got
stuff.
spooked. I'll just leave it at that.
I don't follow a lot of auditors. Well, I do, but
He's around here. Oh, I know where we're at. This is the second time that I've had to come to Fort Worth because of Kruger's misbehaving.
Yep.
The last time we found him down here within minutes. It was Saturday night. I don't know what's going to happen on Sunday.
Did they? I need to find out. Let me send a message.
Drive and pull it behind one and cover more ground. Oh, don't worry, you're going to see what we come out. You'll see what we can do here. You live on YouTube?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Figured I'd give everybody the update that we just posted our bond.
Okay.
See if anybody else has heard any news. We got any news in the community? Anybody? Appreciate everybody joining. We're gonna go to the police department too.
All right, Muck. I think that's the update.
Dang it, man.
Yeah.
They posted her bond, and now
No, I'm thinking about what just happened, man. I'm just wishing it would have went down a little differently. We go right through here, right?
Well, knowing Harvey, he's probably in his feelings right now and pissed off. And he's in the general vicinity of where he may see Kruger out on the street working. And I wouldn't doubt if Harvey's just looking to put a camera on him and asking some questions. So, and I don't blame him. That's what I would do if I was there too. But they posted her bond. It was 480. The entire bond was 4,000, but the amount that needed to be paid was $480, so it's been posted, and hopefully she'll be able to get healed quickly. I mean, it's about like when that happened to you, Chris. You know, it's like, son of a bitch. You know, look how easily we can just, you know, come that close.
Sounds like the bondsman tacked on the extra 80 because of one of the charges being a felony.
That's possible.
I think he said something like that. You know, it was like
To
the
me, it looked like
10% plus an extra percentage because of the felony. So you would look what?
it looked like to me that it looked like to me that two of the charges were the same, like just worded differently. Crazy.
Yeah, they're all, four different statutes, but yeah, a lot of times they stack similar charges.
Like resisting and evading.
Yeah, to me, resisting and evading should fall under the same statute, but
no, evading is running. Resisting is saying no, I don't want it. You know, pulling their hands away.
Right, I got you.
Right. They charged her with evading for being unconscious snoring.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say, I don't think she moved after he put hands on her.
She couldn't have.
No.
She couldn't have done more than fall to the ground, you know, than go to the ground. She couldn't have, you know.
I think Matthew Kruger should be held responsible, and the two female officers for standing by, allowing it to happen.
Yep. And unfortunately, the way the civil process works, and I only know this because I've been through it, is very likely the two women will be named and held throughout the process with some liability and barely touched in the end of the suit. Like, if anything, not really much will come of those two. But there is constitutional law that covers the section where officers must react to the excessive force in front of them. They have a duty to respond to that. So, yeah, you can file that in the 1983 under that section of law in the lawsuit, and there is responsibility there. But, like, for example, in my lawsuit, you know, there were, I think, 12 that we listed that saw it and did nothing. And basically, you know, in comparison to the actions of the other officers, they were pretty much, you know, they're like, is that all you're really suing them to? You know, those people for, or is just they saw it and didn't do nothing? Well, yeah. Well, you know, that's really not going to go anywhere. Probably ought to dismiss them. So at the end of the day, it's going to be Kruger and the agency. And I'm talking about on a civil level here. CJ knows what he's doing. But as far as Kruger goes, he's going to be held completely liable for that. Completely. And then if they can establish that the agency has a policy that told Kruger to do that, or if they can show a pattern of that, which I got faith in CJ being able to do that, then they'll have what you call a Manel suit, the top of it, in the same section with the same lawsuit. The Manels go a lot longer of a way. It's a bigger deal, you know, because the agency is responsible. It goes on record that the agency has a problem and they're being held liable for it in courts. So they're more likely to reform. They're more likely to try to keep it from happening with other officers, you know, like those Manels are really where the bread and butter is and making change. But at the end of the day, it was criminal. What Kruger did is criminal. And two cops stood right there and witnessed a crime. And then the agency presses false charges to cover it up. That's what you're witnessing.
One thing that stuck out to me real clearly was as she walks up, if she was such a nuisance or a threat to any of the officers, then how come the two female officers didn't feel they should put hands on her? If she was a problem, then how come they didn't, should, arrest her or detain her for their safety? So she was behind the two female
robot
have conflict with
robot. You're roboting. Hold your teeth just right and try that again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So if she was such a nuisance or a threat to the officers, then how come she walked behind the two female officers and they didn't have to put hands on her? She walked completely behind them, and she wasn't to those officers, but Kruger felt that she was a threat, and he had to detain her or arrest her and beat her up.
Yeah,
well, out to me a lot.
I would even go to as far as to say they didn't even pay a single lick of attention to her when she was asking them to respond. They did not see her as a threat. They know Caroline. They know she's not a threat. Those particular individuals, those human beings, they all know that Caroline is not a threat to them. They were annoyed by her. They're annoyed by the people who want to help their agency weed out the Krugers. And the people who will fight that are the Krugers. And that's what he did. He does not like the fact that he is being called out for his behavior, and he attacked that woman tonight. He attacked her with brutal physical force, and the outcome was exactly what he wanted, to beat the woman up. That's what happened. They've had their run-ins with Kruger, just like you heard Harvey say in his video just now. This ain't the first time people have had the name Kruger on the end of their tongue when they were calling the police station making complaints. This ain't the first video where Kruger acted out in. He's a cocky bastard. He's a troublemaker.
Hey,
He's
Izzy, I'll have to teach you robot language. She said in the chat that she barely understands English, let alone robot.
Yeah, that robot language is hard for everybody.
First, you have to learn to dance.
Yeah, Muck will show you the dance, and I'll teach you the language.
and Todd will bring his tinfoil hat for better reception.
You know what's crazy, man? Out of this whole ordeal, Todd's never once disrespected me or my name, man. And I was pretty close to him. I don't know. I mean, I got to give him respect for that. I know everybody is in a disagreement with him, but I'm not saying I agree with his actions and what's going on, but I got to say that he's never once. And in the beginning, when my accident happened, he's another one that I showed the video to, and he's kept that video like he said he would, and he's never published it.
Be careful, dude.
Well,
you being on this panel talking to me about that, he might retaliate. Just let me just stop you there. We're not on the same page. Yeah, we're separate.
I
got you. So
Todd loves me.
Todd, when you go get pissy about this, don't blame Chris. He don't have nothing to do with it. Todd's a fucking prick, dude. Don't trust him. I mean, go ahead and trust him if you want. I'm just telling you, I tried that once and he stabbed me in the nuts.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't agree with any of what's going on at all. Like, if he thinks somebody's wrong, and if they are wrong, the two wrongs don't make it right, no matter how you look at it. So.
No, he's full of shit. Everything's hot air out of his fucking face, man. Just Look, you do you, bro. Don't listen to me. You do what you do. But I'm just telling you, my experience with him, he's fucking lying. Like whatever's coming out of his mouth, he's fucking lying. You know, it's what I'm telling you. You have your own relationship with him, right? Don't go off mine. I'm just telling you that what I
Right.
learned is that when he spoke to me, the shit that was coming out of his mouth were fucking lies. You
Oh,
know,
I agree with you.
yeah, and
I'm
I don't
sitting
want you
back
to get
watching the
mixed
whole
up in
thing.
it.
No, like I said, I'm human as well, and I get to sit back and watch it all, and I have my opinions. And anything he's doing, I don't see as it being the right thing. And just because he didn't talk bad about me doesn't make him a good guy. I'm just saying it's surprising to me that see all these names get brought up in his live streams, all these people get bashed, but yet he hasn't talked about me, which I'm glad he hasn't. You know, I'm just saying. But,
I feel like you're
you know what I'm
challenging him.
saying?
Don't do that.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm just
Yeah.
saying. You know,
If he
he
thought
hasn't.
he could get some views out of attacking you, that would be the next thing off his channel. You know,
Right.
so apparently he must feel like you're not gonna like coming after you ain't gonna give him no views. So lucky you, stay in that
And
position.
yeah, it's not going to. So
Yeah.
I'm a nobody.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's a desperate dude, man. You know. Anyway, since you're still untarnished by that, I think we better not talk about that right now and with you here,
Right.
because it'll definitely spark his big baby feelings with his little bitty feet and tiny hands. His feelings are huge.
Another thing I want to put out there. A lot of people think that react towards all auditors, no matter who they are, what they got going on. They think I support them, and I just want the record to be clear that I draw a fine line with the auditors. Like I support true, real auditors that are affecting change. And anybody that goes out and provokes or trying to get views or clicks or they don't publish the video, but the parts they want to publish. Does that make sense? Like they go in and create chaos and then turn the video camera on or publish that part. Those are the people I don't support them kind of people. I only support people that's investigating the corrupt government officials, people that are if you get pulled over and you want to hold that officer accountable for whatever happens at that traffic stop, that's what I'm all about. Or if corruption going on, then yeah, go out and check it out. But as far as just saying, picking a spot on the map and saying, hey, I want to go here and see how many officers I could piss off and stick my camera in their face, it's not what I'm. And I might make a lot of people mad, and people may unsubscribe my channel for saying that. That's who I support, and that's what I'm about is change.
Well, you ain't going to lose subscribers by making that comment, because the instigators that do exist, they will not admit that you're talking about them. So like even the community can't even control that. I mean, like we know that there's instigators. We know, us as a community, we're well aware that there are fucknuts in here that are trying to desperately get clicks and views, and they instigate the shit out of the encounters. But that ain't our, like, we are combating that. We do our part to try to keep that out, try to keep them from being recognized as us. And that's exactly what Chris is doing right now. We are separating ourselves from that. And I noticed recently that the majority of the quote unquote, which I hate this division, I think it's so childish, but the anti-auditor community versus the auditor community, like, what the fuck? But it is something, I can acknowledge that it's happening. So given that, now to flip the other side of the coin, I am seeing that the anti-auditor community, if you will, has done a very exemplary job of separating themselves, for the most part, from Michael Kaiser, KFAR, those cancers. So, since we're going to give any credibility to the notion that there's a division and two communities that oppose, which I don't agree with, but you know, it's there. I'm going to give props to them and saying, well done on not allowing those pricks to represent you, you know. And we, like people like me and Chris, KY Reacts here, we try to do the same things on our end. But, you know, like we call out people that instigate and we recognize it. We got no problem doing that right here on this live stream. Chris just did it. It's like, I don't fucking support people to do that. And I don't either. I do not support people that intentionally go to antagonize and instigate. Now, it's really difficult for the average viewer to differentiate sometimes, because the response that they get, the instigators, the antagonizers, the response that they get looks very much like the response that a non-antagonistic, that a non-instigator gets. The response could be the same, which is why the antagonizer uses that tactic, because they know that response can be confused with the real deal. You know, the one where a corrupt official does not like knowing the fact that this person has got a record in hand or is on to something that they're violating the law on, and saying, I'm pulling the record, I'm gonna bust you. You know, that same response looks like the response from the nut job that doesn't have any knowledge of anything going on in the agency, and walks in and says, I'm gonna piss you off today. You know. But no, and I mean, on another note, if it weren't for the general testing, like you say, drive here on a map and say, this is where I'm going today. If it weren't for people who were doing that, but not antagonizing when they get there, like, for example, Rogue Nation. How you feel about Rogue Nation, Chris?
I follow a lot of his content, but I think he's very educated, man. I don't think I've met very many people that knows his stuff as much as Rogue does, to be honest with you.
Do you find him to be antagonistic?
No, I don't.
There you go. So my point being,
Yeah.
that's a man who puts his finger on a map and says, I'm going here today. Now, when Rogue gets there, he keeps his cool. He doesn't antagonize. He doesn't attempt to get any rise out of anybody. He might pull some records. He might do a little investigating and checking things out. And he does it right, you know, and that is that process, that practice prepares every employee in those offices with being prepared for when someone does come in who is proving corruption, who needs a record, who has an issue that's not being listened to and they got a complaint about it. You know, if it weren't for the practice of the Rogue Nations out there that are just putting a finger on a map and saying, I'm going to go bring my camera, if it weren't for them, then they wouldn't have any practice when people come in with a real urgent need and, you know, or a big purpose. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
it's hard to label what you agree with and what you don't agree with by checking a box, because in the grand scheme of things, there is no written policies for quote unquote First Amendment auditing. Okay. We don't have a script. We don't have a rule book. We don't have, you know, what we're going off of is the understanding of our rights, the Constitution. So to me, as long as individuals are remaining within their Constitution and initiating with a level of respect, in other words, equal to the situation, then I support that. I support that action wholeheartedly with everything I got. I know the importance of it. You know, I've been the victim that went to the police department to ask for the record of what the fuck just happened to me, and them give me the runaround and tell me to go to another place, and never know that the record that I needed was right there where I started. I've been that guy before.
Right.
You know, that's why I became what I am today, is because I realized how these agencies are full of employees that are trained to dick you over when you need those records, trained to tell you to eat shit and fuck off and you're trespassed, you know, to call the police and say, get these people out of here, they're a nuisance. I know the problem that we suffer from now. Like, I recognize it. And, you know, here I am in the right place with the right people to make a change for that problem. And it is what we call it First Amendment auditors. You know, they're the ones changing it. So yeah, it's tough because we, as Chris said, we're well aware that there are some amongst us who, you know, have a habit of running low on content. Maybe they're just having a day where they're not thinking too well. They don't fucking have a reason. They don't have a point, you know, and they might do a video where they just go instigate the shit out of something. When people like me and Chris or Buck, we see those videos, we go, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck? We don't support that.
Right.
We do
We
that.
don't, wait, what don't we support? I wasn't paying attention.
You know, someone that's intentionally just going just to get content as far as
Okay.
like instigate, you know.
I thought that's what you were saying. We were actually talking about this over here. I had just told someone that I don't like the instigators, and they are not true auditors. An auditor, you know, as we talk about them, is somebody who goes and films, and you know, they're kind of like a nature photographer. You know how somebody wants to go and film the gorillas as they really are. So you're not going to go there and toss pineapples at gorillas just to make good film, right? And that's what the instigators do. They'll go out there and do stuff to get the cops riled up, and then they start filming. And that's not a true
great
audit
example.
because you're not seeing how they react in actuality. Yeah.
Right. In their environment. Right. Yep. But they're mimicking the response is a mimic to a cop tripping out because they don't like cameras being on them. You know, so you know, we see that what they're doing, the instigators, we know their game. And you can tell the difference if you've had any experience in doing it, you know. And to me, like I differentiate that with another level. I actually call what you're talking about cop watching. You know, I feel like that's like a category of First Amendment auditing is cop watching and going out into the field and filming in their natural environment of patrolling the streets and things like that. I call the heart of auditing, to me, this is just my opinion because there is no rule book. But when I think of auditor, you know, in the sense of like the definition, and then of course backed by the First Amendment, which would be free speech, camera, would do complaints, whatever. I'm thinking of someone who's focusing on like a records request for a specific issue, looking into budgets, maybe someone who's found corruption, like the definition of the word corruption, a politician or a government official who's, you know, getting a kickback or whatever. Yeah, and how, like that's what I do on my channel. That's the shit I do, you know, when I audit. And I've done very few audits. You know, I think like most of my quote unquote work has been like me doing my own legal processes for my own purposes, you know, my lawsuit, my like mine and Tiffany's stuff. You know, I don't like to talk about it much, but the fight over the kids, you know, things like that. Most of my content is that, but throughout this time, people who have been victim that they recognize, you know, they feel similarities to what we've been through, have reached out and asked us to utilize the platform. And of course, you know, like we're graced with that offer, with that, with the ability to utilize the platform to be able to do that for them. And I think the response of the technique that we use when those issues are brought to us would be considered a form of auditing, because we're looking into a specific issue. We're making a very particular complaint. We're trying to figure out who's responsible. And we're doing that through the process, through the records processes. So, you know, it's not just running up to the cops that are out there on the street and doing the thing. I call that cop watching, you know. And the reason I do that is so that, you know, it's easier for me to explain the difference that I have set. You know what I'm saying? Like I can say, hey, you know, these people that are feeling like when people talk to me and they go, oh, you're an auditor. You're that guy, you know, that runs up to the cops while they're pulling people over and you know, like hammer down on them on constitutional questions. Well, I say, you know, I have a response to that. I say, well, that's actually a cop watcher, you know, in this realm. Like I consider that a cop watcher. And then I can tell them I very seldomly do that. I'm more of an auditor, in that I'll go to the police station and do records requests and try to have communications with the chief or you know, supervision staff. Will try to hammer out issues. You know, that's the kind of stuff I do. So I think there is, like, it's weird. I think eventually there might be a written, you know, position. There really needs to be. There really needs to be a non-government formed regulatory agency, like a civilian agency that's dedicated to putting some pressure on these agencies from both in the field and administrative avenues. And I know we have versions of that, but they don't suffice the entire field, if you will. That is a problem. Like both the cops on the street in the moment, like Carolina does, versus the Jamie Knowles shit that I looked into, or the JJ Scarborough stuff that I'm working on. You know, you have like an oversight board, civilian board, that looks at things that already happened, and they go, yeah, that wasn't okay, or yeah, that probably was not bad on the cop's part, or, you know, you got a council who's there and they say, oh no, that's the spending that we want. This is okay. This is approved. That's not approved. We got that, but where's the totality oversight? There's no job description for that. So I think we are calling that, as, you know, a society, I mean, we're really small, guys. Like the people that are watching this right now, the people who are listening, this realm of auditor, non-auditor, this group, we're teeny tiny in the fabric of everything. We're little bitty. We're barely known. We're known to police because they're trained, you know, to be able to handle auditors. So all cops know about it. But in the grand scheme of things, if you go talk to people on the street, there's a high percentage of them that are not going to know what you're talking about if you say First Amendment auditor. You know, they're not going to understand that word. So I think that eventually it'll evolve into having more structure, more rules, more description, more. Does that make sense? Like,
Oh yeah.
there will be a descriptive definition between the different aspects that's needed, but it'll be like one big picture. It'll be one big civilian oversight, and it's working. It helps. We're making a change.
As of right now, there's what I've noticed is, let's, for example, take somebody that is not into the anti-auditing and they're not up to date with the auditing situations and stuff that's going on. And then you mentioned the word auditor, or they see you in public with the camera, like you just said a minute ago. First thing they want to say is, are you one of those auditors? And what they're basically doing is stereotyping for whatever concept or whatever definition in their own mind of an auditor is. That's what they're classifying you as at that moment. And to them, a lot of people are saying auditors are people that go out and provoke. So when somebody asks me, they're like, what are you, an auditor? And really, I don't, it's hard to explain to them because I'm tired of explaining the whole process of what an auditor is, what a cop watcher is, the whole different steps. So I just explain to them like, hey, look, I don't provoke the cops. I don't go looking for a problem. This is what I do. And usually they're like, oh, okay, yeah, I agree with that. But at first, the feeling I'm getting is like, oh, you're one of them. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it's a word that gets stereotyped more than any in this, in this what we do. So
Let me tell you how I stereotype people in public. You ready for this? Like,
yeah.
While you're busy being the person being stereotyped, I'm out there stereotyping others. So
okay.
When I'm standing in the say recorder's office or the library at the, well, no, I don't want to say library. I've never done that, but the clerk's office or in front of the sheriff's window, I look over at the person next to me and I go, you ain't recording this? The fuck are you thinking?
Right.
Get your camera out, dummy. You're about to get fucked. That really is how I handle it. I say, you better record this because you got, there's one way to prove it to a judge and you ain't doing it. And then they see what happens to me and they go, holy shit, man, I wish I was recording that.
Right.
Well,
let me ask you this. So what's your personal opinion on post offices?
I've brought my camera into the post office several times during the legal process. Thank God I maintain a documented record of everything I do throughout any legal process. And part of legal processing requires post office engagements, like the use of the post office.
But have you ever went into the post office recording without doing business?
What do you mean without doing? I don't go anywhere without doing business. I'm too lazy, Chris, to go places and not do something that I need to do.
I understand what what I'm saying is I'm having trouble finding, like, I understand that if you're not doing nothing illegal, then it shouldn't be a problem. I get that. And if you want to go in the post office and hold a camera, I get that as well. But to me, I guess where I don't have the time right now, I'm not able, but even if I was 100% healthy, I just wouldn't be able to find the time to go into the post office to say, hey, let me record everybody that comes in and what they're doing at the post office. To me, that's my personal opinion. I think more valuable recording would be maybe in a clerk's office or somewhere where there's legal issues going down instead of somebody going in to ship out mail, or you know what I'm saying? Like,
what priority is it to you to care about? Let's just say you're not talking about a camera. Let's just say you're talking because here's the deal. If someone's going anywhere and not conducting business, yeah, it's fucking weird. So, like, if I walk into my local post office and I see some dude just standing in the corner, fucking reading a magazine, I'm going to look over and go like, what the fuck's with the dude standing in the corner reading the magazine? But I'm not going to give a fuck. It's public. I don't give a shit. Sit there and read
Right.
your magazine, bro. It does not bother me. It's not my fucking business. Now, if that person is doing business, then shame on me for even caring at all enough to even mention the person over there in the corner doing their business. You know what I'm saying? Like, shame on me for that. Now, if a person's just sitting over there doing absolutely nothing and I mention it, maybe I shouldn't even mentioned it because it is public. There is rules that you can't just go and not be doing anything. Like I'm not opposed to that concept because obviously it's necessary, because if, like, okay, I'm going to use the library for example in a particular city, just because it works for me and in making sense of things. Jeffersonville, unfortunately, in Indiana, has a fairly high number of people who are unfortunate enough to be homeless. They definitely need to be able to come in to the air conditioning or the heat and maybe read a book at the library, whatever. But if you were to drop the standard that they need to be doing something business wise for that agency, then what would happen would be the whole place would just turn into the homeless shelter, right? All day, every day. That's what
Right.
would happen. So yeah, they got to be conducting business. So you put the little rule on there. Hey, you got to be reading a book. Well, guess what? There will still be homeless people who will go and read books. There's nothing wrong with that. Not at all. And shame on the motherfucker that looks at a homeless person in the library because they're homeless and says, what the fuck do you think you're doing here? You know what I mean? So, this is public we're talking about. So if
Right.
I look over and I see somebody standing in the corner videotaping at the post office or the police station, I am going to think to myself, well, what's their business? Okay. And that's why I take zero initiative personally to go just stand in the corner and film. Now, if that person so much as buys a single stamp, then I'm done thinking about them being there at all. Period. I don't care if they buy one stamp, go back in the corner and look at their stamp with the camera facing me while I'm, filling out all my stuff for 45 minutes. I don't care. They bought a stamp. It's public.
Right.
So,
To
the
me,
camera seems to be the issue. The camera seems to be what bothers people. I think it's
right.
that. Well, look at the ceiling. Look at the ceiling. If the camera bothers you, look at the ceiling. They're all over
Right.
it.
Yeah, I get it. The thing with me is I want to see change. I want to see people recording in public and officers walk by and say, how you doing? Instead of like, hey, what are you doing? What's your purpose? So for me as an auditor, if that's what I want to call myself, or activist or whatever, I think the big picture should be, the biggest problems should be what we go after. This is my personal opinion. So I think if somebody's life is at risk to going to jail for years for something they didn't commit a crime to be there for, they're not guilty because they were falsely charged by an officer, a corrupt officer, or there's bad clerks in the clerk's office. Take your example, your situation, for example. Those are the people that I want to go after and see change. To me, a post office, you don't see post office employees or postmasters out here running people's lives. Yeah, there might be
Okay,
corruption, there might be this or that
I'm
going
coming in
on.
on. I'm coming in on this.
Yep.
Because I'm
Come on.
tired of this whole thing and people in chat saying that why go in the post office. First of all, you go in because that's the point you can go in and film.
Yep.
And if they tell you can't, now they are the ones that are breaking the law. And secondly, people are saying, well, they're not doing anything wrong. How the hell do you know they're not doing anything wrong? Maybe that guy's going to be in there filming and see that some postal employee is sticking money in their pocket or something.
Right.
The point is, you have a right to do it. Nobody has a right to tell you not to do it as long as you are not interfering. And just the fact of being there is not interfering. And you are not causing a problem. If some idiot comes up and starts yelling at you for filming, they are the problem. And the fucking post office employee should know by now that you're allowed to do it. There's a fucking sign on their wall. So, so they should just shut up about it.
Yeah, that's same thing out. Yeah, you're right there with me, but
Oh, by the way, this here on here is Harvey Freebird is showing the blood stain on the sidewalk.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. It's hard to look at.
You do have a right to film in a post office. It's public property. GMK, are you American?
Well, and I get like people are wondering
the poster 7 says you're allowed to film in the public areas, in the lobby. Anyway, you were saying?
My whole point was I didn't mean to start a bunch of garbage, but my point was I agree that you're allowed to film in there. I don't see nothing wrong with it. If you're not breaking the law, you're not doing anything wrong. So, right. But my point of view, not anybody else's but mine, I just think that me personally, I think there should be change in other areas, and I feel like that's where we need help all over. And I think
I'm gonna give you an example, Chris. I'm going to change your concept on where you're trying. Yeah, okay. How you're using this for an example. I'm getting ready to switch it on you. You ready?
I'm open. Go ahead.
I recently saw a video of a guy, and I'm not picking I don't know the fucking story. Okay, all I know is this one particular happenstance happening. This thing that was happening. This person was desperately trying to beat the statute of limitations timeline on a court proceeding process that required the certified mailing. He goes up to the fucking register at the post office. The guy's you don't give a shit about what he's doing for work, the postal guy, right? And he does not he didn't get the dude's thing mailed out. For what? I can't remember what his purpose, what his thing. Oh, he didn't like the camera. That's what it was. So this guy's filming himself, sending his certified letter for the court proceeding, and the guy that's supposed to just take the fucking money and weigh the thing and mail it, he has a problem with the camera. So what happens? He trespasses him. The dude can't make it to another post office in time, and he misses the statute of limitations. What do you think about that one?
Yeah,
Let me throw
crazy.
something else. Let me throw something else out there. Also, the thing post offices and DMVs and stuff always say is, but there's private information here. Well, if you have private information, it should just not be shown in public anyhow, because people can see it with their eyes. But I wanted to answer what Izzy said about, but what about going into a middle school and filming children? Is that where you draw the line? I draw the line at the fact that it's not open to the public. Not just anybody can walk into a school.
You can,
but you can stand out on the sidewalk and film, and I would think it was creepy if you're standing out there filming a children's playground. But there's no law against it unless you've got a restraining order or something already. I mean, you can only go in. You could go into the area that's open to the public, but you can't just walk around the middle school.
Yeah, I have seen people at parks. I've seen people at parks that were pulling their camera out and filming the kids. I've seen that shit.
Well, I know. I said you can do that. I would find it creepy, but it's legal.
Right.
Yeah,
And I didn't even
that's
think
super weird.
I didn't even think nothing about it. You know why? Because they were filming their kids playing. It's
No,
fucking
right.
legal. It's legal. You know, and you know, the other actions surrounding the questionable situations, those situations, like if someone is creeping at a school and taking incognito photographs of little children so that they could go back to their house and do nefarious, that's illegal, and it always will be. And it has nothing to do with the auditor community. Nothing.
Izzy, here's the thing. I think we're running. Yeah, a school is a public building. It's public property. Other places are, but it comes down to access. Now, I don't know. Like around here, it's limited access. If you go to the school, you're going to have to like buzz a thing to be allowed in, tell them what your business is. It's not open access. Just because a place is public property does not necessarily make it publicly accessible. You can't just walk into a prison and start filming. And
it's limited by time, place, and manner. And manner is the portion of the legal process you're talking about right now. Manner is established at all, basically every public building, every public place. And those manners matter.
For instance, it is perfectly acceptable to go in and film a school board meeting because that is open to the public.
And it's of public concern.
But I've seen auditors have some problems with realizing the difference between publicly owned and publicly accessible.
Mm-hmm. And I've also seen some videos where a well-intended auditor or two might have been wrong about their understanding of time, place, manner.
Yeah.
Accidents are going to happen, especially when they're testing, and that's why I think the majority of people that support the auditing community always preach. Study before you go. Make sure you're doing it right.
Izzy wants to know where you guys draw the line.
Well, I'm not a good person to ask because, as I said, I'm not really technically an auditor at all. Most of my stuff is just me filming myself going through the legal processes, and then that's expanded to what I've experienced. I do for other people too, to reach out to me, to an extent. I mean, I'm not like running their case or nothing, but if an issue happens, like for example, the Hubbards, Damon was just stone cold killed by the police in his yard. And I happen to have already been given information about that particular agency in which it required for me to go and talk to the chief about it before. And I just
Where's the lobby? They don't have a lobby? No front door?
I'm sorry, that's Harvey's at the police station.
Okay.
So you want to get it, Harvey? There's a gun, there's a shotgun in an unlocked truck.
I'll take your word for it. Shotgun in an unlocked truck, you guys. This vehicle's running.
Wow.
You guys, Chuck and Patrick just confirmed that this truck is unlocked and there's a shotgun in plain sight.
Somebody
That's
get
how
the plate.
Fort Worth PD get down.
See, 10 seconds in their parking lot, and they
This door's
found the
got
problem.
a keypad on it. Right there. This door's got a keypad on it. Let's see if anybody will answer if I knock on it. We should knock on it like police do. Beat it down. Yeah.
Knock like a man little girl. A little girl.
Go knock like the police do.
Okay.
Hit it with your purse,
I don't
Harvey.
want to break the glass.
I had the flashlight in my hand. I didn't want to break it.
Open up. Open up.
Now, mind you, guys, what you're watching is
What about that Toyota?
these people are
I
upset.
couldn't
for
tell
what
because
just
the windows were
happened.
tinted so dark. And I wasn't going to open the door, man, because I ain't going to do that.
If they're in there, they definitely heard that.
They heard that.
This isn't like a typical audit. They're there in response after what happened to Caroline at the police
That was
department.
a
Where
good knock, Patrick. I got to give you that.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
I think Izzy's asking why they're checking the cars. Can y'all explain that?
well, Izzy, they checked that
If we were
car.
elderly and frail and a woman, they would come out.
They checked that car in the parking lot.
Look, they got their
And
door.
the-
Look, that's glass, you guys, and they've got the glass painted black.
One of the first things they found is an unlocked
Yeah,
running
what's
squad
like,
car with a shotgun in it.
it looks like it's painted black.
That needs to be reported to the sergeant. They need not leave their cars unlocked with their guns available because
Yeah, 60's not old, but it ain't young either, man.
I mean, what if that was teenagers walking through that parking lot that breaking in cars, you know? They would have had a firearm in their hands.
Yep.
I don't know why they did
Or what if one of us members of the public left their vehicle running with a shotgun up front? How would they think about that?
If you guys are just joining me, because I see a lot of new people that came in.
You got unsecured vehicles out here with weapons in it.
It's not good for officer safety. Look, there's a camera up there.
The problem with police is they don't police the police.
I'm going to blind it. So if you're just joining us, we did post Carolina's bond as soon as we got into town. And it's not because nobody else was posting it, but around the same time we came into town, she finally had a bond. It just worked out the timing. So we went down there and posted it. Through the money that Melissa and everybody raised, we posted her bond. So I'm not trying to take credit for the money. Melissa sent me the money and we bonded her out. And John Gray sent $40 too. And all the Fort Worth police that see this or watch this, just thank Officer Kruger. I hear somebody hollering over here. Yeah, they have. This vehicle's running, dude. Look at this. I knew I heard hollering. There's somebody out there on the street hollering like a block away. So what are these buildings over here? Here we go. Here's another door. Maybe you should try that door, Patrick. Patrick's knocking on the window. Hello? Hello? Hey, you can actually see through this door, you guys. They sure are being secretive. What happened to the nice, friendly neighborhood police department, you know? Andy Griffith, what happened to those days where you just walk on in and drink a cup of coffee with the sheriff, Andy? Whatever happened to those days, you guys? These cops have declared war on us. It all started with the drug war. That's what started it. We'll fill the neighborhoods with drugs and start a drug war. Hey, that's a good idea. Oh, I see a computer open, but it's Your Patrick's still over there knocking on windows. We just want to say hello. We just want to say hello. They're not being very friendly, y'all. Where'd Mata go? I gotta keep an eye on him, man. They like to single him out and then grab him. They've done it many times. Where the fuck did he go? His car's still running. All these lights are out over here. I do see a red computer light right there. Oh, there's Mata. This guy's hollering at us. Oh, we got a police officer here. Who is that? Oh, what's up, man? Got another.
Eventually, that guy, whoever's driving that car, is gonna come out.
Yeah, because it's running.
Exactly. So if they get a call, they're gonna come out.
That's America's Auditor. He's got a small YouTube page. He's cool though. Oh, look, a hybrid. Oh, there's another door. Here's the front door, Patrick. Did you try the front door? Come on, let's go try the front door. Jeez, that's what the problem was. Oh, it does it?
It's because it's so dark. I didn't know.
We already tried that.
Maybe there's a call button or something. How is there not a call button?
Please bring mail packages or any deliveries to the east door. Yeah, you can't even. This door don't even have a keypad on.
Oh, it looks blacked out, but the lights are on.
They got a camera right there though.
Hello.
Do you got a separate phone you can call?
I don't. Maybe somebody in the chat can. I mean, where do citizens go?
There's a light on right
Hey,
there.
This is the 2920 building. If anyone wants to find out where we actually
They're being evasive, you guys. They're being evasive. They're resisting. They should just stop resisting, man. It's just a simple investigation. If you ain't got nothing to hide, huh? Yeah, don't do that because then they'll say you actually did.
This doesn't seem to be going anywhere.
No, and this is
They're acting suspicious.
This is a reactionary response. They're upset. They're looking to talk to a supervisor.
He's in that building. Kruger's in that building.
They're just going to get the runaround when they find one. When the supervisor finally talks to them, they're going to say, come back tomorrow, you know?
Patrick's going to knock again.
But you can't blame these guys for being upset wanting to talk to somebody.
Well, yeah, but it is 3 a.m. You know?
I don't think you're knocking loud enough.
They are 24 hours. There is a supervisor on duty.
What's up, man? How you been, bro?
You remember when the Walmarts were 24 hours, Muck?
Yeah.
Before COVID?
They didn't have a Ring doorbell, Patrick?
You expected to be able to like return a defective product or something in the middle of the night.
We'd like to talk to them?
It's kind of the same
Dial
thing.
911. Call the
Yeah.
call the emergency number.
I think they're available for emergencies, but
it just
Ask
depends
for
on
Officer Kruger.
Yeah. But you know, it doesn't hurt to have a conversation with somebody either. You know, if you can do it. Like, you know, they may end up.
I mean, you don't
talking to
have
somebody.
to, but if you want to.
I mean,
I gotta go.
somebody that works with Kruger.
No, they don't have a
you know what
number
I mean?
up there.
I gotta
to go
go.
with-
I
this is
gotta go
East
with
Division,
Izzy
right?
on this one. They're not
No,
being
West.
reasonable.
Yeah, they're not going to get nothing out of this. I agree.
Huh?
But
The
I'm
only
also
thing I can
saying,
think, only thing I can
I'm
think
also-
of is where Kruger works third shift, so they're thinking they maybe can speak to him directly. I don't know.
West.
yeah,
Yeah,
well,
we're
that's
on the
what I
west
think
side.
they're ultimately looking to. They're
Good
upset. They're
observation.
looking to ask Kruger what the fuck he's thinking.
Don't say that, man. Don't say it
but
again.
I think we let
We're not
our
gonna repeat
emotions kind of
That's what
take
got
over
good
our
citizens news locked up.
Yeah.
reasonableness.
I'm just saying though, if this was
said he was
9
gonna
a.m.,
QQ.
it would be a whole different story.
Yeah, the door would be open for him.
Well, I mean, if they were then trying to avoid the public and stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure this is avoidance.
Shit, man. I'm
Uh-huh.
freaking ready to leave now. Fucking people do some dumb shit, man.
Yeah, they're upset, and yeah, they would like to lawfully, meaning without breaking the law, they would love to get Kruger on the other end of that lens to explain himself right now. There's no doubt that's what they're probably trying to do, but they could. I'm not saying it's going to be completely unproductive, because there is a possibility that they could make some productivity towards this situation. Like maybe, bump into one of Kruger's associates, somebody he works with, and say, hey, man, I'm pissed off because of what happened to Caroline tonight. What the fuck was Kruger? And you might actually get in the ear of a well-intended officer who takes it to his boss tomorrow morning, says, hey, look, man, some people ask me about, maybe, but what we're seeing here is a group of Caroline's friends who are pissed off. That's it. This isn't a representation of auditing. This isn't,
Yeah,
this
I don't
isn't
know.
typical.
Now me personally, I wouldn't be there at this time of night, but it goes back to the point of there's nothing illegal about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it all comes back to the circle. It's not illegal.
It's not,
Like,
and that's why they're not being addressed like that. I mean, they're not, they're at a police station, so if what they're doing
right.
is illegal, they'd be arrested for it.
It's not illegal. It's not illegal to film at a park, but would I do it? No, just because morality would stop me. It's not nothing I would do personally. Just because I have morals, I wouldn't film a kid at a park. But
Would you
people do
film
it because
your
it's legal.
kid playing on the playground equipment?
Absolutely,
There
absolutely.
you
Because
go.
I have
So you
control.
would film
My
at a park.
kids,
Yeah,
my kids, yeah. But I would
right.
be
Do you
super
ever-
cautious on.
Would you film your kid playing Little League Baseball?
I would.
Would you blur out every other kid that's playing ball?
If I posted the video,
Or would
for the
you
world
go
to see-
around and get releases from every parent?
No, I wouldn't. No, I would film it, and then if I put it out for the public, I would try to be mindful as I'm filming not to get any direct kid up close. It's just something I'm mindful of. I would never ask for a release, but I wouldn't put random kids out for the world to see if my kids are not in the picture with them.
I think it depends on where you're posting it, what your platform is.
Correct.
If you're posting it on a non, like a non-family oriented platform, like if your channel is typically 18 and over type content, then you're not going to be trying to put kids on your content. Just that simple.
Right.
Out of respect.
I think the point is you take a picture of a kid walking down the street, people freak out. You go to a ball game, nobody thinks anything of it. It's still the same. You're still just filming in public.
You get these, people on Facebook that gladly publish and gloat about, look at my kid, look at how my kid's doing in this basketball game, look at how my kid's doing in this baseball park, look at how my kid's doing in comparison to jumping off the swing with the other kids. And because it's just their Facebook page, it is never thought twice about all those kids being published all over that social media platform.
You can't brag about your kid's dunk unless you're showing the kid he's dunking over. You know what I mean? Or
Yeah, you're right.
Check out this great pick. Well, the great pick's no good if there's not someone else in the picture.
Yeah, and there's no editing involved as far as blurring people out. There's no consent releases. There's none of that shit. It's not illegal, you know.
Like I said, I would still find it creepy if somebody was just standing at a playground taking, video, but creepy's not against the law unless you've already been convicted of something that makes it against the law.
Or if you find out that they are being creepy with that, like there are laws that protect that stuff already. Like Muck just mentioned, if person has a court order to not be within a certain distance from those types of activities, it's illegal for them to be there. And if a person was to take that content and utilize it somehow, in a disgusting way, there's laws against that. What there's not a law against is just simply being there and recording. You're not going to make laws so strict that a parent can't take a video of their kids playing ball. That's not reasonable. That's way beyond, our rights.
Well, it's also,
And I don't have a problem with cops investigating on calls. Like, if a person was videoing at a park, for example, and some people were like, I don't think that person has any purpose. I ain't got a problem with cops going and asking, hey, what are you doing? What are you filming? That don't bother me at all. I think it's a good thing for not for them to do it to everybody.
Now look what you did. Now you chased KY again. First it was Cap. Now you chased out KY. Next thing you know, I'll be leaving, and then you'll be going. Wait a minute, I can't run this place.
I got a mouthpiece, man. This whole thing is.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just talking about what's legal or not legal. I'm not necessarily talking about. I don't even say what's right or not. I don't know. But a lot of people have that misconception that you're not allowed to film minors. You'll see that all the time. Well, it's against the law to film them. No, if they're out in public, they're just like an adult. There's no expectation of privacy.
I like what Rights On said. I've spoken extensively with a particular sheriff on this subject. What Rights just said here, he says, Roth targets. Well, I don't want to drive it towards Roth, but the ideal of targeting private citizens for clicks and views, your rights stop where my rights begin. That statement is used generally by one of our local sheriffs. One of our local sheriffs that I've worked with quite a bit, and I have a high amount of respect gained for that particular officer in his agency. And that's one of his lines is, the way it works is when you start stepping on somebody else's rights, that's when we got a problem, and we've spoken deeply about that subject from that perspective. And I understand that completely. Yes. If you are, and that's how the laws are written. The laws are written in a way that follows that guideline. Yeah, harassment's a good example. You've all seen Greg Brent chasing me around, my brother's creeper. He's breaking the law of harassment. He's breaking the law of stalking. Just because he has a camera and we're in public doesn't mean that he can't break laws. because at some point, depending on your behavior and your actions, you might actually go beyond that line. And antagonizing is illegal, you know? So there is boundaries to it that exist, that are, you know, defined throughout our Constitution along with state laws, and there are boundaries that have been recognized by the courts to be a boundary.
Oliver Window Holmes.
There you go.
You can't shout fire in a crowded theater.
I think that case law's been amended, but because that was actually about pamphlets for Vietnam War, I believe.
No, this was way before that. But he was just saying that First Amendment speech is not absolute.
It's not.
You can't, like you said, you can't go into a crowded theater and shout fire and have people get trampled running for the exits. You know, that's not freedom of speech.
Right. Can't go on an airplane and yell bomb, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And it might not turn out so well. And the reason being is because there is such a thing as disorderly, you know? So it is a fine line for the people who are testing, you know, like measuring, like you put it as, you know, a gorilla in their environment, in their natural habitat. Yeah, you're testing that, you know, when you're there. But when humans go to the zoo, we're actually testing those animals doing that. That's, you know, then it's not even their natural environment. They're semi-trained. But when you go on an expedition to Africa, a wildlife expedition to Africa, you're taking a risk. And, you know,
personally, I think when we go to the zoo, the monkeys are on the other side of the glass going, "Oh, good, look, the show's about to start."
Right. Yep. But yeah, so I mean, if you go to I've been to the Yellowstone National Park several times, and I almost got clobbered by a freaking buffalo on a motorcycle. You're taking a
What
chance.
the hell was a buffalo doing on a motorcycle?
I was on the motorcycle. The buffalo was on the ground. Good one, Muck. Yeah, but you know, there was a group that ran across the road, and one of them decided that he didn't give a shit. He was taking the path of least resistance, and I was the least resistance on a Harley Davidson. So he was coming right. He was good at, you know, he's trying to avoid the line of minivans, and the motorcycle alley looked like the best route for him. So he just about got me, and I was able to barely get through, give him enough space to get out of there. But you know, you're taking a risk when you're out there testing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, basically, all our rights do have limits. You know, you have the right to assemble. You don't have the right to climb up the side of the Capitol building to break in.
And you know, and that's a well-known one. But for people who have been following the drama and the saga with me and Tiffany, just because I know I have some people in here that recognize us for what we've been going through, you have the right to assemble, but you don't have the right to do it in my front yard like Michael Kaiser tried to do with his group. You know,
you have freedom of the press, but you do not have the right to print out a bunch of pamphlets that are full of lies, because then that's called libel.
Slander. Mm-hmm.
Slander, spoken, libel's written, I think.
It is.
If Tiffany's awake, ask her.
And she's right here. And yes, no, I already know you're right. Yeah, libel means it's written, but you know, still slanderous content.
It doesn't even have to be written. It could be something stated on like YouTube.
The video, right?
Anything that can be transcribed.
Mm-hmm.
Izzy, he's young enough to be my grandson. He's a kid.
Who's that?
She had a great interview with a guy in the Navy today that she met when she was talking at his high school, and he was in ROTC. And she interviewed him today after she interviewed a sergeant that saved her life in Iraq. So it was two good Izzy videos today. And by the way, Izzy, I like you keeping them relatively short. Like we did today.
That's some great content, by the way. Keep it up, Izzy. It's good stuff. What happened to you, Kentucky Reacts? You just jump off the panel and don't even say goodbye? See you in the chat.
I kicked him out after a time. He's only allowed to be here so long without Mrs. KY.
Oh, he had her with him. That's no fair. What's my time limit before you hear Tiffany in the background?
Well, I never liked Tiffany.
Oh, shit. Oh, he lost signal, he said. Buck booted me. Which one is it, Chris? We're going to need you to be more transparent.
Going to the Capitol protest is legal. Breaking into the Capitol when it's not open to the public is not legal.
Time, place, and manner.
Who did I not call? Who did I mislabel? Who's a her? Wing said Muck, she's a her. Not sure who I.
K-Tab. I know, buddy. We had a long phone conversation before this. He's like, man, I want to hear your voice in my sleep. We've been talking forever.
I have a feeling Tiffany doesn't listen to a third of what he says. It's the only way she could survive.
A third? What are you giving me that much for? Don't listen to a third. Maybe an eighth. No, I just got confirmed. Not even an eighth.
Selective hearing around here.
Oh, Steve's got the lottery numbers for tomorrow, y'all. Send me a winner, Steve Cousins. Let's do this.
I fell for that once. Yeah, Muck, send me $100. I'll give you the lottery numbers, and you'll win $1 million. All I want is 100. Yeah. Chaplain my ass.
It still hasn't happened yet.
Do you know there was an old con man years ago, obviously before email and stuff, that, when they would do their cons through the mail, he sent out letters to people, mostly like office executives and stuff in the city, and he told them that he could predict the winners of football game that week. And the first letter he sent out was a free sample. And he said, here's who's going to win on Sunday. And people got that free sample and they went, by God, he's right. And so the next week it was like, so the next one's going to cost you $10 or whatever it was. And again, people paid the $10 and they went, by God, he's right again. So then the next week it was like, $50. And people paid it because the guy was always right. And again, he was right. And so then it's $100. Well, eventually somebody figured out that this guy was sending this out to everybody. And he'd send half of the people one team and half the other. So half the people always thought he was right. And he just kept going to see how far he could take it,
Yep, you're going to be right 50% of the time.
They eventually got him for mail fraud, though.
Wow, that's a.
Hey, Ted.
There
I
you
was
go.
like, there was another one like that, not quite a fraud thing, but a doctor years ago who did the same thing, predicting what sex a woman's baby would be. He, and he would say, "Oh yeah, I could tell you're going to have a boy," and he'd say, "I'm writing it down in your chart." And if a woman would come back afterwards and go, "We painted the room blue. Everything we got was for a boy, and we had a girl. You said I was having a boy." And he'd go, "Oh, that can't be right." And he'd bring the chart out and he'd go, "No, look, it says right here, girl." Whatever he tell them, he'd write the opposite in the chart. Because nobody's ever going to double check if it was right. I just have a thing for con men. I hate them, but I can't help getting a kick out of the ones that do original stuff.
I think there's a former con man that has a very successful social media platform where he is reformed, and now he tells all his stories, about all the different things they did, different cons they had, him and his group.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember his name. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot to watch. I'll put it that way. There's a lot to watch on media.
Do you know? I'm sure you've seen the Sting, right? Robert Redford, Paul Newman, Conman.
Yeah. Yes.
That came out when I was in college, and my boss got in big trouble when he went to watch that movie because he was watching it, and they were getting right towards the end, right at the big moment, and my boss figured out what the trick was a little while before they revealed it, and he goes, "Oh, he's not dead. They faked it." And people thought he'd already seen the movie, and they were about to kill him for.
I thought you were getting ready to spoil it for everybody.
Well, the movie's 50 years old. If they haven't seen it,
spoiler alert: 50-year-old movie. It's like Sixth Sense. If you haven't seen it, spoiler alert.
and E.T. comes back to life, and the guy and the girl in that other movie was actually a guy. You remember that one? What was that one? It was quite the big thing at the time. Forget now. It was like a British soldier falls in love with a girl who turns out not to be a girl.
I think that was an Aerosmith song. Dude, look like a lady. Oh man, I remember accidentally running across this. I don't remember if it was like a Netflix movie, one of those, like an AMC movie. I can't remember, but it was one of them odd places to run into a good movie, and it was a shit. I'm brain farting now. What's the
Well, he's thinking is, I have to say, I was surprised you were hanging around this late.
Yeah, and I'm not thinking because it's so late. I'm not used to be. I've been doing this lately because I haven't been working. So I'm kind of stuck in this up until 4 a.m. thing. But 4 a.m. is like my cutoff. I'm getting there. It's 4:10 here now, so I'm starting to.
See, I'm pretty wide awake because I passed out this afternoon. I think it was the heat. I was feeling really bad.
Yeah, it was really hot here today too. And we got right on the cusp of a storm, so it got super humid, and then we didn't get the storm, so it never cooled off. Iron Man, what's the actor's name? I don't know why I'm.
Yeah, I knew it until you asked me.
Oh no,
Robert Downey Jr.
Downey Jr. That's it. So this movie that I happenstance across was a Robert Downey Jr. movie. It was really, really weird. And I don't know, maybe there's enough people in chat to be able to figure out what I'm talking about. But it was like a dreamland or something that you were in his dream or his alter ego. and he was both male and female. I don't know. I don't remember the movie, but it was really like it was a very interesting movie. I had to watch it again to see if I could figure out what the fuck it was about. But it was, I don't know. And you know, like Robert Downey Jr. doesn't just do any movie. Like it's got to be creative. So it had that, you know, first of all, like I have a lot of respect for him as an actor. And then the writing, you know, it just had to have more to it. So I watched it a second time and I felt like I kind of caught on to what it was about. It was really kind of over thinking type of thing. Like you really have to think about it to understand it. Is there anybody in chat that knows the movie I'm talking about?
No, no one knows.
It might be worth checking out. Like if you haven't seen all of Robert Downey Jr.'s movies, check that one out and report back to me and tell if you all figured it out.
Sounds good. But no, Muck, I've never been up this late. But, you know, just like that whole thing of not being home.
Well, I'm glad if we have provided a service to fill your empty hours.
Yeah. And I can't sleep anyway, so it's all good in the neighborhood. And I'm learning a lot.
I can hear it in your voice though.
What?
Your voice sounds a little sicker or something, like
sleepy.
Little bit of tired.
Sicker. It's you know when you get so tired but you can't sleep?
Yes, I hate that.
Yeah, I do too. So I'm at that point. I'm like so tired, but I can't sleep. You
You
know?
know, what's interesting, Izzy, about the subject that we were, you know, this kind of revolved around tonight. It's something that Tiffany and I noticed and decided to publicize what happened to us. We recognize that when these things take place, as tragic as they are or as egregious as they are,
Yeah.
it helps people understand why there are people who are out there that are like trying to make the change, you know, because unfortunately it takes a really severe incident for more people to get involved. You know, these unconstitutional things and these, you know, unnecessary uses of force. I mean, this stuff happens all day, every day on different levels. But
yeah,
when one happens in front of someone and they see it and they go, oh my God, like this is what you're talking about. You know, when you get one of those,
yeah,
we try to, you know, would tell people that are victims of it, you know, you don't have any obligation to exploit this. You might feel for yourself that you do not want to share this with the public, but we have witnessed that it does bring attention to the subject. More people do take interest in learning about it when it's more egregious.
yeah. No, listen, I'm glad you said it perfectly earlier when you said, you know, there are some people that do it for the right reasons, and then the other ones who just go for clickbaits are the ones that kind of ruined the reputation, you know, for you guys. And that's like that was my point. I'm like seeing these guys are just going in circles to Muck's, you know, comment from earlier. You know, to me that was irresponsible because A, they could have gotten hurt, you know, it's late, they're flashing their lights, they're knocking on doors, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And it could have gone wrong. Another wrong thing could have happened.
That's right. You know, and I'm giving them some space because A, I know these people,
Yeah.
and B, I know where they're at in their feelings right now. So, but I also concur they would get a lot more accomplished in the morning with the
Right.
supervisors. Now
Yes.
on the other hand, if they're looking for Kruger,
Yeah.
like if they're looking for him and they plan on being lawful, in other words, not physically attack him, not, don't break any laws. But if you find Kruger and you get him on the end of the lens, it feels good to say, I got you right now. You're looking at thousands of people on the other end of this lens, motherfucker. Why did you do that to my friend? Yeah, I get that, but I don't think
Yeah,
they're going to find him.
but do you think a person like him would say, "Oh yeah, I did that and I'm sorry"?
No, absolutely not. But you know what? Like, you get Michael Kaiser on the other end of a stream one-on-one, or Todd.
Yeah.
Exposure is exposure. It doesn't matter if Todd admits his guilt or not. Getting him to talk
Yeah.
is what you needed to exploit, you know?
Yeah.
So it's the same concept.
But I have to say, so Todd tried to apologize to me. Um, you know, so I have to give him that, but I told him he would not be forgiven if it happens again.
So you're
So
a
we'll
lot more lenient than me.
so we will see. I'm not, I don't know the person. I don't, you know what I mean? And I know you guys do. And from his behavior, obviously the man needs help, like major help, and a lot of Jesus, as he claims.
Mhm.
But, but he said that he felt bad for saying those things. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm going to take it for now. And if he does it again or I don't know, contradict himself, then it's not good.
Right. Well, I've just seen him step on too many of those apologies, and
I
I think,
agree. I've seen it before. And then the very next day, he gets on that panel with these women, and he says all this nasty stuff. Holy cow.
yeah, I think the fact that you didn't know him from Adam and he talked to you that way makes it even worse. His behavior.
Exactly. I
He
agree
had,
with that.
he had no idea who you were when he was talking that filth about you to
Right.
you.
And I was only lumped into that because I'm friends with the F3 boys.
Right, but that does not give him any reason to take it out on you, and he did.
Right. No, I
Yeah.
agree 1000%, and he saw that I fight back, and I think that's probably part of the apology. I don't know. I don't know how you guys know him a lot more than I do.
I don't really. I just became aware of him recently. And by the way, speaking of apologies and stuff, Chris, did I ever apologize for yelling at you?
Muck, I think we've apologized every time we've ever had any clashes.
Oh, well, because I was going to say if I did, it would have been insincere.
I was going to tell you, are you taking it back? Because I don't blame you.
I'm actually scared of Muck.
Muck keeps it under control.
He really does. If you do anything wrong, he's like, nope, you're dropped. Bye.
Muck is the mad moderator.
Yeah, I like it though. But at the same time, he is really like his dry sense of humor. It's actually brilliant. I like it. You know what I
There you
mean?
go, Muck. She's a mutual fan.
I
Yeah.
am.
Well, I love that she thinks I'm kidding when I say those things.
Well, now I know you're not kidding. It's kind of like when you send a nasty text message and add an emoji to it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
I actually meant that you're a douchebag, but haha. So then they
Right.
think it's
The
funny,
emoji
but
changes everything, right?
bingo.
Yeah.
I know how to psyop people. I promise you that.
You know my thing of me being a tyrant.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why people don't take the hint. You know, if I say things like stop using that word
Yeah.
or let somebody else talk or whatever it is, and
Yeah.
they just ignore me, then what did you expect? Of
Yeah.
course you're gone. I just don't understand. They
Yeah, but
were
you
asking
also,
for it just by the way they dressed.
but you give them a lot of grace first.
Yeah, a lot of times it depends on who they are. I got to admit, I'm more trigger happy with some people than others.
Yeah, like Chris.
I've pushed his boundaries, Izzy. And look, Muck has knocked me off the panel before.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
know,
I've seen the one where he went uh on with what's his face, the T word.
the T
Yeah.
word, Todd, twad.
Yeah. That was
That's
kind
what
of funny.
Well, that's another one of my things.
Yeah.
Don't come in and think you're now going to run things like you do at your own place.
Yeah. No, that was actually good, I think. I don't know
And
if you've seen it for public.
you talk about when they had. I can't remember who all was on it, uh, but they had a
well, the
panel
first,
where. Go ahead, Mutt.
but I think like it was the first time he came, and I was asking about his son, and he just kept deflecting and stuff. And all I was just asking, did you disown your son? And it was like, yeah, I don't have to answer that. And it's like, well, you're here for a conversation. If you're not answering questions, get out.
Yeah.
And he get out. Of course, I kicked him, but he got out.
Yeah.
Is that the same night that I eventually came onto the panel, but I came in kind of left field, not knowing what the topic was?
No, that was the second time he came. So see, even after I kick people out, they come back.
Yeah, I did. When he kicked me out, I came back. I just had to cool off a little bit.
You know, here's the thing. We don't take you seriously, even though you scare us.
That's good.
As
Take it
if
with a
that
grain of salt. Like it's
You know,
muck. It's just muck,
it is
speaking
just
right?
muck.
speaking of
Yes.
elected officials, do you know who didn't take me seriously? My
Yeah.
local school board a
Why?
few years ago. Well, it'd be too long to explain the whole thing, but they didn't take me seriously, and I ended up chopping their knees off,
Really?
figuratively. Yes.
And what did you do with the rest of the leg? It's kind of like picking your nose. It's okay to pick your nose. It depends on what you do with the boogers. So,
Well,
what happened with the rest of their legs, Mutt?
Good question.
no, I just they thought they had all the power, and once I came in there with 500 people behind me, they found out it was different.
Oh, you mean you chopped them down to twad size?
Yeah. And of course,
Fun
you
size.
know the old saying about noses. You can pick your friends, you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friend's nose.
It just gets weird. You can
Yeah.
do it. It just gets weird.
Anyway, I can't imagine you ever doing anything to make me want to kick you, though, Izzy.
You know, I didn't hear anything for a long time, and it says having trouble connecting. So I was actually gonna throw my phone out of the balcony this time for real,
For real, for real.
because this is out of control.
You're probably connecting to that
But
Wi-Fi that they offer at the hotels.
I hate this stuff.
Yeah,
But
their internet's horrible.
it's it's disgusting. But you said you would not kick me out?
I said I cannot imagine you ever doing anything where I would want to kick you out.
Yeah, you're not
Yeah.
exempt, Izzy. If that's where you're going with this, don't go getting a wild hair thinking that you can't do no wrong.
No, you're right. No, you're right. Absolutely right. I am no angel. I could also be petty, as I mean, you saw the video I put up with Fun Size Dude.
I think you handled him like a freaking champion. Like what
Well, thank you.
everybody had their part in handling him. It's not
Yeah,
over yet, because he's still out of control, rage machine. He's gonna cause more problems. But
yeah,
the way you did your part, I was drawn to how you handled it. You stayed so, I don't know what other word to use, but a professional demeanor against it. Like,
yeah,
like, go ahead, keep running your mouth, little boy. I'm not playing your game. And,
yeah.
like you just you bothered him by not letting it bother you.
Bingo. And that's the key. Even with that Vegas Vibs guy, I was at someone's panel and he was there. Actually, I joined the panel because he was there. So I just wanted to hear him. He never showed his face and he was talking. He is a very timid child.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I was shocked because he sounds like whatever behind the keyboard, but when he was live speaking, he sounded like a kid to begin with. And he was very timid. He was just like, "Well, Izzy, why don't you like me?" And I'm like, "Dude, go away." You know?
Yeah. Bottom line is, he's socially inadequate and he's compensating by what he does on the internet. And Muck, I know you hate him. I'm not. That's I understand why completely. I don't think you're wrong, but I think Vips's superpower is what games he has knowledge to. He's got a thing going there. He's great at making fake accounts and trolling, you know. But he takes it too far and he doesn't take it seriously and he steps into shit that he's not ready, he's not prepared for. You know, he
Yeah,
plays with
but
real people's
what
lives.
are his superpowers?
Well, just
Making fake
computer.
the fake accounts because he can't talk as himself because he's not accepted anywhere?
Yeah, and I don't agree with it, Izzy. Like I'm not a fan. Yeah. I'm not a fan of Vip by any means. Mutt can testify to that.
Yeah,
But he's, like I kind of accept him, if that makes
yeah.
sense. He's a dork. He's a geek. He's an internet troll. He's an
Well,
internet
yeah.
social lifestyle is based upon his time in his alone time in a room. And I kind of think about it like that. Like if we kick him out of that, then what's he got left? I got a
Well,
little bit of
obviously
empathy
nothing.
for him, I guess. I don't
Well, I don't because if he would just act like himself, I would probably have a lot more respect for him, you
know.
know?
Right. He needs to earn more respect in his real life. Yes,
Right.
absolutely. And maybe he'll grow up. Maybe.
I highly doubt it.
I know
Yeah.
it's a shot in the dark, but
Yeah. But yeah, why don't you just like be yourself, use your real name, and you will earn a lot of respect, even though we disagree on many things. But that's okay. I disagree with my own husband at some things, and I still love him. You know what I mean?
Yep. So if you're listening, Vips, grow a pair of balls. You can do this. We're behind you. We support you being you, buddy.
Hey,
Exactly.
I've told him he's even welcome on this panel.
Yeah.
Have you? You're welcome to back to the.
All he has to do is turn his camera on.
There you go. That's some hardcore, I don't know, parenting. Like if his parents ain't gonna do it, good job, Mutt. Make him show his face and make him face the public. and in a good way. Like, just come on, and that's it. There are no other expectations. You can talk about whatever you want. Nobody's trying to blast you. I think that's reasonable, Muck.
Of course,
Yeah, I think that was brilliant.
that may become academic anyway because Sarge is working on a little something. Vips has been going out in public filming, and he seems to have forgotten that windows reflect.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
here we go. Vip, you got an opportunity to beat him to the punch. You can out yourself, or you could be outed by your reflection.
Exactly.
Do you
It
think
was-
his reflection has another name?
His reflection has a first. Well, it's probably Scott something from what I heard, but yeah, it was one. It's like a wavy one, but Sarge has a graphics friend that's working on it, or whatever you'd call those guys. Not I don't know.
Yeah.
Vegas Scott.
Yeah.
Heard his name was Vegas Scott, Muck.
Oh, all I know is Lupe often calls him Scott.
Lupe
Not to change the
knows
sub-
everything.
Not to change the subject, but you want to go to Louisville with me, Chris, in August to the Kentucky Jailers Commission meeting.
Is there public speaking?
Yeah, it's public. It's open to the public. All the board members are going to be there. All the jailers in Kentucky will be there.
No, you bought me. If the board's going to be there, I'll be there.
It's in Louisville. I'll text you the date and time. It's in August, so as long as you don't have any court hearings around that time.
I was going to say, these motherfuckers will probably schedule a court hearing on that day at that time, so I can't go. They do that
Probably
on purpose,
will, yeah.
man. They've been corresponding my court dates with Jamie Knowles so that I can't go to his hearings.
Yeah, it's crazy.
If they're not doing it on purpose, it sure is ironic. It was like 4 of them. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, really? The first one was like, wow, that's, that sucks. Second one, I'm like, hang on a minute. Third one, I'm like, wait, what the fuck? And then the last one, I'm thinking, okay, this is intentional.
So I just want to say thanks a lot, KY. It's bad enough you keep interfering when I try to talk to Mrs. KY, but now you chased Izzy away.
How did Izzy drop? She's probably throwing her phone off the balcony from losing service.
She might have fell asleep. She sounded tired. I don't know.
I
she,
am.
She sounded wore out. Tired.
She was having technical difficulties.
We're swapping in and out, and the minute I'll drop and she'll come back.
She's just trying to avoid you, Chris.
That's it. She don't want to learn robot.
Tinfoil hat much?
Yeah.
Well, I am beyond. I'm done. I'm about to go.
You might as well just stay on and have Muck present your live for today on here.
I know. I got to put it together. I ain't doing it live. I'm doing a video premiere.
Oh yeah, your premiere. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the time, place, and manner stuff properly and go through the IA and get that in the video. So my video for Carolina's incident will consist of multiple parts, but one of them will be what I accomplished today, I should say, in a few hours. So apparently I'm going to get a nap, and then when I get up, I'm going to start the IA process on Kruger.
Cap just gave me a good idea. He said you have to use an Izzy picture to get to talk on panel. But what I could do, though, is I can bring in another, like I can come in here twice, but the other one, I'll put an Izzy picture on the other one, just have it sitting up here silently, and people will say, oh, let's see what's going on in there. Oh, Izzy's up there. I'll hang around. And it'll help my view count greatly.
Is that one of those situations where you are supposed to ask for the use of their image?
Oh, no.
Izzy's gonna sue you, Muck.
Thanks for coming in, Iz. See you again.
Good
Peace
night,
out,
Izzy.
Butterscotch. I don't know that one.
Peace
night,
out,
Izzy. We'll see you.
Butterscotch. After a while, Crocodile.
Later,
How
Tater.
many people? How many people are still awake in this chat? Not how many people in this chat are awake, but how many people are still in this chat and awake?
There's still quite a few people that are chatting.
See, she will sue you, Muck, for the use of her image.
Well, that's better than that one crazy broad who threatened to sew me. I will SEW. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen a few people do that one. So, and then, I don't know about you, but, and I'm not a grammar Nazi. Like, you can misspell all you want. I do it all the time. I got fat thumbs on a little keyboard. I'm always making errors. Like my phone now doesn't even think that the word THE exists. It does TBE. So, like, I'm bad about it. However, for some reason, when someone is posting something for sale and they say sell, that that one gets me.
Oh, you know what I hate? I seen it. No, you didn't.
You mean like
you
JJ?
saw
I
it.
seen it.
You saw it. You didn't seen it.
Well, it gets even worse in Kentucky. They say seen. They seen it with a T at the end.
Yeah. Well, I've also told people, and I will tell Steve in case he doesn't realize it. There is no T in cousin. I hear people go, "My cousin."
In Kentucky, Chris can testify to this. In Kentucky, they say girlfriend for that.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to know a fun fact?
Oh no! Here we go.
So listen, you know how everybody says everybody in Kentucky is incest, or their girlfriend's their sister, cousin, whatever.
I've never heard that before in my life. But,
right.
Okay.
So I googled right, and to see what Google said about it, and so the top 10 states that are well known for incest, and I can't quote this verbatim, but I do know that we're number 10 at the bottom of the 10 list, and guess who is like number 5 or 6? Indiana.
Oh well, I'm not surprised about that at all.
I don't know where PA is. I don't know where PA. I think PA is number 1.
Really? Okay.
Oh no. Let me. My cousin knows this kind of stuff. Hey, honey.
Well, obviously it
Yeah.
happens. I mean, look at JJ. Take over by his head here.
See, a lot of people in Kentucky, or a lot of people outside Kentucky, but Kentucky's segregated. Like Western Kentucky does not get along with Eastern Kentucky. Central Kentucky is kind of mediocre. They can get along with anyone, but Western Kentucky is a different breed than Eastern Kentucky. And what was funny was, go ahead.
And Louisville, Kentucky is like up to date, like normal, by the way.
Lexington is too.
Yeah, Lexington is too.
Lexington.
Wait a minute. I got to call a halt here. Rights On is trying to escape the heat by laying underneath a car.
Must be hot as fuck.
There's some weird people around here.
Is he in Kentucky?
No, even in Indiana, I bet.
Hey, cousin, honey, hand me that rent.
Has he got a flashlight strapped to him?
Well, I'll give you another one. Boughton.
Tape it to his head.
Yeah.
Hey, Rights On, when you get done fixing my car needs some help.
You go to the store in Kentucky at 3 a.m. and you're liable to see people running around underneath cars with flashlights taped to their forehead and all kinds of stuff.
And sawzalls. And hands full of Cadillac converters.
Yeah, and copper wire from a bandit house.
and job sites. Yep.
with a backpack. Don't forget the backpack.
Yep. He ain't lying, folks. It happens.
Steve says, what happens if the owner comes back and drives away?
No, it's just a little louder than it was coming in.
Yeah.
I had a Volkswagen that I'd purchased a while back that ended up being not useful to me. And it sat and sat. So I don't know what the hell's with Volkswagen engineering, like what they were thinking, but they put a computer electronic component that was necessary for the car in the floorboard of the driver's seat. As a clutch, and I had a big, the big gulp, like the 64 ounce freaking, which I don't know why I even got that, but the amount of soda that it takes to kill yourself in a day drink. I had one of those, and I was trying to pull out of the drive with it, and I went to change gears, and the whole thing spilled into the floorboard, and it apparently went to this little like trap where a computer module set, and it was called what was the name of that thing? The comfort control module. Now, I don't know if you all know this, but I learned that the word comfort in a Volkswagen means the windows, the horn, the alarm, the heater, the heated seats, the back windows, the sunroof, the trunk, the gas lid. Every one of those things is ran by this comfort control module computer. So I spill this drink, and within 5 minutes, my windows start rolling up and down. My horn starts on. Mind you, this is a Volkswagen. So immediately my thought was, I got to name this car Herbie too. Like, it's got a mind of its own. It's honking at people, flipping the turn signals. But needless to say, it was a stupid problem. It was like only a couple $100 for a new module, but you had to get a new key made, and the key cost more than I paid for the damn car. So long story short, I get rid of the car, right? I'm selling the car. It was like, I think I sold it for like, what I get, $400 or $500 after it sat for a couple of years. And so the guy comes and he's looking at it, and he jacks it up a little bit, and he says, "You ain't got no Cadillac converter in this thing." I don't know how long it had been missing. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
At some point, someone stole it from my yard, or maybe when I was driving. I don't know, but at some point it went missing apparently. So, like, one of his.
I'm still having trouble visualizing you driving a Volkswagen.
Yeah, it didn't last long, Chris. It didn't last long.
Dude, imagine if Kaiser was like a rat, like when he was doing his crimes, he would be stealing Cadillac converters all day. That's his fucking gig. That would be his gig.
Guaranteed.
Right.
But you know what? If it didn't have opiate drugs inside of it, he probably wasn't interested.
Nah, he's a squeamy motherfucker. His ass he could squeam under them cars. I'll tell you that. But I didn't mean to change the subject here, but so basically Skeptic's gonna do a video on him. So we're posting like some of the stuff that he had been saying, and now he's deleting all his live streams.
Oh,
so like
no, that
a
again.
month ago he goes, "I broke my back for this country. What have you done?" And he told that to a combat vet. And then he saw it on the Discord, and now he deleted it. He deleted all of that shit.
He's such a pussy.
I didn't mean to change the subject.
No, I love this subject. I cannot wait to watch the video that y'all come up with. And if anybody deserves every bit of scrutiny from the public, besides Kruger, this cop that just did this to Caroline, it is Kaiser. Like that motherfucker should not be accepted in any social environment in this world other than either the death chair.
Yeah,
I don't even know. Like, I don't even want to wish him on people in prison. That's how bad it is.
That guy cannot help himself from lying. Everything he says is a lie. So So now, like, when we get timestamps and we post clips, like, he'll delete the fucking live streams. And it was on his backup channel, but dude, it's fucking bad. Like, he's deleting all his shit again just because somebody's gonna make a video about him.
By the way, how you doing tonight, Ted? What's up, buddy?
Oh no, I'm good. Same old.
I mean, you
man.
hop in and don't even say hi. You know what I mean?
I know. Well, no, I was letting you go. How you doing, bud? I said I was letting you go.
No, I meant hi. Like, hello. Like, what's up? You came in and never even said hi.
No, you were on a roll there, so I didn't want to interrupt. But.
Shit, Ted, you know me. I'm always on a roll. If it means I'm talking.
Yeah. All good though. Yeah, no. So now he's deleting all his shit, like even from his backup channel.
He'll save it in storage, and it'll come back up. Watch,
I think we have it. Yeah, like people have it, but it's just insane how this guy, like, he acts like he doesn't care, but then he's like deleting shit as soon as somebody brings up a timestamp on. And this is very recent, like very recent. So, like, I'm talking like 3 weeks ago. He's like, he told that Georgia Transparency,
yeah.
He was like, I broke my back for this country. What have you done? And that dude's a combat vet. What? So
yeah.
So now he's deleting all the shit. Yeah.
Wrangler has a hard on for Russ, Georgia Transparency. He's like, this is one of them people. You know how he gets horny for certain men?
Because he wishes he had his career.
Right. Yeah. Right. It's jealousy. It's always like with me, his obsession with me. I think it's because he's in love with Tiffany.
Well, he is.
Well, who isn't?
Well, there you go. That makes sense.
I mean, Tiffany's great, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's weird when he does it. You know?
Oh, I thought we were talking about the diamond store.
Oh, okay. No, I'm talking about Tiff.
Those are some amazing diamonds.
But he's in love with that fucking JJ's old lady too. Like,
I know, right? Like every time she's on the panel with him, he's just staring at her. Like you can watch him stare at his monitor and just drool.
Oh, he's all high as fuck too. Yeah,
it's some creepy
weird.
shit,
Yeah,
dude. Really, like, you know, when you start really thinking about who he is, like really understanding who that motherfucker is, and then you watch him, it is creepy what he does.
But like, yeah, like Muckster, you see this, like every little lie that dude tells, like he has to throw, like, it's so creepy when he throws like little marriage jokes in there, like, oh, Kimmy's gonna have my head and your wife is it. Like, it's like, dude, who talks like that? And then he does the shit where it's like, oh, it fucking drives me nuts. But he does this shit where he's like, God bless you, miss. God bless this. Like, oh, like he's basically acting like he's a preacher online. It's fucking weird. I don't know how to fucking describe it, but
you know what comes off even more weird to me than Wrangler himself, than Kaiser?
The people in his chat.
The people that follow him.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand that at all. Like,
Very lonely people.
yeah, I don't like how they talk about your girlfriend. I like that King Pokey dude, whatever the fuck his name is, that, like, and Michael Wyatt, like.
Well, we figured out, we've learned a little about Wyatt. It's actually very revealing. It makes sense. I mean, Wyatt is a complete loss of anything in society who's mooching from GoFundMe's just to scrounge 2 pennies for his next meal, you know. And typically I would, you know, go to bat for somebody in that position. but considering that his response is to be the piece of shit that he is, you know, I think not only does he deserve to be in that life position, not being able to pay, you know, for a shirt on his back, but he's a menace to society. You know, I mean, what's he doing? Does he think that Wrangler's like a real cult member? Like Koresh, is there going to be, you know, does he have property? You know, like, is he going to offer you 8 women? No, the motherfucker lives with his mom.
He's gonna offer
No, and the thing, and not only that is like he just every time he talks, he's lying. So he'll be like, "Oh, my mom's in town," or "Oh, now I live with my mom." Now it's crazy. Like, did you see he was acting like he was talking to fucking Kim through the door?
Yeah. I think Kimmy and Chad is actually Sandra, his mom.
It's so fucking bizarre, and it's the creepiest shit I've ever seen. But it's great content.
I mean,
Definitely.
yeah, you know, it's definitely entertaining, but at the extent of what? You know what I mean? Like, I would rather see him gone. Like
Well,
Alabama
no,
wanted him
he
gone.
needs to be gone. He needs to be gone.
Yeah. I want to see him gone like Alabama wanted him gone. You know what I mean? As cruel as that sounds, I think lethal injection is the answer for a person like him.
Well, I agree. He needs to be retried for that shit. Like, that's some bullshit.
They had it right.
Wonder
I
what
mean-
Kaiser's going to think when he's back for Alabama and KY out there on the sidewalk in front recording him as he walks in with Kimmy.
By the
and
way,
Sandra.
Ed, did we mention that when KY is up here, he talks in robot voice sometimes that nobody understands?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you got your tinfoil hat right?
Yeah, I got my foot right, my mouth right. I was saying, what's Kaiser going to think when he goes to court in Alabama and he sees KY React standing out there recording him as he walks in?
Uh-oh, it's a public place.
You think I can meet Kimmy there?
Yeah, I bet you'll see Kimmy. All right, it'll be by the name of Sandra, his mother.
Yeah.
And
she would bring their dog.
and Sandra, Kimmy, whatever you will call her, she will be begging them to have mercy on her piece of shit that she calls a child. I mean, he came out the wrong hole. He came out the butthole. Like, that's probably what happened, you know?
I'll be there in court, so.
Have you guys ever, like, I know Muckster probably fucking pukes over this shit. Have you guys ever seen, like, the people in his chat, like, what they type? It's their jokes are fucking terrible.
Oh, and they're so sexual. Like, everything's sexual to them.
But they're not good. Like,
Oh, no.
It's the dumbest shit. Like,
right. Yeah,
and
they
only
can't even
make
form a joke. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to I keep talking at the same time as you.
And Kaiser does a fake laugh when they type in the joke. He does a fake laugh just to make them feel comfortable, so they'll send the next $20.
Well, because it's weird, because Kaiser, as stupid as he is, and he is stupid, folks, he's smarter than his audience.
These people are unsupervised.
Kaiser is a con man. Like, that's just what he does. He's a con man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's literally
all
his
he
record, is cons and thieving. Right.
Did you see the short that KFAR did talking about my face?
No.
Yeah, it's great. I screen recorded the whole thing.
Yeah. He's another one that KFAR fucker. I mean,
KFAR sucks.
I mean, he's Kaiser's fucking support system. You know what I mean? Like, and the thing is like, you know, when you listen to KFAR, of course he's got stupid content, but he doesn't quite seem dumb enough, like IQ level, to be a Kaiser simp. But he is.
You try living in your mom's basement and see how far you do.
Well, KFAR lives in his girlfriend's dad's basement. Get it right. Yeah, it's not his mom's basement though. Like,
He's looking pasty.
He is pasty. Does that motherfucker not try like hell to have the blue bacon chance? You remember Blue Bacon? He's trying to look like him.
Yeah.
I mean, all right. The only reason I came up because I wanted to let you guys know, like, so yeah, so we were posting timestamps of very recently Kaiser. He keeps committing stolen valor. He just keeps doing it, and so we posted it, and then obviously he watches everything, but he deleted the shit. So, but I think hopefully it's recorded. But
I guarantee you it's recorded.
yeah, it is.
Yeah, everybody knows to record. Like he thinks he's getting views. What he's really getting are people collecting his content to fucking shove it up his ass. You know, either by the legal system or by making fun of him. But that's what's happening. His viewers are literally people collecting his content to shove it up his ass.
Yeah, yeah, and that was as of like a few hours ago. So
really,
so like maybe like 4 hours ago he started deleting it, and
I bet
it was
that
on his
was
backup
exposed.
channel, I think. Yeah.
So in other words, he got a big rail, stayed up like he shot his big injection, and he's up all night doing damage control. I wonder if his mom's on a PC helping him. You know.
He's gonna have a black eye in a week for not paying his dealer.
Oh yeah, he's gonna go into a seizure as soon as y'all publish the video. All right.
Yeah, it's on a bigger channel, like, so I don't know. I don't want to. I have no idea. So, but supposedly it's gonna be good. But the clips are being deleted. Like, so he keeps deleting all his lives and shit. But.
Are you referring to team?
I'm referring to Team Skeptic.
Okay, I was just checking.
Yeah, so Team Skeptic, because Team Skeptic, so he was cool with them and shit, but he's kind of like getting sick of it because it's getting ridiculous. Like he keeps doing this shit, and he said he would stop, but I don't know. I don't know what the context will be, but definitely doesn't look good for Kaiser. I know he was in his chat, and then like Team Skeptic was in his chat, and then everyone's saying hi, and then all of a sudden he goes, "Dude, you're still doing this bullshit," and then everyone starts trashing, and then you got blocked. So
yeah, that's how it works. Well, you know, Kaiser is now on the downfall, and there are getting ready to be some things hitting him that a lot of people have been waiting to see. It's coming. It's happening. It's, you know, the ball's in motion. He's getting ready to lose his favorite co-host. That dude's going down too. JJ Scarborough's getting ready to face the Piper and his legal actions. And, you know, Kaiser's going to be left all alone with all the enemies that he's made. And it won't be long.
Better be careful. We'll make a voodoo doll when it comes cracker.
yeah. Eventually it's
He'll make a voodoo doll out of them puppies and do dirty things to them.
I mean, Alabama seems to suck.
They do suck.
He's not in Alabama. He's in Bethany, Oklahoma.
I think he's talking about the judicial system.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, the only thing they missed, the only thing that they're really, all right, they fucked up with the clerical error. That was a big mistake. It was a simple mistake, but it was a big one. They put the wrong statute definition. That's what did it. You know, not like it's a little fuck up, but it's a big fuck up in a case like that. But what they're struggling with now, that seems to be the issue where you can say Alabama legal system sucks, is they're moving people into the court system quickly. That's the problem. So, like Kaiser is facing 5 felonies right now. He's just awaiting a court date. And he has been awaiting that court date for like a fucking year. And in
See,
the
I'm not.
meantime, they screwed up and didn't put any provisions on him to not leave the state with his bond. So as soon as he got the opportunity to split, he did. He ran to Bethany, Oklahoma. And if you think that's bad, let me tell you what about the police where he lives. They fucking suck. The Bethany, Oklahoma Police Department, PD, they have jurisdiction over a very small area inside of Oklahoma City in Bethany, just Bethany. There's jurisdictional arguments between the law enforcement agencies, between the lines of Bethany and Oklahoma City. So you got this little box inside of a circle, okay? And all of the law enforcement agencies in the circle know what the fuck they're doing, but they are not allowed to do anything inside of the box, if you will, right? Well, the ones inside of the box have not paid attention to the county's rules and jurisdiction updates because they're concerned with stepping on the dicks of the people in the circle. So they don't know what their jurisdiction is. And they think that when a crime is committed on the internet in Bethany, that they have to have the victim inside of that little square to be able to affect the charge. They don't realize that the victim can be anywhere as long as they can prove the crime was committed in his mommy's craft room. So the only reason he has not gotten arrested recently is that. And I've done a complaint with I actually had a phone call with their district attorney. Okay, the district attorney of the jurisdiction where Michael Kaiser's living at now. And I was told, I'm not going to say who it was that told me this, but someone very important in that office said, no, you are 100% right. I verify what you're saying is that he should be being arrested by the Bethany City Police Department. They are wrong. The victim can live anywhere. She said, you know what you should do? Go to the news on our police department. So that the county attorney's office is telling people to go to the news to blast the police for not knowing what the fuck they're doing.
I think people have something's gonna come, something's gonna happen. I really believe it because the dude's a piece of shit. Like it's gonna happen.
Oh yeah, he's getting extradited. I'm not lying, Ted, when I say that he's got charges coming. Like he's getting ready to get extradited. You'll see.
But Steve Cousins, I gotta talk to you, man. Steve Cousins in the chat. Dude, the guy is lying to you daily. Like, how do you just take that? Like with the fake wife shit, like acting like he's talking through the door. How do you literally fucking take that shit? It's fucking weird, man.
I mean, Steve knows now, don't he?
I hope so, man, because like VOP kind of knows, like he'll throw you out, like as long as like
He's great.
I didn't mean to turn this stream into something else, but Steve Cousins, dude, the guy is fucking lying.
Stop. We're not going to sit up here and bash people in chat. Leave Steve alone. He's my guest.
No, I was just asking.
I know. I just said again. I said stop so you don't go, I'm just. I'm saying leave people alone.
The Muckster has spoken. But no, I agree with, the Kaiser thing it's wild. I mean, it's entertaining, but not in a good way. We all want the same thing. It's, we're done. We're done dealing with that crazy. I mean, just the concept that he thinks he's speaking on proactive levels about law, it's mind blowing. Like he is a fucking criminal, now and forever. Like everything he's ever been is a criminal. He's not reformed. He doesn't he's not forgiven by his victims. He's not turned over a new leaf.
Well, he lies every day.
Oh, that's for public safety.
What's up, buddy?
I come in for a reason. I don't know about anybody else, but all my share posts of Carolina have been removed from my page for terrorism and threats of violence.
Are you
That
talking about
is-
YouTube or Facebook?
YouTube.
That is telltale sign of Kaiser simps or people of the like. I'm not going to point a finger directly yet, but when content starts getting removed, it's not usually YouTube doing it. It's false complaints from a very small number of audience. Usually they happen to be Kaiser fans as well. And they're quick to brag about doing it too. So, they're not hard to find.
I realise that because it was all automated. Just got the warnings come through and my videos have been removed. And all they were shares. I didn't even download it, what happened, and put it up. I shared her original video, so I saw you guys were live and I came here first.
Well, I have a copy of it. I'm sure a lot of people have copies
Yeah,
of it.
lots of people have.
But
yeah,
they're not going to be able to hide it.
Oh, no, not now.
It'll continue to get exposed. That's the beauty of a live stream, like when Tiffany and I got attacked by white-headed Mead, it was on a live stream. So I'm glad, that we had that ability at the time, because it sure has, proven a lot that probably would have gotten deleted.
Oh, fuck yeah. I'm a very long time follower of you guys. FPS, you and your Tiffany.
Yeah, we know. We respect the living shit out of you. Very grateful to have you.
All the way over here in Melbourne, Australia.
I know, whenever I was mad at Frauditor Watch and I said, something about Australians, you were one of the first, you and a couple other of my close, supporters from Australia. I thought, oh no, I hope they didn't think I meant them. I was being direct. I was
You're
just
pretty much
pissed off.
right on.
I was going to say, we're not fluffy. We give as much shit as we take.
Yeah.
That's
if
right.
You give it, we'll give it back.
Yep.
There
Not
you
everyone
go.
over here is on the left.
That's right. That's correct. Not right. Correct. Yeah.
That clown in the background is scary as fuck.
Oh, wait, give me a look. I can't see. I'm blind.
There's a clown behind him.
Oh, that's from It, is it?
I don't know. What's it from?
It's
talking to
from
you, bud.
behind me.
Muckster. Yeah, the clown? Well,
It
you
says
can't
from
see it.
behind me.
Yeah.
I said
there's
it's
a
from
clown.
behind me. What?
Yeah, what is it?
No, that's the movie.
Oh, from behind. Okay.
Muck's about
Oh,
to
that's
lose
what
it.
it's called. Okay. No, I didn't know. Yeah.
Well,
it's
you
just-
can't get the fucking answer if you keep interrupting me.
That's the
and
Australian version of Logan.
Oh, okay. It looks like another movie I've got to watch.
So there's something
Sorry?
else I would recommend to everybody that has Facebook. I don't have it, but all you guys have had the video from Carolina Fort Worth. If you can put it on Facebook and just tag the local news station. I'm not a big fan of the local media, the news mainstream, but if we news media stations, maybe the national news will pick up if they see that the local is.
Rebel News America.
And if you all want to know what Chris is trying to say in non-robot language, he's saying that if you have a download of the incident that occurred with Carolina and you have the ability to post it on Facebook and tag local media,
Yep,
it's never a bad idea.
absolutely.
What about Rebel News America?
Yeah, any of them. Yep.
Any of them, Lisa.
Well, Rebel News would be the first one.
No, any of them. Any of them.
Well, you know that lefty bloody.
Thanks for the translation, Chris. Thank you.
No problem, buddy. I know that you're struggling with learning, how to speak not robot. So,
in other words, he's being fucked with, or he's just got bad connection.
He's got a bad connection, and he forgot to get his tinfoil hat from Todd. So,
Oh, can't forget the tinfoil hat. Telling you now, bud.
It would probably help his reception problems if he was wearing a tinfoil hat.
Just stick your tongue in a different way. It will fix the problem.
Right.
I said hello. I'll leave you alone. I'm going to try and catch up with as many people as I can. Carolina should be out of jail within the next 2 or 3 hours, I believe.
I got a feeling she's going to end up back in the hospital when she gets out of there.
They have to take her back to the hospital.
Yeah, I don't think she was
That's a
ready to be
no-brainer.
released.
She should never have left.
Yep.
If you saw the mugshot, she's got a severe brain swelling.
Yeah. Yeah, she's in bad shape.
Yep.
That guy needs to be put under the prison. But I'll leave it at that. Anyway, thanks for letting me come in and say something. So we'll talk to you later.
It was good seeing you.
See ya.
On you, bro.
It's been a long night, Muckster.
Yeah. I slept quite a while during the day because I wasn't feeling good.
I was busy. I've been on this phone all day today because I spent the first business half of my day getting some wild major stuff accomplished on what's going on in Meade County. Lots and lots of good news. So that's all going to be coming out, for the next few weeks, if not longer.
Yeah.
But today was extremely productive for me. And then I talked to KDAV for like an hour on the phone after that. And then I came here. So, but it's been a day full. I mean, I have, for a person who didn't leave the house, I sure did get a lot done.
Yeah.
Chris, can I ask you something?
Of course.
Yeah.
Can you unblock all of everyone you blocked? Like in your chats and shit. It's too much fun, dude. Like fucking with these people. Cause they're that fucking dumb. I'm not talking about like your movement or anything, like the Wrangler supporters.
Yeah, I do plan on. I think we just did it. Like Tiff, didn't we do a major unblocking session? We unblocked a bunch.
If it was me, I would block them if they said stuff to Tiffany. But other than that, it's just an algorithm boost.
Well, listen, Kurt, that's how they got blocked. Was crossing way beyond the boundary. You know what I'm saying? They were
Right, yeah.
They were attacking Tiffany's kid. Like the only rules I had to get them blocked. Now I'm not talking about timed out. You can get timed out by my mods by saying something stupid in the chat. But blocked. I mean, my rules were pretty strict. I'm all about some free speech and opinion. So, it was just basic.
I was having fun with a couple of those Wrangler supporters, and then like I was making fun of him in your chat because you can't comment to them in his chat.
No,
right?
they'll block you.
So, but it was hilarious, and then they got blocked, and I'm like, God damn it! Now I was having too much fucking fun.
I know. Well, my rules were if they actually caused any damage in any way, like Dawn Odin, she's the type of person that would literally like cause damage, you know.
No, it was like dumbass people like Michael Wyatt and like
yeah, I gladly would put his dumb ass back. Like there are a lot of people that I will unblock. You know, the problem is I don't recall what all accounts are associated with who. You know, but now that I'm starting to narrow them down to know who they are, I'll probably go back in and do like another big unblocking session. And it, you know, just to be clear, it is so we can fuck with them. Like,
no, it's trust me, because it's hilarious to do because then they'll run over. Like, there's only like 2 of them. Like, they'll run over to your chat and like, start talking, and then they'll be like, "I'm blocked." So they're pulling the thing that Wrangler does. They're saying you're doing the same shit.
well, the problem is a lot of
blocking.
those people say that I've blocked them and I haven't. They're lying. You know what I mean?
No, trust me, I had to run around with. Yeah, okay, but
just like a lot of people come into
fun.
comments and say you're deleting my comments, and I'm not. You know what I mean? They're just saying that, trying to like fucking push a false narrative.
Dude, we'll fucking destroy these fucking people. It's hilarious when you actually can interact. If that makes sense.
It does. I tried for the longest time to stay out of all of it. The back and forth. Like you know, my channel, it's like I'm trying to be very specific about what my channel, you know what I'm saying? Like I had an idea where I wanted to go with it, and I didn't want to deviate from that. And then if I was just going to fuck around on YouTube, like I have been lately I wanted to do it not as for public safety. You know what I mean? Like still me, but I didn't want my channel, and I still don't. I don't want my channel getting gummed up with the common social environment that we have. You know what I'm saying? Like on like the social part of it. Like I want it to be about the content. I want my channel to have the content be about the content, not about me, not about me being social. I want it to
You
be
already
about the
got the
content.
subs. Like, do you like reviews of like Cedar Point, or are you in Ohio or
Indiana?
Oh,
Border of Kentucky. I'm right next to Kentucky.
fucking
Pretty much Meade County. He's a Meade County person.
I'm 20. The next county from my county is Meade County, Kentucky. Right. Like when you cross the county line.
So, but do you get like those June flies or the what do they call them,
Mayflies?
mayflies?
Oh yeah, we're on the river. Yeah, we get it's on. Yeah, infestations of mayflies.
Post videos of that shit.
I used to work on the river boats long time ago, and I worked like literally on the river. And my God, you get around May, get around. That's why I call them mayflies. Around May, I mean, they can just like fill up the sky around you at a certain time of day. But no, as far as my channel goes, you know, I wanted it to be about what it set forth to do. I didn't want to get involved from my channel's perspective in any of the drama. I was pulled into the drama, and the drama is just like, you know, trying to suffocate my channel. It's Kaiser. He just won't fucking quit. And I can handle him. Yeah, I can handle him, but the damages that surrounds that piece of shit, I don't want I don't want to be suffocated by his evil. You know what I mean? I don't want nothing to do with it. Now, me as a person, like not associated with my channel, like I'll gladly fucking fuck with that prick anywhere in any environment, anytime, any place.
So did he actually do a GoFundMe in your name?
That's not what it was. Yeah, he did, but no, that's not what he's in trouble for. That's not what the charges come from. He used an email that has been verified to him now. Like he can't get out of this, so I'm going to go ahead and tell it. He used an email using my social security number, my driver's license number. He contacted GoFundMe, said that he was the person in control of that account. He was pretending to be me by using the information he got from JJ, my social and my driver's license. Then once he got a new password by using those things, he went in and canceled, like they did a complaint on the GoFundMe that I had up, right? And then I didn't get the email because he changed where you get the emails to him. He changed himself to being the moderator. So he received the email where you get to, like, you know, oh, Ted dropped. I'll go ahead and finish telling it. Hopefully you can hear. Kaiser received the email where you appeal if whether or not, you know, you show them like the proof that where the money's going and all that stuff. So he intercepted that email and didn't reply to it so that my accounts would get taken down. But that's not where he stopped. He also created other ones. Were you able to hear all that, Ted?
Like most of it, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, he just used my social and my driver's license to say he was the owner and moderator of the channel, and then he changed it to himself. So he was in control of the emails that were being sent. I didn't even know. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't even know that he was in there moderating my shit. And then they did the complaint. You know, they had Fraud to Watch, Jackson Kennedy, do the complaints on it. And then when the emails came to be able to answer to the complaint, it was going to Kaiser. The email was. So I didn't fucking get it. I had no idea that there was a complaint put in on my GoFundMe stuff. And then, you know, they got them removed on that by not responding to the complaints. So it was like, okay, well, if you're not going to show GoFundMe's level, they're going, okay, well, if you don't dispute that it's a problem, we're going to take them down. So they took them down, but he didn't stop there. Then they started creating other GoFundMes. Look, they made them look like jokes, right? Like they would use the stupid thumbnails that Kaiser makes of me and things like that. But they would say, hey, I'm raising money for Chris. You know, we're raising money for Chris Ryder, or like, I can't remember what they all were named, but there was like 5 or 6 of them that were all administrated by Michael Kaiser. And then Don Oden had one. So yeah, they were fraud. It was fraud. And they collected money. They even got Donna, who reported it, for $50, you know, so that, you know, this, I don't know how much money they accumulated, but they definitely committed fraud on the GoFundMes, without a doubt. And then once I regained control and I found out that he had done that and that it was going to his email, I corresponded with GoFundMe and said, whoa, what's the deal here? You know, and they said, well, we sent you several emails to this email, and it was Kaiser's email. And I was able to respond to them and show them where all the money went, and they reinstated my access. But I'm not going to turn them back on because, for one, we already collected. We already paid the attorneys.
No,
you know,
like, so me, I personally believe that Kaiser is that type of dude. Like, he's a scam artist. That's what he does for a living.
Right.
His whole life. He's still doing it, but now it's just he's getting super chats and shit.
Yeah, I mean, he's
I
found
do
another way.
believe you on that.
Yeah, well, I mean, so did law enforcement. So you'll see, he'll get charged for. That's going to be one of his charges. But
yeah, I hope so, man. Fuck this dude.
It will be. It's just that he's racking and stacking charges like, Jamie fucking Null, bro. Like when it comes down, like they're literally building charges on them as they're about to handle him for the charges they got. He'll commit another one, and they build it, and they build it, and they build it. Like that's the route him and JJ are going down right now. Like every time the prosecutors are getting ready to put the warrant out or whatever, another one, they do another thing, and they've been doing this for like 2 months now. So at the end of this, you're going to see a shit ton of charges. When they first started, deciding that they were going to do charges on Kaiser for me and Tiffany, they weren't even comfortable enough to do it with probable cause. They wanted it to be done by, grand jury indictment. And as it progressed, they were like, no, we don't need the grand jury. We can do it without that. And then, like I said, they keep building new like more and more charges. I think they're trying to just see how far these idiots will go. And there's 3 agencies involved. So if you want to see at the end of the day, them guys get fucked by the legal system, you're going to get it. That's what you're going to see.
Chris, Muck, I gotta dip out. But Muck, thank you for having me, man.
Yep.
Good to see you,
See ya.
Ted.
Chris, good to see you, bud.
You too, buddy. We'll talk soon. Yeah, Muck, I hate to leave you all by your lonesome.
Yeah.
I'm on
Probably about time to wrap it up.
I'm on my 10th wind already. I need to go to sleep. There's only so much cigarettes and Coca-Cola one can do to stay awake, keep you company.
Yeah, the sun is coming up.
Oh, no. Well, I'm one of them people that no matter how little of sleep I get through the night, I kind of like wake up at no later than a certain time. And It is 9 o'clock. And if I don't wake up at 9, I'm going to get up at 9 because that's when I pee. It's so weird. I have to pee at 9 o'clock.
I always remember an old Golden Girls episode, and they were sitting around talking about regularity, the kind of thing old women would do. And the old lady came walking in the kitchen when they were talking about it, and she said, I have no problem at all. She said, I go to the bathroom every morning promptly at 7:30. And they're like, really? She says, yep. And I wake up promptly at 7:45.
Oops. Well, I have had a tendency of these late nights to, not wake up until at pee time, 9 o'clock, and then going back to sleep and, screwing up the day. So I'm trying to avoid doing that. But yeah, tomorrow or today, whatever you want to call it, when I do get up, I'm going to get on the internal affairs process on Kruger.
Yeah, find out what's going on.
Well, I'm going to make sure that, that supervision has the paper trail necessary to, record the, the complaint. And I know what I'm looking forward to. I've done this before with that agency. They're, retaliation. I mean, they called me and like it wasn't a prank call, but you know what I'm saying? Like they were using their phones to call my phone not legit for business.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like that childish shit. Louisville did that to me too. You know, Louisville LMPD, they did that once. And then, of course, Scarborough's got his jailers calling me all the fucking time. So
I have a feeling Fort Worth is going to have a hard time singling out any complaints on this one.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what kind of law enforcement agency they are in their detective work, but I'll tell you this, their detectives are damn good at singling people out who call for complaints. I think that's where they spend their resources is non-transparency, retaliation of transparency.
Well, I think they'll be very busy.
They're going to have to be real busy to cover this up. I think poor Caroline put herself in the position to expose them like this, you know. I just hate that someone has to get hurt like that.
Yeah.
But I'm going to pray for her. And if you guys pray, hopefully you'll do the same thing in chat. And hopefully I would like to see her go back to the hospital and make sure she's okay. Because I'm worried about her.
Yeah.
But
She never should have been taken out.
not yet. And I hate what happened to her. But look, I love you, buddy. Thanks for having me.
Yep, we'll see you.
Thanks for keeping me company all night long. I don't know what I would have done without you.
Is Tiff still back there?
Yeah, she's giggling at you.
Good night, Tiff. Good morning, whatever.
Muck said good morning. Did you hear him? She said good morning. All right, guys. And then I'll see you on my channel probably tomorrow evening, I would say, after business hours. So I'm guessing I'll probably have something put together by 6 or 7 o'clock for Carolina.
Okay, give him hell.
Will do, buddy. All right, good night.
See ya. So, guys, I hate to leave with so many people here. KY, what are you still doing awake? But I think I should probably get some sleep too. Thanks everybody for coming in. See something here.